and then go live on Rumble, and you put your stuff in for YouTube, Twitch, and YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, and you'll go live on all of them simultaneously.
Okay.
It's baller. I helped somebody do it yesterday.
All right, I'll have to look into it.
You can also, so it's multi-streaming. So you could also do it on Twitter if you have a premium Twitter account. You can do it on Facebook all at the same time. So then when people, instead of just like talking to one group of people, which isn't that much and won't have a busy stream, you'll have like 5 or 6 different platforms, which is a lot more engagement.
Yeah.
So you get that set up before the weekend. Okay, well, why don't you do it? Why don't you do it now? I'll walk you through it. So log into your Rumble account.
Okay.
Tell me when you're logged into your Rumble account.
I'm doing it right now. Hold up. I ain't even making me do all this stuff again. Oh. Why is United States on here?
It is.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
Okay, you logged in?
My username is already taken. Well, I thought I had an account, and I guess I don't.
All right, well, create an account.
Yeah, so the thing I'm not even used, dude. I thought, okay, all right, now I just gotta sign in. Okay, hold up. I thought I already had an account. I tried logging in with Gmail, and it doesn't let me do anything. Hold up. Why is that? I don't use the same Gmail for everything, so why is it not signing in? A little trouble here. There we go. Now I'm signed in. I thought I had an account. Yep. All right, I'm signed in.
Okay, upper right. Go to the upper right corner.
Yep.
Okay, do you see Rumble Studio in the drop down?
Yep.
Okay, click it.
Sign in. Okay.
Okay, did Rumble Studio show up?
Yeah.
Can you share your screen in here?
Yeah.
Good. Then do it. I'll walk you through it. All right, you're sharing your screen? Okay, there we go. All right. Excellent. Okay, do you see in the left-hand, like along the left border, there are 4 icons. There's a gear at the very bottom. Yeah, that one. Yeah, click it. Okay, and then under settings, do you see it says account below there? It says manage connections. manage connections. It's like under settings. It says yeah. There you go. Okay, there you go. Okay, so now log in with all your with your YouTube and
Oh shit, dude, it knocks me. Damn it.
I can't see, so don't worry. I can't see. Don't worry. If you think it's not streaming, so I don't have it that small, so I can't see. Don't worry about it.
Okay, there we go. Facebook.
Cool. YouTube next, or Twitch or YouTube. Either one works.
Oh no, not this one, not this one. No, no, no. My other one. Oh, no.
That's okay.
Great. Where's Kick now?
Kick does not have one, so what you do is click add the bottom one.
Custom, right?
Custom, yeah. Okay, now go to your Kick account and get your stream key and get the stream address. It's on, yeah, you know it. Your dashboard.
Oh, I gotta get my pin for the.
Okay, the top thing, just type Kick under the name. Exactly, and then put the other. There you go.
There you go.
Excellent. Okay, so I mean, it's really good. Now you want to populate the information about your stream, so you can copy and paste it from your biography or whatever. So now what you want to do is do the second one of the four choices you see there. Do the second one. Yeah, that one. Okay, so that's where you put your thumbnail.
And this is a placeholder video.
Yeah, and then you name your stream, whatever. You can make it test stream if you want, or whatever. And then you click the toggles, and then above there, you see where it says user? Above YouTube, there's like a drop down. Above the YouTube, there's a drop down. Yeah, there. Okay, just make sure that's selected. Okay, and then put in just a short description, and then pick a category. Did you pick a category?
No.
There you go. Just pick something. Okay, now, yeah, you can pick whatever. You don't have to pick a secondary. Okay, now do you see the green button? Yeah, that one. Yeah, click the green button. Cool. Okay, press OK. Press OK. Or press the green button, whatever the green button says. Okay, now don't press anything yet. Okay, do you see the choices at the top? Yeah. Click the second one. Like that one. Yeah. You just are on it. There. No. Go back. That one. Click that. Okay, and then turn your camera on, which is at the bottom, and turn your microphone on, which is at the bottom. Yeah, there you go. And if you want to use OBS, you can use a virtual camera.
Okay.
There you go. Now go to OBS. And on the right side, it'll say Start Virtual Camera of OBS.
Yep.
Okay, turn on your virtual camera. Okay, do you have your camera on in OBS? There you go. All right. So you have to go live right now, but if you wanted to, then you just press the button in the upper left, the green one.
How do I use Rothschild?
That's a good.
Does it do it automatically?
I think it does it automatically. You could test it though.
Okay.
So if you want to go live, then you just press the green button in the upper left corner.
Yeah, and then it goes live to all the platforms.
Yep.
Right here. Oh, okay. So you can make your own like things on each one. Okay.
Exactly. It's really nice software. I've been using it for like more than a year now, and it's the simplest one, and it gives you all your chats unified. It's really nice.
Oh, so you have all the chats.
Yeah. So then when somebody types to you in YouTube or Twitch or whatever, it'll show up there. Word, dog. You're welcome, big dog. You get paid. No, you don't pay. That's how you get paid.
I can get paid.
Correct.
$94, dude. What's going on? Do I just have to talk about Rumble and this stuff? And then I have to get minimum of 10 viewers to get out 5,000.
Yeah, I don't think you even have to talk about it. You just have to like put the link in your chat in your biography, your profile. You're welcome, big dog. That's why I'm here. And it was pretty easy to do, right?
Yeah, I was doing
I'm not saying that isn't a good way, but at least you get paid with Rumble.
sometimes the things don't fucking work though on my OBS.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Sometimes they work, like look all weird. And then, like, I don't know, it's just something with the computer is like untruths, and I see it happen to like small. So, like, I'm not the only one, dude. Like, fuck yeah, I need Linus Tech Tips to come here to freaking fix my computer or something.
Right. Right.
It's hard to get like the right way.
I'm in agreement with you.
crime by killing the perpetrator or the attempted perpetrator. What are they? So the Gemara says, number one, okay, so case number one is Reuben is pursuing Shimon. Reuben's pursuing Shimon. You're allowed to kill Reuben in order to prevent him from killing Shimon. Next, well, let's say Reuben's running after Shimon to perform an act of Sodom on Shimon. So ultimately, you're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent that from occurring as well. Let's say Reuben is running after, attempting to violate a woman who is betrothed. So he's running after an animal because he wants to bestiality. So obviously it's wrong, it's a nisa, but because there's not another human being impacted by that. Okay, so the animal should be impacted by that. That's between Baruch Hu and Reuben. We don't get involved. We're not going to kill Reuben to prevent him from committing an act of bestiality. Or Mechal as a Shabbos, Va'ovid Kochav, they've worried about this Chum Imatzino Sabanafshi. So again, if you see that Reuben is about to Mechal Shabbos, so again, that's also Chiyuv Nisa, but there's not another impacted party, another human being that's impacted by that. So we're not going to kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechal Shabbos, or for that matter, to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Says the Gemara. By the way, we talk about this concept, but where do you know it from? How do I know that if Reuben is running after Shimon to kill Shimon, that I'm allowed to kill Reuben before he does anything to Shimon? Where do I know that's from? The pasuk says literally, do not stand on your friend's blood. So in other words, if you're standing over here, I see that Chas V'Shalom Reuben is trying to kill Shimon. Don't sit idly by while Shimon is going to go ahead and be murdered, but rather, again, go ahead and take action and prevent Reuben from killing Shimon. One second, that's not what that pasuk is for. That pasuk is here for something else. I need that pasuk for something else. What do I need? How do I see my friend? I see him it's drowning in the water. Or an animal is drowning in the mud. Or listing by a lover is being attacked by robbers. I don't have the right to stand idly by. I have to jump in and try to help. Now, happens to be, this is a fascinating discussion in general about what level of danger I am obligated to put myself in order to save someone else. Let's say I see Reuben drowning, but I'm not a strong swimmer. Or I see Reuben being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapon or anything. So there's much to talk about with it, but the idea that the Gemara is trying to espouse over here is, if you see someone in mortal danger, you can't just simply say, not my problem. You have to jump in. The Gemara says, so again, so we just use that possible to teach us that if I see Shimon being pursued by Reuben, that I'm allowed to go ahead and kill Reuben to prevent him from killing Shimon. The Gemara says, that's not what the pasuk teaches me. The pasuk teaches, I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand idly by, I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help him. Right? So which one is the pasuk used for? To which the Gemara says, you're right. The pasuk of Lo Samla Damrei Achal really means that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand idly by. I have to go ahead and I have to step in and I have to try to save him. He's drowning, I have to try to get him. He's being attacked by an animal, by robbers, I have to try to do it. So where do I know that if Reuben is pursuing Shimon, that I'm allowed to kill Reuben in order to go ahead and save Shimon? Where do I know that from? We learn that from Kab Chomer from Na'ara Hamuras. What's the Kab Chomer? So again, when a man is attacking an Na'ara Hamurasa, so the assumption over here is that it's not a threat to life. What he's doing over here is he's trying to violate her. Now, it happens to be, I just want to point out that in Halacha L'Meisa, we view that when a man tries to violate the woman, we see it as Sakanas Nefashis. But the Gemara is going to tell you in the abstract over here, that when a man is trying to violate the woman, his intention is not to chas v'shalom kill her. His intention is to take advantage of her. So the Gemara says like this, but yet with all of that, even though again his intention, quote unquote, is to violate her, not to kill her, but yet the Torah says you're allowed to kill the guy to prevent him from violating the Na'ara Hamurasa. So the Gemara says, so again, if a man is trying to violate the Na'ara Hamurasa, we're allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating her. So all the more so, the Gemara says, and all the more so when I see Reuben running after Shimon to kill him, kill him, right? So Ruvain is running after the Nara Murasa to violate him. And yet the Torah says, even in that case, you're allowed to kill Ruvain to prevent him from violating the Nara Murasa. All the more so if I see Ruvain after Shimon to kill Shimon, of course I'm allowed to go out and kill Ruvain to prevent him from doing so. The rest of once again, if you own Shimon Adin, you can't put someone to death on the basis of a Kalachom, right? That's not how halacha works. So the day to the Gemara says, the day Rabbi Tana. So in Yeshiva of Rabbi, they said the following. You're right. It's not a kavachomer. It's a hekish. And what hekish happens to be a juxtaposition within a pasuk. So that's an exegetical principle. So the Gemara says, Tana hekeshu kikasha yakum ish areu ras honefesh. So remember, this is the pasuk of Na'ala Hamurasa. And this is talking about, again, halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa, the Na'ara is violent. So the halacha and we go ahead. So the pasuk says sasa davar. It's obviously the narrative didn't do it. Right? So she's the victim. She's the victim. Therefore, kikash shar yakum ish areo or itzachol nefesh. Nara murasa is like a case where someone attempts to kill someone else. So what does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says so what is it we're learning out from Rotseach to Nara murasa? Which the Gemara says you're right. See, it sounded like we're trying to learn out something from Nara Murasa. I should say, learn something from Rotseach to Nara Murasa. It turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from Nara Murasa and applying it to Rotseach. What are we applying? Listen to this. The Makish Rotseach Nara Murasa. The pasuk itself is giving a hekish, a juxtaposition or comparison between Nara Murasa and Rotseach. How so? Nara Murasa nitinatzilu b'nafsho. So just like in Nara Murasa, you're allowed to go ahead and kill the attempted violator, the attempted rapist. You're allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating the Nara Murasa. So to Afrotseach, Nita Latzilo Benafsho. Ultimately, so to Rotseach, you have to kill him, you're allowed to kill the attempted murder. So what's this? Interestingly enough, it turns out the Torah says explicitly, right, as we're going to see, that halacha l'maisa, if a man's trying to violate the Nara Murasa, you could kill him. And then the Torah juxtaposes Nara Murasa with Rotseach to teach us that just as you could kill the attempted violator by the Nara Murasa, so too you could kill someone who's trying to kill another individual. Incredible. So much the Nara Murasa Noah, who from Noah, how by Nara Murasa herself, if you're allowed to kill the man who's attempting to violate her, the term Berabbi Shmo, the Ein Moshia Law. The plus when it speaks about the Nara, talks about that she violated in the field, right? She cried out, and there's no one there to save her. So the Gemara says, "Hayesh Moshia Allah, v'chol davar shiach Allah Moshia." What do you see here? That if there is someone there to save, if there is someone there to help her, he has the obligation to help her whatever means are at his disposal, which includes killing the man who's trying to violate her. Incredible. So Gufo, Minayin Royals Kadeo Shuto, they have been out Chai Gora, so it's the minor Shuchai. So it says the Gemara, how do you know? How do I know that if I see my friend drowning in the river, or Chas v'sholom again a wild animal dragging him away, or robbing to take him, right, or to him, how do I know Shuchai Matzila? I'm obligated to step in. I'm obligated to step in and try to help. Pasuk says, do not stand on your friend's blood. So also, it's just a tremendous idea about what it means to be part of the problem. So, what is part of the problem? So is if you see someone in trouble, you have an obligation to act. If you see someone in distress, it's not just enough to go ahead. By the way, if you notice again, it doesn't say the emergency, take out your tefillin and daven. Of course, take out your tefillin and daven. But in addition to that, roll up your sleeves and do something. Someone is in trouble. It's not enough to scratch. It's not enough to feel sad. And it's not even enough just to daven. If there is something that I could do physically to ameliorate and somehow address the pain, difficulty, suffering of another, that is my sacred biblical obligation. Incredible. That's the achrayus that we have for one another. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Bahali, how can nafka? We learned that from here. We have a different source. Behasam nafka. Whatever different pasuk. What does the pasuk say? Avedas upa minani. So I say, how do I know? Now, how do I know that? Now remember, there's a concept of Hashavas Haveda. So Shavas Haveda means, right, you really lose this as well. I find this law, I have an obligation to return it. How do I know that if a person is in danger of losing his self, literally he's in mortal danger, drowning, the wild animal, the robbers, how do I know that I'm obligated to step in and try to help? So the verse says, Kamalomar, Vahashivot Lo. So the way the word Darshan is Vahashivot Lo means you have to again return Lo. You have to return him to him. And if he is in danger of being lost, you have to do what you can in order to return him to him. So the Gemara says, Allah Rashi Bosalo, Imi Hasam, what's that? So if you don't have there, how about me? I need to have Shay. About Migar Oguri Imalo. So like this, you're right. If it was just from Rashi Solo, I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. But I'm not obligated to round up other people, or to hire people, or to spend resources to try to help me. Kamash Malon, the Pasuk comes along and says, so Rashi Bosalo almost teaches me the obligation that if I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can in order to return their self to them, which is also profound on an emotional level as well. I see someone in a state of emotional stress, an obligation to do what I can to help return their self to them. And then again, Lo Salat Namarecha teaches me that even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people, I have to spend money, I have to round up cover, I have to do whatever I can in order to help the person in trouble. So again, whether I see Ruvain running after Shimon to kill Shimon, or I see Ruvain after running after Shimon to sodomize him, or I see Ruvain running after Nara Murasa to violate her, or I see Ruvain going to go ahead and, let's say, violate someone for whom there is a fee of Musas based on a death penalty, or I see Ruvain running after someone to violate them who's a fee of Krisos. What's that look like? All these cases, I can kill Ruvain to prevent them from violating. So the Gemara says, if a Kohen is going to have relations with a Grusha or a Chalitza, right? I'm sorry, I just figured something. If a Gadol is going to go ahead and have relations with an Almana, or a regular Kohen is going to have relations with a Grusha or a Chalitza, so remember again, these are prohibited, but it's prohibited by a lot. I can't kill the Kohen and prevent him from going ahead and having relations with this woman. So this is actually interesting halacha. If, let's say, again, Ruvain already committed the idea, let's say he already did it, and now he wants to repeat it, so the halacha is we can't kill him. We can't kill him for that. That's exactly why that is. We'll have to see what that means. So this is interesting. If halacha myself, let's say by Nara Murasa, she's about to be violated, and there's a way to save her without killing Ruvain, then of course we have to take advantage of that opportunity. In other words, killing the perpetrator is only the last resort to prevent the commission of the crime. But if there is another way, there is another method to stop Ruvain from violating the Nara Murasa or any of these other cases, or at least from Nara Murasa, and Allah are obligated to avail ourselves of that other mechanism. And Rabbi says, Af ha'omeres nichulo shelo yehargenu. Rabbi is like this. What happens if Ruvain is about to violate Nara Murasa? Nara Murasa says, leave him alone. I'm afraid that if he doesn't violate, he's going to kill me. What happened in a case like that? Allah and I say, so what do you do? So the Buddha says, if she says, Nara Murasa says, leave him alone. Let him do what he's going to do because I don't want to run the risk of being killed. And ultimately, the Buddha says, we listen to her. We listen to her. And the Gemara says, no, I need to read all that from. So it's interesting enough that the Gemara says, how do we know all of these aforementioned halachas? So the Gemara actually is discussing in a very interesting way. So the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting over here is by Nara Murasa. And the Gemara is applying it to a number of different scenarios. So the pasuk says, don't do anything to the Nara, because the Nara has no culpability. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, Nara is written in the pasuk Chaser. So we bring out the head. So it can be read as Nar. So what does that teach me? Nar, Zezachar. That refers to the case that Ruvain is running after Shimon to sodomize him. So we could kill Ruvain in order to prevent him from doing that to Shimon. Nara refers to Nara Murasa. You see Ruvain about to violate Nara Murasa. We're allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating her. Chait, what does Chait refer to? I see Ruvain about to have relations with a person for whom there is a fee of kares. We kill him to prevent him from doing that. Right? Maves. Right? This refers again to a relationship that I have a fee of Misa's cases. I kill Ruvain to prevent him from doing that. So why do I need all of these cases? Which words I'll tell you why. Because of Rahman Na'ar Mishum Delav Arch. I would have said, why can't I go ahead and kill Ruvain before he sodomizes Shimon? Because that's abnormal. That's not normal. So because that's an abnormal event, therefore again I can kill Ruvain for preventing him from that. About Nara, the Orche, came alone, and Nara, as much as it's an act of violation, but the act itself, in other words, the idea itself is a quote-unquote normative act. So perhaps, again, Reuben can't be killed proactively for attempting to do that. So therefore, again, the pasuk needs to teach me now that no, even if he attempts to violate Nara Murasa, he can be killed in order to stop him. Because of Rahman and Nara and the plug-in law. Furthermore, again, if we would have just said Nara, I would have said the reason you're allowed to go ahead and kill a man before you kill Reuben, before he violates Nara Murasa, is because if he violates her, Hadam means he blemishes her, which is not only a physical damage, but is also a reference potentially to status damage. Now she's got a basula, so ultimately, again, that has other potential marriage ramifications for her as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says over here, it could also potentially cause some damage to marriage. That her husband may interact differently with her as a result of all of this as well. So the Gemara says, but maybe in the case of Saudi, where again, quote unquote, there's no pigima, there's no damage. In other words, damage. There's no status damage, and there's no necessarily relationship damage to anyone else. Perhaps you couldn't kill Reuben in order to stop him from sodomizing Shimon. Therefore, the pasuk has to say no. You even could kill Reuben if he's attempting to sodomize Shimon. Because of Rahman Hani, and the Torah would have just Nara and Zachar. So far we have again, if Reuben's attempting to violate Nara Murasa, kill him to prevent him from doing so. He's trying to sodomize Shimon to prevent him from doing so. So the Torah would have just said these two. Because of Rahman Hani, it will say Amadeus, Mishum Dahai Lat Archehu, Dahai Kapagim. So Nara because that's Admiral, and Nara because, again, it impacts her status. That's why you could proactively kill Reuben before he perpetrates. About Sharayos, Zorchayu, Lonafish Pigamam, Imolo. Maybe other arayos, but ultimately it's quote unquote normal. It's a normative action. And the ramifications, the Pigima, it doesn't blemish, quote unquote, status wise or relationship wise as much. Perhaps I would not be able to kill Reuben to prevent him from doing so. To which the Gemara says, Therefore, Torah says, no, if Reuben is about to engage in a relationship that is an arayas, we're allowed to kill him to prevent him from doing so. Because of Rahman Hate, if Torah would have just said hate, I would have said, well, then, maybe if I see Reuben about to engage in a forbidden relationship that's quote unquote only forbidden by love, perhaps I should be able to kill Reuben for that as well. Because of Rahmana Modas. Torah says, no, the only time you can actually kill Reuben is if he's about to engage in a relationship which is punishable by death. Because of Rahmana Modas, Haramina Chayim is based in Chayim Krisos Lo. If it would have just said Modas, I would say, oh, what does Modas mean? Modas means Chayim Krisos based in. Only relationships are punishable by Krisos based in. Right? Chayim Krisos, not. So Rahmana hate. Therefore, the Torah says hate, which comes to include Chayim Krisos as well. So the Gemara says, the lift of Rahmana hate Modas v'lo by nar v'nara. So if that's the case, just let the pasuk say it. Let the pasuk say hate and Modas. And if it is hate and malice, what does that mean? That means any relationship or any act which is punishable either by nisas bezdin, death penalty by reason, or kares, you're allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate the crime. Now, if you would say that, that would automatically include nara murasa and zachar. It would include both of those. So just leave out nar, or leave out nara, and just say hate and mothers. And I would know that if Reuben is trying to do something, that carries with the teacher, that's penalty by Daisy. Or if he has kares, you're allowed to actively kill Reuben to prevent him from perpetrating the crime against another human being. The Gemara says, you're right, yeah, you're right, you could do that. That would make sense. So why does it say it? So what's this? Here's the difference. Remember, there's a danger. What's the danger? The danger is like this. If it would have omitted nar and nara, and would have just said hate and mothers, without coming like this. If Reuben is attempting to do anything that carries it as a death penalty, either by bathing or by kares, he's killing to prevent him from doing it. Based on that, I would have said that if Reuben is about to machalo Shabbos, I can kill him to prevent him from being machalo Shabbos. Or if Reuben is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So, but the Torah says nar and nar, which tells you what? The only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone to prevent them from committing an avera is when that avera impacts another human being, right? But if the avera doesn't impact another human being, for example, Reuben is about to mechal Shabbos, very bad, but it doesn't. or he's about to commit an act of bestiality, doesn't impact another human being, or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact another human being. In those cases, halacha l'maisa, you cannot kill Ruvain to prevent him from committing the act. Incredible. So here's the problem. What about the country Rashbi? The Omar only Kohavim Nitamatzilu Benafsho Lamali. Again, we'll talk about this more tomorrow's daf. Shabbos is daf. Rashbi Rashulai actually holds that Allah Lamaisa. If you see if Ruben's about to be Michal Shabbos, you can go ahead. Sorry, I should say Avodas Kohavim. And Rabbi Shomachai says, if I see that Ruben is about to worship idolatry, I could kill him to prevent it from worshiping idolatry. Wow. So according to the Shomai Achai, then why do I need Nar and Nara? The Gemara says, it's interesting enough, and we'll talk about why this is. The Shomai Achai tomorrow, the Shomai Achai holds it's only by Avodah Zarah. So by Avodah Zarah is unique. That if I see Ruben about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can go and kill him to prevent him from worshiping. But that's only by Avodah Zarah. According to Shomai Achai, Nar and Nara come to exclude bestiality. If I see him about to engage in an act of bestiality, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that. Or if I see him about to Mechal Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that either. Okay. To which the Gemara says, Shabbos. Because I would have thought, Tisi Shabbos, Nechilu Me'avodas Kohavim. I would have thought like this. Both desecration of Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, both use lashon of chilul, to profane. So I might have thought the point of Shomai Achai, the same way that I could kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, I could also kill him to prevent him from being Mechal Shabbos. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon is only for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos. Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, or Mechal Shabbos, Nitan Tzil Shabbos. Oh, there's another shita. There's more. So let's say, so you begin to see that three schools of thought. The primary school of thought says like this: the only time you're allowed to kill Reuben is when he is about to commit something that is punishable either by death by basin or kares, and it impacts another person. If there is no other human victim, you can't prevent Reuben from committing that error by killing him. That's the first school of thought. Second school of thought, Rabbi Shomai Achai, I agree with that, but the exceptions about the Zarah. Can kill Reuben to prevent the worship of the Zarah. And then there's Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only can you kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, but you can also kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechal Shabbos. Mechal Shabbos. So he holds the Amar Mechal Shabbos not so benafsho. That's your Shabbos Mechilu Chilul Me'avodas Kohavim. Because Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon makes the Gzeir Shabbos of Chilul. It says Chilul by Avodah Zarah, by Shabbos, just like you can kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so too you can kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechal Shabbos. So Michael, and according to this approach, according to Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, then why you need Nar and Na'ar at all? Because essentially, according to Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, anytime Reuben is about to do something that carries with it a misas basin, right, death by basin or kares, even if it doesn't have a human victim, you're still allowed to kill him to prevent him from doing it. So why do I need Nar and Na'ar? Which one says no? Where it says, no, because one of those will be called Nara or Nara. One of them will come to exclude bestiality. And everyone will agree that if I see Reuben about to commit an act of bestiality, then in that case, we don't kill him to prevent it. So the Ida, I need to consider that one and Nar comes more textual symmetry. And since the Torah wrote Nar, the Torah also wrote Nar. So as I say, interestingly enough, what you see over here, and again, we'll have to see the halacha myself, but essentially three different opinions. Opinion number one is I'm allowed to kill Reuben to prevent it from doing an Avera when the Avera is A, is either punishable by Nisas Basin, Kares, but the important qualifier is it has to have a human victim. It has to have a human victim. If there's no human victim, I can't kill Reuben from perpetrating. We're shown by Achai, agreeing, but adds an Avodah Zarah. I can kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. And according to Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, he adds in also Shabbos. I can kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechal Shabbos. But everyone will agree that, for example, an act of bestiality, as terrible as that is, if Reuben's about to do it, I can't kill Reuben to prevent him from doing it. Okay, terrible. Let's have a little time. But Yehuda Omer, Af Omer, Sini Chulosh Lo Yarden. So Yehuda added in this case. What happens if Reuben is about to violate the Nara Mukasa? We're ready to kill Reuben. And then the Nara says, no, don't kill him. Just let him do what he's going to do. I don't want to risk getting killed. You're scared that Reuben will kill me. Just let him do what he's going to do. So again, the Yehuda said, we listen to her in that case. So the Gemara says, the Micah they're both saying, obviously, if the Yehuda said we listen to her, that means the Rabbanan say we don't listen to her. So what's the point of the contention? The Micah the Amar the Machpedes Apigima Umanifasa Shalo Yehagim. So I will say, so listen to this. So the focus will be on the following. What happens if we know about this girl that she is Machpedes on the Gemara? She says, the Machpedes on Padma, so let's say again that obviously this girl doesn't want to be violated, right? Which makes perfect sense, and she is concerned about the ramifications of this act of violation. Right? So what if we know that she is makbet on the pikima, but we also know that she's telling us leave him alone. So what do you do in this case? So again, the Rabban said like this: the Torah is mak on the cover of this girl, and therefore again, the Torah says kill Reuven. And if we know that she's makbid on both, so the mice again, listen to what she says. We're going to kill the guy to prevent him from going ahead and violating her. Rabbi Yehuda, hide Kamarat's one of Kadle, Bishum the Master National Tala. Well, Master National Tala. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda will say like this: why does the Torah tell us? Why does the Torah tell us to kill the perpetrator? Because we're afraid that if you don't kill the perpetrator, she's going to consume her life rather than violate it. So we're concerned about the fact that she's going to give up her life rather than be violated, because the Torah says kill the perpetrator. But in this case, which is kind of telling us, just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Let Reuben do what he's going to do. I don't want to get killed. Rabbi Yehuda says we listen to her and we don't kill the perpetrator. All of us are naturally tell them. Amana, since you look at Rashi says over here, the master naturally tell us she most has a level, she again, below Tibalov, Amatori, it's still Dama, so ultimately again, but Yehuda says in general, that's what we're concerned about. She's going to give up her life rather than be violated. If she's telling us no, just let him do what he wants to do, I don't want to run the risk of being killed, we listen to her. What if a Kohen Gadol is getting ready to violate the Rabbanon, to have relations with the Rabbanon? There's also a biggie. There's a genealogical blemish in that. Because now, if she has relations with the Kohen Gadol, she can't marry the Kohen before. So would we kill the Kohen for something like that? So the Torah seeks out the Gima, like a blemish, talking about something dramatic, like now Ramurasa. The fact that now, again, this Amana won't be able to marry a Kohen, right? Okay, obviously it's ramification, but Lamaisa, again, it's not the type of ramification that the Torah itself is actively concerned with. So they will say, so what's interesting, I just want to point out, is that Halach Lamaisa, we pass the like the Rabbanon, it's not like that ego. And even in a case where the woman would say, you know what, leave it alone, Halach, we would not leave it alone. In other words, we would take the life of the perpetrator. So it's also important to understand, let's say, sometimes we see sugyas like this. It sounds a little bit strange. You're talking about a woman who's about to be violated. So, what exactly are like the clarity here? So remember, a lot of times what happens in Gemara is that it's supposed to also, there's an intention like halacha yudisha. Just try halacha. So try halacha is just the examination or the extrapolation of concept, devoid of emotion. And that's what you see over here. But I just want to point out, like halacha l'maisa, we assume that every single kind of man is ready to violate the that is sacrifice. Almost in the same way that halacha l'maisa, we assume that someone who is so yesterday is coming to go and rob someone else. But we assume that halacha l'maisa, that person is ready to kill the house. It's the same result over here. A man is willing to use brute force against a woman to have a relationship. Nice again. We assume that act of violence carries a bit of readiness to take life as well. And we'll deal with him as a Rothschild. We'll deal with him ultimately again as someone who's ready to commit murder. And such, we are allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating a woman. Rabbi Hudish is doing this interesting case where she says, don't do anything. She says, don't do anything. So what should we do in a situation like that where she says don't do anything? So the Buddha says we listen to her. Rabbanan is saying we don't listen to her. We don't listen to her because it could very well be that the Torah cares more about her covenant and she cares about her covenant. And therefore, local myself, we will do what we need to do in order to stop this man from violating the Sunnah, even if it means taking his life. All right, we'll say we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here. Shkoyach, everyone. Again, sorry that I couldn't be with you in person. Tremendous. Have a wonderful day. Another chance. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. So today's daf is Ayin Dalet 74. Actually, a beautiful daf ahead of us today. We are to das Ayin Gimel on the base 73b. So Chad Chay Elu Chay decreases. Remember again, Mars continuing on the drasha that we had from the positive yesterday. Chay Elu Chay decreases. Or Minu Mar asking Hashem. So let's remember again, the model that the Gemara was discussing yesterday was the idea that whenever the individual has a hate malas, whenever ultimately there's a death penalty hanging over his head, by definition there is no financial liability. Another application of Kilmei another application of Kilmei with the Rabbi. So first of all, our shir is going to be dedicated by saying this in honor of the mother, in honor of the Yom Yom and all of Israel, by Adam Yehud Ben Zed, who are dedicated in month of Tishrei, and then Mr. Isaac Samuel dedicated in month of Tishrei, and Talmud Torah at the end of memory of his beloved wife Esther Nasarav Yachmiel and Cohen. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, so again, so the Gemara says, these are the if you violate them, there's a penalty. So we'll say ultimately again, one of the examples is someone who has relations with his sister. Remember again, having relations with one sister is punishable by Misa. Yet the Gemara is still saying that the offender, right, the offender is still chayiv in mamon. So you see here that even when you're chayiv in Misa, you'll still be chayiv in mamon. So which was Rabbana Kamitra Hista, Nishas Hara Padma, if Charlie Mikala, Mimamona Lomishi, if Charlie Miktala, Lomishalim at Gimarti, which the Gemara essentially says that the liability occurs at two different times. When does ultimately again when is he poking her? He's poking her at the beginning of the video. At that point in time, where there is no financial liability, as opposed to Gimar Bia, at the end of the Bia, where there is a financial liability. What the Gemara is saying over here is that the Isurim come at two different times, right? The din of Mammon comes at the end of the Bia, versus again the Pigam, right? Or the Isur, the incest becomes already at the beginning of the Bia. So that makes sense when the says that hara is the touching of the male and female reproductive organs. But according to the it says that hara is literally what? Penetration. So then what is there to say? I will say that would appear then that the Isser and the Mama point come at the same time. To which the Gemara says, and then we'll say what's the case? The case is where the first Bia was Shaloki Dafo. And that's where the Bia is his son. Then the second time, ultimately, again, the Bia is Mama. Rava Amar, if Rava says what's the case? The case is where the sister is being attacked by the brother, and she tells others who stand ready to help her not to step in. Leave him alone because I don't want him to kill me. Yehudi, and it's supposed to be very Yehuda, goes to Jacob Ayin Dalet. Papa says, Papa says, we're talking about over here. Remember, this is Rabbi Yehuda from yesterday's daf. The Yehuda from yesterday's daf holds that if a woman says, leave the attacker alone, and just let her attack me, that we listen to her because we understand that she is fearful of being killed. Now, Papa says, Papa Ayin Dalet, pick a foot of a Deviakol. That Papa is literally talking about over here. We're talking about a case of Mafuta. We'll say a case of Mafuta is where the woman was seduced. In the case of Mafuta, ultimately, again, she is complicit in this act. And therefore, again, if she is complicit in this act, we have no right to kill the individual to quote unquote save her. If we have no license to kill her, then by definition, he will be chayiv in Mammon. So Rabbi says, what's the case over here? Because the case over here is where we can save the woman by injuring the attacker in one of his limbs. In other words, we don't have to kill him in order to save him. So the Gemara is suggesting something very interesting. But first of all, two things. Number one, whenever you have the ability to save someone by injuring the attacker, that that is halachically preferable. I don't care what people think. Right? Whenever you can save the potential victim from harm by wounding the attacker, that becomes the obligation. And number two, I will say, remember, if it's a case where the victim could be saved by only wounding the attacker, then this is no longer a case of Dine Nefashis. If it's no longer a case of Dine Nefashis, then the attacker will be chayshim. So the Gemara says here, Rabbi Yonasan ben Shaul, Tanya, Rabbi Yonasan ben Shaul, Rodi, Sherodi Akakavero, Hargo, Biacholosio, Lotzilo, Bechme Barak. Supposed to say, if Reuben is running after Shimon to kill him, and I see that I can injure Reuben, right? I can injure Reuben in a way that will allow him to escape. It doesn't require me to take Reuben, then that is my obligation. And what happens in the event below Hitzil? I will say, what happens if at the end of the day I choose to Reuben? Instead what? I kill him, and Neharagalim. I will say, I'm chayiv. In other words, the idea, now obviously this is a very specific case where everything lines up in a way where it's clear that if I injure him, that halacha l'maisa, again, it will neutralize the threat. If I know I can't injure him, and I be able to control, I guess, the makkah that I'm going to give to Reuben, and I can injure him, but instead I don't, I am liable to a death penalty. Rabbi was here speaking about two men who are fighting. One of them bumps into or tramples upon a pregnant woman, and as a result, she miscarries. So the Torah speaks about the guy that there's liability. So Gemara darshan is that pasuk. So Gemara says, the mitzvahs shebemisak kasod medaber. Torah is speaking about a situation. Ultimately, again, I will say, where someone could have been killed in order to stop them from harming the other. So the Pasuk explicitly says that if there's a tragedy, you will pay one life for the other. So what the Gemara understands over here is that this situation, as much as it's two people fighting with each other, at the end of the day, there is the capacity, ultimately, again, to kill someone. There's the capacity for someone to be killed. And therefore, what does the Pasuk say? The Pasuk says, nevertheless, I know she anish. Supposed to listen to how the Gemara's darshan means. The Gemara says, which means don't kill him if you don't need to kill him. Instead, just injure him, neutralize the threat. Below yason, right? No need to kill his life if it's not necessary. So no need to pursue life if it's not necessary. Rather, I know shanish. We'll say the Gemara's darshan is over here. I know shanish means could have neutralized the threat, simply injuring the person. But instead, what? You choose to kill him. You, now the killer of the pursuer, will be chayiv. So if you tell me the halacha is that when you could save the victim by injuring the pursuer, and you don't do so, the halacha l'maisa again, you are chayiv for that. So the Gemara says, the mishkachos lo the ya'anish. And Rabbi say, now I understand what the pasuk is talking about, where it says that I can be punished. To go, what's the case where I? First, remember, who am I? I'm the person who's stepping in, trying to save the victim. When is there a case where I, the good Samaritan, who's stepping in to try to save the victim, when would there be a situation where I would be hired? Keep going. We'll say, what would be the case? We'll say, first right line. Where would be a case where I could save the victim by injuring the pursuer in one of his limbs, and I don't do so. If instead I kill him, the Torah is telling me that's what? There's liability for that. So, but if you tell me that even if at the end of the day I could have saved the victim by injuring the pursuer in one of his limbs, but instead I killed the pursuer, you're going to tell me that even in that case I'm going to be punished. And I was like, what's the case of the pasuk when it says that sometimes I could be punished for taking the life of the pursuer? To which the Gemara says, Dilma, shiny hasan, shiny hafa, we'll say maybe this case is different because remember again in this unique pasuk, there are actually two individuals ultimately again who are hurt. So remember again, so it could be that Reuben is killing one person, but in the course of this tussle, he's bumping into the pregnant woman and causing her to miscarry. So it could be that there's a din misa towards one person. In other words, that Reuben was ready to kill Shimon. The pregnant woman was the unintended victim of this situation. So therefore, again, it could be that Reuben is going to be chayiv misa of the Shimon, but ultimately, again, he would be chayiv mamon for the woman. So when we're going back to this, we're really trying to figure out where someone else is attacking someone in a way that makes him chayiv misa, would it also be chayiv mamon? You might try to bring this as a raya, but then you might maybe not. Maybe over here the difference is that the liability goes in two different directions to two different people, to which the Gemara says, Lo shna. You can't make a decision because we don't look ultimately again at where the liability goes. Rather, what do we look at? Who a person is liable to. The Amar Rabbi said, Rodiv Shayrodив Akakadero. So listen to this. Reuben was running after Shimon. Now, presumably to kill him. Now what happens? The Sheber Esakim. And while the Rodiv is running after the Nirdaf, so while the pursuer is running after the victim, the pursuer ends up breaking utensils. So we'll say, so what's the Shaila? Is the Rodiv chayiv for the breakage of those utensils? To which the Gemara says, "Vein shall nirdaf, vein shall kol adam pater." No, also that's very interesting. As the Rodiv is running after the nirdaf, Reuben is running after Shimon to kill him, and Reuben destroys those utensils. Whoever those utensils belong to, right? Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be pater. Why? By taima, mischayiv v'nafsho. They will say, why is that? That is because Reuben is chayiv misa. Let's say, why is Reuben chayiv misa? Because Reuben is actually running after Shimon to kill him. Reuben is a Rodiv. So because Reuben is chayiv misa, because he's chayiv misa, then what? He's going to be putter on the kalim that he takes. He's going to be putter. There's no din when there's a din misa. However, on the other hand, the misa of sheshibra has let's say the person being pursued, we'll call him Shimon, is running away from Reuben, and he breaks utensils. So Shalro, they putter. If he breaks the utensils, the road, if he's going to be pater, shall call Adam chayiv. If he breaks utensils of other people, then ultimately he will be chayiv. So the Gemara says, shall road pater. Why is it ultimately again that he's chayiv for breaking the utensils of the road? Excuse me, pater for breaking the utensils of the road. Shaloyi mamono chaviv alav midifo. As I said, ultimately again, the Rodiv's money shouldn't be any more important thing than his body. In other words, by running after Shimon, ultimately again, he's putting himself in harm's way because not anyone has the right to kill him. His mammon cannot be more chammer than his goods. So therefore, again, the same way that everyone has the license to go and take his life in order to save Shimon, so too again, when the Nirdaf tramples his kalim, he's going to be part for that as well. However, again, shall call Adam chayiv. Also, if you imagine this case, so this is Reuben running after Shimon. Shimon is running away from Reuben. Shimon, while running away, breaks Reuben's utensils. What the Gemara is saying over here is that Shimon is going to be chayiv for that. He's going to be chayiv. Why? Shematzu atzma v'mamon chaveiro. Because we'll say ultimately again, it's actually a very important episode. You can't save yourself through your friend's money. You can't save yourself through your money, but what? You have to pay. So if Shimon is running away from Reuben and he accidentally breaks or intentionally, he starts throwing ladies' kalim right at Reuben to stop Reuben from running after him. So ultimately, again, he's saving himself from someone else's money. He has to pay that. I'm supposed to listen to this. So it's like, the Rodif, Shaya Rodif Akar Kadero Lotzilo. So listen to this. So I see Reuben running after Shimon to kill him. I start running after Reuben to kill Reuben to stop him from killing Shimon. The Shibra Sakilim, and in the course of me running after Reuben, who is the Rodif, I end up smashing utensils. Then shall Rodif, then shall Nirdak, then shall Taladam. Whoever's utensils, I go ahead and I break. I'm going to be puzzled. Why is that? I will say. The truth is, that's not really the technical letter of the law. Shiv'ata Omer King, Nimsa Imlacha Adam Shachshu as Chaveru Miyad Harudim. So I said, it's a very interesting statement. The Gemara says it has to be that way. Why? Because I will say, if I know that by acting as a good Samaritan, there's going to be financial paper, let's see. Because suddenly again, I see Ruben running after Shimon. I see Ruben running after Shimon, and therefore again, I want to step in. I want to go Ruben and prevent him from having Shimon. And I have to figure out, you know what? I have to run through this one's yard and that one's yard, and it was just here and it was just there. It's going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save Shimon. What do I say to myself? I don't make Shimon that much. He's a nice guy, but I don't have the money for that. There wasn't just like one of these tikkun olam ideas. You know where you see a similar concept? You see it at least in halacha. I think contemporary malpractice law might be a little bit different. But halacha shields doctors. So halacha says if a doctor comes to a scene, and a doctor goes in and helps someone, the doctor cannot be found liable for any type of damages. It is gross negligence. And I say it's not just negligence, it's gross negligence. Then halacha l'maisa again, so there could be some liability. When you have some gross negligence, even if there are mistakes, the doctor is covered by halacha. They will say the same logic. The reason for that is because otherwise people won't want help. Halacha understands that the only way people will help is if there is protection from legal recourse. But if every single time I step in to help something, someone could sue me or there's damages, then the halacha understands people aren't going to want help. Remember goes back to
Yes,
most remember again, you learned that if somebody is running after an animal, you go ahead and commit an act of bestiality, you don't kill the individual. So somebody says it's not true. We see someone about to worship idolatry, you kill them to save them from violating that avera. So what the Kavachomer? Umat had your if I can kill someone for preventing him from violating a Nara Hameurasa, which is what we call a Pagam Hedyo. We say Pagam Hedyo means he's hurting an ordinary individual. And if he's going to hurt HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right, by worshiping Avodah Zarah, Allah has come that I have the right to step in and to kill him. I, the Onshin Minadi, do we have the ability to go ahead and kill someone based on a Kavachomer, right? Hasabra Onshin Minadi, yes, it will say this, you know, if you can't punish, you can't administer a punishment based on a Kavachomer. Tanya Rabbi Elazar Rav Shimon Omer. Elazar Rav Shimon says, I'm a Chalas Shabbos Yivatzil B'nafsho. This is actually pretty wild. Elazar Rav Shimon says, if I see someone about to Machal Shabbos, I can kill them to prevent them from doing so. We'll say, remember again, by killing them to prevent them. So at the end of the day, it's chus for them. Right? I'm preventing them from violating Mola Deus. Sorry? So we're going to talk about that. So Savar La Ka'avua. So say he holds like his father. The Amar Onshin Min Hadin, who says it will say that you could derive punishment, even capital punishments, from a Kavachomer. The Asvir Shabbos, Chilul Me'avolos Kochavim. That was to make a Zerushav of Chilul between Shabbos and Avolos Kochavim, just like we just said, that you could kill someone to prevent them from worshiping idolatry. You could also kill someone from preventing them from being Machal Shabbos. I'm going to be open to Rabbi Shimon Yotzada. Nimnu v'gamru ba'aliyah space in this is. So we'll say they came to a conclusion about this in Lud. Kalaber, so we'll say this is a very important figure. Kalavero Shabbatorah. Im omrim la'adam avor ba'altim harei, ya'avor ba'aliyah harei. We'll say they threaten a person, they say to a person, with any avera in the Torah, either commit this avera or we'll kill you. What's the halacha? We'll say you commit the avera. You commit the avera. Chutz. There are three exceptions, the three cardinal areas. If somebody tells me has to worship idolatry or engage in immorality or engage in an act of bloodshed, then what's the halacha? The halacha is I have to sooner give my life than to violate it. So the Gemara says, is that true that you have to give your life rather than worship idolatry? But how do we know? How do we know that if they try the person that told him either worship idolatry or we'll kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? Because it says, the pasuk says that you shall live through this. The Pasuk wants us to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship idolatry to save your life. Remember, this is 1 second. You might have thought Rabbi said that this is even true in public. Let's say somebody tells me to worship idolatry and going to kill me. I would have thought that again, Chayvan tells I could even worship Talmud Lomar, therefore, also the Pasuk says, Moshe says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So we'll say at the end of the day, even if so we'll say we don't pass in this way. You pass in that Avodah Zarah is one of the three cardinal averos for which you have to give your life. Right? And that person now again, the scope of that, when that is, what's considered Avodah Zarah, so that there's a lot of halakhic literature, not our topic for today. This other thing, however, that says that no, even idolatry you can worship rather than give your life also has limitations. For example, if this act of idolatry is going to happen in public with our hesyos, then it is not just Avodah Zarah. Then it's full of shame. Desecration of God's name. When there's a desecration of God's name, you certainly have to give your life rather than worship. So the Gemara says, "Imud Amar Kabbalah, Pilosha Kabbalah, the Sanya, Veloz Amar, V'Haftas Hashem Kecha B'Chol V'Avachol V'Chol Nafshcha B'Chol Mo'Decha." It's a beautiful Gemara. You have to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu with all of your heart, all of your soul, and B'Chol Mo'Decha. It was like, for our purposes right now, Mo'Decha means with all of your needs, all of your needs, with all of your money. In them, the authority told me that I have to love God with all of my life, which presumably means what? That I have to stand ready to even give up my life for God. So if Torah already told me that, then why does it have to say with all of my money? Which the Gemara says, so some people, life is more important than their money. Who says you have to love me with all of your heart, which means that even if you have to give your life for me, you have to stand ready to do so. There are some other people whose money is more important to them than their life, and therefore again the Torah says ultimately again with all of their money. So we'll say you see from here. Point of bringing down this thing, besides the fact that it's beautiful, is that from V'Ahavtas Hashem Elokecha, we also learn that love of God means, Rashi says, that you may not switch HaKadosh Baruch Hu with any other deity. So from here we would also see that Avodah Zarah is a Yeharik Bal Yavra. So just an interesting machlokas, where everybody seems to agree on Gila Raya Shishlichus Damin, machlokas about Avodah Zarah. So remember, it's like Gila Raya Shishlichus Damin, Kid Rabbi. So we'll say, where do we learn that Gila Raya Shishlichus Damin? We learn from Rabbi Kid Sanya, Rabbi Omer, Ki Kasher Yakum Isharei Uvaratz Ol Nefesh. Go say the pasuk says, just like a man who rises up against another one and murder him. So the pasuk says, right, and murder him. So the Gemara says, King had davar hazeh. The Chimala Manu Biyatzeh. So we'll say, what are we learning out from this case of the murderer? We'll say it turns out that this came to teach us something, but we end up ultimately again learning something. So we're going to compare the Rothschild to the Naramura. But just like you know that in order to save the Naramura from being violated, you could kill the offender, right? You could kill the perpetrator. So therefore, again, let's say so to Rothschild, you can go ahead and you can kill him in order to prevent him from going ahead and committing the act. The most I learned out now, comparing Aramus to Rotseach also. Marotseach Yorik Gayavar. We'll say just as an act of murder is Yorik Gayavar. Somebody tells the Chas Shalom, either kill Ruvain or I'll kill you. I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. We'll say so too if a woman is going to be violated or if a man is forced to violate which are both as an act of adultery, I have to sooner give my life then commit that act. First, 1 second. You just made a statement that murder is Yeharik Bal Yavra. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that from? That I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. So Gemara says Svara. It's actually, this is amazing. It's actually a Svara. What's the Svara? So we'll say there was a man who came before Rabbi, and he said to Rabbi, we'll say the local governor said to me, Zil Katli Lafanya, below Katli Lafa, below Katli Lafa. The governor said to me, he said to me, go and kill Reuben. If you don't kill Reuben, I'm going to kill you. What did Rabbi say to this man? You have to let yourself be killed. Do not cast a shalom, kill someone. Who says that your blood is redder Maybe the other guy's blood is redder. So we'll say Rabbi says essentially it's svara. What license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? Yosef, Rabbi Yochanan, lo shanu, elash lo b'shas gzeras hamalchus. We'll say when do we say that in general? We'll say so. The Gemara made a statement before. The statement was that in general, if somebody tells you violate a particular avera or I'm going to kill you, then what's the halacha? You violate. Okay, there are three exceptions, but that's the general rule. That's the general rule. So we'll say, so where do I know that from? Where do I know that in general, again, the Gemara said the chayvan, but the Gemara says, let's analyze this. Where do we know that in general, if somebody tells you to violate an avera, you do so? And it's what we call ya'avor va'al yehari. Elish, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So Rabbi, who subscribes to this idea, that in general, by all the other averos, we say ya'avor va'al yehari. How do I know that there are exceptions to that rule? Elish lo b'shas gzeras malchus. How about b'shas gzeras malchus? Afilu mitzvah kala yehari va'yavor. And we'll say, when is that true? That is true when there's not a gzeras malchus. So we'll say, when the Gentile government is actively launching a campaign to undermine Yiddishkeit, so then I will say that's called Shas Gzeras Malchus. At a time that I have to give my life, even for a minute, when it's clear that there's a coordinated attack against my religion, and these things are unfolding right on a governmental level, I have to give my life rather than violate the smallest of mitzvot. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, furthermore, again, I'll say another qualification. Rabbi Yochanan says, when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor V'al Yehareg by mitzvos kalos, so we'll say that's only true. That's only true. But sinah, that's only true where you're violating these averos in private. How about the parhesia? We'll say to violate even a quote unquote small avera, even at a time where there's not governmental persecution, is going to be asra. You do mitzvah kali yehareg bal yavo. We'll say if I'm being forced to violate in public, even if it's not a time of gzeras malchus, and even if it's just an avera kalo, mitzvah kalo, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yehareg bal yavo. So says, by the way, my mitzvah kala, if one keeps using this term of a mitzvah kala, what's a mitzvah kala? Amarav Arbari Rabbi Yitzchak Amarav Achilu L'Shanuye Arkisa Demasana. Even if the opening Kochavim are getting me to try to change my shoelace. So say, what does that mean? So let's say again, Gentiles wear one kind of shoelace, Jews wear a different kind of shoelace. So again, that's a mitzvah kala. Under normal circumstances, the Gentile comes over to me and says, change your shoelace, I'm going to kill you. I say, okay, yeah, I'll change my shoelace. And we'll say, so again, we're saying over here is the following. If it's clear, if this is part of a systematic approach to undermine Yiddishkeit, then I have to give my life to it. I can't participate in anything that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddishkeit. And number two, if the Gentile is going to make a public display of his look, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace to yield to the Gentile. It is taking place by Farsia, even though again this is the Kalo, the Gemara suggesting ultimately again that I have to give my life. Now, obviously, in the Farsia piece, and also in the systematic piece, they become elements of Kol Hashem associated. The Kalo Farsia, where by the way, how public, right? What's the definition of Farsia? What's the definition of public? So Rabbi Yaakov or Rabbi Yochanan, in Farsia, for Kusim Asar than the other. I will say, so Farsia is 10 people. Pshita Yisrael, and I will say, this goes against, by the way, every single piece of instruction we all received before any school trip. Right? You know, say, so like if you went to any right self-respect yeshiva. So what happened before you went on a school trip? What was the speech of the yeshivas? Right? Don't make a cholasha, right? Don't make a cholasha, right? People are going to see you, we're going out amongst other people. I'm trying to don't make a cholasha. So just to understand, the point was well taken, but halachically inaccurate. On a technical level, Kol Hashem is a din by Jews. Kol Hashem is not a din by non-Jews. So we see over here that if a Gentile is trying to go ahead and get me to change something in my Yiddishkeit, even if it's Kala, this Farhesia means in front of 10 other Jews. Shita Yisraelim Mariandiksiv, Binikash Kibisot Nisra, because the first is I will be sanctified within the midst of the Jewish people. Right, so sorry. Actually, we're going to see there's a Gzir Shava. This pasuk by itself doesn't help me. It's just this pasuk talks about the mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem, and by extension, the mitzvah of Chil Hashem. We're going to make the talk in just a little bit. What happens if you have 9 Jews and 1 non-Jew? Did that form a proper quorum for Chil Hashem purposes? Tashma the Tanya Rabbi and I would get here by Abba. Asya Tok Tok. What's making Gzir Shava Tok Tok? Simchaka. In it dashti so it says over here, I'll be sanctified in the midst of the Jewish people. Uksib Hasam Kibadlu Mitoch Ha'id Hazos. So it says by Korach, it says Tashma says the Moshe Rabbeinu separate this Eidah, right? So Gzir Shava Tok Tok. Malahalon Asara the Kuli Yisrael was it just like now again I just think one interesting thing. There's one more piece of something I bring that elsewhere. In the second part is Gzir Shava of Meraglim. And just like by the Meraglim, Ida represents 10. So too again, Ida represents 10. So you have a twofold, it's Tok Ida. Malahalon Asara the Kuli Yisrael. Just like over there it was 10. And they were all Jews. Therefore, most like by the Israel, it was also what 10, and they were all Jews. So again, and that is halakha. Just you should. Well, I don't want to say halakha yet because you still have work to do. But again, even if you hold that you have to give up your life for a mitzvah kala, that you're being forced to go ahead and perform or to violate with Barhesya. Barhesya means 10 Jews. So the Gemara said this is such an incredible story. Esther Barhesya. 1 second. But how was Esther Hamalka permitted to go ahead and live with Achashverosh? Was this not a public display of arayos? Remember again, everyone knew why a woman was taken to the palace, and everyone knew what was happening between Esther and Achashverosh when she was his wife. Is that not Gila Arayos? Is that not ultimately again immorality? And Esther essentially the Gemara saying over here is why give her life? Why didn't Esther give her life? To which the Gemara says, and by the way, this sugya never has such incredible halacha and nice applications throughout the years. There's an incredible process here which we're not going to get to today. No, we're not going to get to today. But you'll look at that. I'm Rabbi, I'm going to use 2 answers. Number 1, Esther Karka Olamaisa. Esther was passive in the act of relations. Now, I will say, now what does that mean? So this is an incredible use of what Rabbi is saying is the following. When do we say Yeharik Baal Yavor? When do you say Yeharik Baal Yavor? When by giving up your life, you will not have to perform the act. So if someone comes over to me and says, "So, kill Ruvain, or I'm going to kill you," I say no. So I say, so by saying no and refusing, then what? That prevents the act from materializing. And at the end of the day, the act does not go forward. If halakha reminds us, the act is going to happen anyway, then I'm not, as long as I'm not active in the act, I am not trying to give my life. So Rabbi says, is that never, that's one of the signs somebody threatens a woman with immorality. She just saying no all she wants. He can violate her. So because he can violate her, therefore what? She's not really yet us to give up us. When I buy, he says, Esther Karka Olamaisa, it means she was passive in the act. Also, by the way, the Mefurshei writer is in the Megillah. Remember again, the most dramatic part of the Megillah. When Mordechai says to Esther what? You have to go to the king. You have to go to the king. And what does Esther say? You didn't do it. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? So Parsha Pshat, she's saying, I went to the king. I'm going to go ahead and actually be killed. The Gemara says, remember again, there's machlokus about a picture of the relationship between Mordechai and Esther. So some say that Esther was Mordechai's wife. This whole time, there's the possibility of reunification because she's Karka Olam. She's essentially, again, being violated. Therefore, again, it's not a rayos. So she says, my dear husband, I'll do this to save Klal, but you understand that if I initiate contact now with him, this becomes a rayos. And once it becomes a rayos, I become usher to you through this act of adultery, which, by the way, is a different discussion. That Esther Amalka is the paradigmatic example of an Aveira Lishma, which again, don't try this at home. But again, there is a concept like this of an Aveira Lishma, specifically in situations, ultimately, again, of Hatzalah for Klal Yisrael. We see it by Esther Amalka, we saw it again by the Haftarah birthday Rosh Hashanah, by Yael and Sisra. We see this concept. So the Gemara says over here, why wasn't Esther the Yeves to give up her life for the act of Arayos? Because she was Karkoim. Rava says, Hanoas Atzma Shine. So this is Rava says it's also different. When do we say that a person has to give up their lives ultimately again for these Aderos? When there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing me to do these things to try to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion. So when there's not really a religious battle over here, there's just desires at play, then what? Then I'm not required to give up my life. So it suggests over here, Achashverosh, look at Rashi, Nos Atzmo, Shinobe Kochav Miskavi Laviro Miros, El Nos Atzmo Miskavi, Shiny, Enkan Cholashin Orikat. So it was like Achashverosh's intention with Esther Amalka was not to go ahead and get her to violate her duties. Remember again, he doesn't even know who she is. So let me say again, what's happening over here is desires are at play. When there's not, when forcing me to commit that is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then Lamaisik and Rabbi suggests one is not motivated to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, Rabbi gives examples of this. The Elo came out because if you don't hold this, Hani Kavaki, the monkey, I will say, so Rashi points out that the Persians used to have a Yom Tiv in their Bande Kinesios, where what? They would go home to home collecting lamps like lanterns, and you'd have to donate a lantern that they were placed in the house of Old Zara. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how are the Jews permitted to participate in that collection? Aren't they contributing to Avodah Zarah? To which the Gemara says, Ela hanos atzmin shayni. Here's the thing: the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lantern. They wanted the lamp, meaning they didn't want to have to spend all the money on providing all of the lamps. So they figured just get it from the Jews. But there was no concentrated effort of getting the Jews to convert. Therefore, again, there's no need to give a help and let's listen to this. With this will stop. If an Akum Gentile says to a Jew, cut down this asbasta, we'll say asbasta is a plant, cut down these plants on Shabbos and feed it to the animals. So we'll say, so obviously this is something that's a threat of death. So the Gentile's telling me, if I don't cut down the plant, which isn't considered the Oraisa on Shabbos, he's going to kill me. But he's telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what's the halacha will say? If you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm going to kill you, right? I'm going to kill you. So what's the halacha will say? Lick deal below lick delay. Ultimately again, cut it down, right? Cut it down. And don't allow yourself to be killed, right? We're going to see the distinction in just a moment. Shadi Lenara, let's say the Gentile tells me what? Cut down the asbestos and throw it into the river. Then what? Lick the lay below lickto. Ultimately, in that case, I have to allow myself to be killed for not cut down the asbestos. We'll say, what's the difference in these two cases? My timer, la bure and yosef. We'll say, what's the feeling? You see, when the Gentile tells me to cut down the asbestos and feed it to his animal, what's his motivation? For his animal, he doesn't want to do the work, so he happens to have a Jew at his disposal. He'll take advantage of the Jew. It's my Shabbos. The Gentile doesn't care so much about that, but it's clear that he's utilizing me in a way that is him. He tells me to go and cut down the asbestos and throw it into the river. Then his intention is what? His intention is to get me to violate the tenets of my faith. Oh, that you want to do? That I can't. So therefore, again, we begin to see over here. So I'm going to stop over here. But I will say what we begin to see over here is number one. We have we have focus about Avodah Zarah. Normally, mitzvahs kalos. We see exceptions that it's parhesia. If it's parhesia, or if the intention is to get the Jew to violate the tenets of faith, we now begin to see major exceptions. That even with the Gimel Hamuros, I will say if either, like in the case of Arayos, is Karka Olam, Tosas points out obviously Karka Olam only works for a woman. Karka Olam does not work for a man. But at least by Arayos, when it comes to a woman could potentially save her life by being passive in the act of Arayos. And Hanas Atzman, if it's clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make me violate the tenets of my faith, but instead is his own benefit, then Allah it would appear that in those cases, we would not say Yarig Val Yavar. We'll stop over here. We'll pick up which body tomorrow.
Damn, he got knocked again, bro. Why are they letting him fight? No, he's done. Or no, that was the end of the round. watching both fights too? No, he was asking Chip for an update. Oh, here we go. He just said 8 inches. Yes. Over alert. Yes. Wow. It's not that funny. Long as fuck. Which, when you like subscribe to some I don't subscribe to some. You can't read. Hey, books. You blockbuster. Everyone is so drunk with Magic Martin.
Listen, there was one additional art that I wanted to add in. The Gemara on the doc. And I didn't want to spoke about the idea about Shivosolo. So the Gemara's
Brenda is not smart enough for the art of war. He subscribes to stealing Theo.
Okay, the context was that if I see that my friend is missing something, I have to return to Shabbos Aveda. The Gemara used it to say that if I see that my friend is in danger of losing his self, he's in mortal danger, I have an obligation to try to return to it. In general, in life, everyone is missing something. If we say, creates many different nefashos and their deficiencies. Each and every one of us is deficient. Each and every one of us is missing something. And what is the avoda of the Vashivosa lo. Vashivosa lo. I have to look out and try to figure out what are you missing. And what can I do for you? And you have to figure out what am I missing and what can you do for me? You know, the Rabbi makes a beautiful observation. It says that we generally phrase all of this in your clothes. Like Pokeach Ivri, Shem gives sex by Mal Bisharumi, gives his clothing to the clothes. Everything is phrased in the clothes. There's one bracha that's phrased in the single. Sha'asalim called Sarki. Thank you, Hashem, for giving me all of my needs. And the Rabbi says so beautifully. You know, when it comes to my own life, I have to say, Hashem, I have everything. I have everything. I have everything I possibly need in this world in order to be successful. Again, it doesn't mean I actually have everything, but it means I have everything I need in order to be successful. That's the way I look at my life. But when I look at the other, I know they're missing something. And so the shaila is, what can I do to be malad of this son? What can I do to kind of fill the void of the deficiency of the other? What can I do to be there for the other? What can I do to give for the other? I have everything I need for my Kodesh Baruch Hu, but I know that everyone around me is deficient. What it means to be a yid, what it means to be part of Am Yisrael, what it means to be part of community, is to be constantly aware and cognizant that everyone around me is missing something. And my sacred duty, my sacred opportunity in life is to try to figure out what you are missing and to figure out how I can return it to you. How can I give it? How can I give to you? I know that all of my chaverim, all around me, are all missing something. I have everything. But if I can figure out how to give it to the other, how to get back to the other what they're missing, how to help those around me to fill their void, that is the greatest opportunity, the greatest physical success. How do we share a good nerve Shabbos?
It's at our own detriment too. Like there's times where, like off camera, we're like, dude, what's the matter with us? Oh, for sure. I'll say things like shop in real life. You know what I mean? Yeah, we talk shop as if we're talking Shopnese now. Can't help it. Oh, LWT. What's up with LWT? Never met you. Your great guy never met him.
And we'll say good morning or sorry that I can't be here with you in person, but I'm sure incredible satisfaction to be able to continue our meeting together. Today's half is IUD of 72. And you're picking up on IUD days from the days of 72B, 13 lines from the Gemara says as follows. Katan Harodi, from the last of the natural Katan, the mind of his money. Just to try to kill them. Now, what was you allowed to kill the Katan to prevent him from going ahead and killing someone else? So logical here, so Rav logic is that a cut on the minor doesn't need hasra. Because obviously hasra, warning, requires das, requires katan doesn't have das. So the fact you're allowed to go ahead and kill a katan. What happens if halakha makes a woman to give birth? The baby begins to come out, and the mother's life is at risk. So now let's say again, even if you say the mother is to kill the child, kill the baby. So the halakha is once the head has come out of the mother, you're not allowed to kill the baby in order to go ahead and save the mother's life. Why shouldn't go ahead and because at that point, who's to say that the mother's life is more important than the baby's life? But why is that? Rotif. The baby is a rotif. Again, obviously not a premeditated rotif, but the baby is a rotif. The baby is actively putting the mother's life in danger. To which the Gemara says, Shani Hasam, the Mishnayot Karat. It's different over here. Why? Because Lamaisa, again, this is not, it's not a premeditated act. Like at the end of the day, this is coming from a Kodesh Baruch. So because again, it's not, you can't call this, you can't call the baby Rotif requires intentionality. Rotif requires kavanah. This is from Kodesh Baruch Hu. The name is Ayah. Let's bring support for Rotif. Shahi Rotif Akhavei Lahargo. So if Reuben is running after Shimon to kill Shimon, Homer always say to Reuben, "With the eight, she Yisrael. What are you doing? What are you running after Shimon? Shimon is another Yid. He's another Jew." Reuben Brissu, the Torah Amar Shofech Dama Adam Ba'Adam Daman Shabbat. And the Torah says that ultimately, if someone's trying to kill someone else, we're allowed to kill the attempted killer. So Amar Torah had sell Damo Shazeh, we're allowed to save Shimon by killing Reuben. So again, the point over here is, interestingly enough, is under normal circumstances when you have to give hasra, so there's the warning message, and then there's like a verbal, almost like response on the part of the perpetrator. I hear you, but I'm doing it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't record any need for a verbal response. It seems to indicate that a road date does not need hasra, does not need any kind of warning. Which the Gemara says, no, I think that's how you do it. That's a different opinion. So this is what you do, that's what you do to say. So I you do the Omer, cover in Tzarech hasra. In general, someone who is well versed from Chacham doesn't require hasra. Why not? But right, Chacham doesn't have to be like the Chacham Hadar. Just someone who you know has nation doesn't allow. Why? She will mitna hasra el hafkin because our son is only there to see if someone knows the difference to think that someone is an accidental perpetrator versus intentional. When it comes to murder, and everyone knows not a murder, hasra is going to be necessary. Tashma, if someone writes, so again, Reuben was running after Shimon to kill him. Omer lo reish Yisrael ben Brissu. Torah Omer shovek tama adava adav dama yishach. So you see, Reuben, what are you doing? Shimon is a Yid. Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the covenant. And the Torah says that if you try to kill someone, you'll have to kill the attempted murder. To which the Gemara says, Omer yodea nishu came potter. Right, Amnas and he also came Chayim. See, interestingly enough, if Halot or Lamaisa, the perpetrator Reuben says, I'm going to do it anyway, he's going to be Chayim. So Lamaisa, again, that shows that a Rodif doesn't need Hasra. So we'll say, so we're in this interesting kind of matzah over here, where, so does a person who's attempting to kill someone else, is there a need for Hasra? In that situation or not. To which the Gemara says, no, that's a different case. That case is different. That case is talking about a situation where, let's say, we're on one side of the river, on the other side of the river, we see Reuben trying to kill Shimon. So there's absolutely no way for us to intervene to prevent that from happening. So what recourse do we have? The boy we see the Vedina. So we'll have the opportunity, if Reuben unfortunately successfully kills Shimon, we'll be able to bring Reuben to Beis Din. Since it's going to have to come the Beis Din, Vedina by Hasra. And Beis Din, obviously, to adjudicate anything in the Beis Din, everyone is going to believe there's going to be a need for Hasra. Everybody, some other possibility is, or if Huna is saying, going back to Rachel Huna, So I probably agree that Machtarasa Zoe has Rothschild, which is how we ended yesterday's daf. That if somebody's tunneling to break into someone's house, that's fast. You don't need any hassle. You understand exactly what you're ready to do. You understand that the householder is gonna stay. He's going to fight to preserve his property. And if you're still tunneling in him, that means you're ready to kill him. If you're ready to kill him, he has every halakhic right to kill you, and there is no need for hassle. The bottom line, how do we hassle? Because it's actually quite interesting. So just to show you the genesis of this, right? This discussion began with, let's say there's a katan, right? Katan is running after Ruben to kill him. So Rav Huna said that halacha means you could kill the katan. And in fact, you can kill the katan. What does that show? That a rodef doesn't need hasra. And when someone's about to kill someone else, you're allowed to kill them even without giving them formal warning. The Gemara then quotes a second opinion that says that a rodef doesn't need hasra. How do we paskin? This is very interesting. So the Rambam paskins in Hilchos Notzeach, Perek Aleph Halacha Zayin. The Rambam writes as follows: "This is Aval Rodif After Chaver Lahardo. Afilu Maya Rodif Katan Hari Yisom Mitzvah Hatzla Nirdak Miyad Rodif Afilu Natural Show." The Rambam says like this: Halacha means if you see someone pursuing someone to kill them, the halacha is you have to step in and you have to save the pursued party. You have to kill the attempted killer. That interestingly enough, the Rambam makes no mention of Hasra, which then leaves the Kesef Mishnah to say. Hasavar rotate in Sarah Hasra, Loshna Nodol, Loshna. The Kesef Mishnah says you see here the Rambam holds that a rotate is not Hasra. Whether the rotate is Nodol, is a Katan, no Hasra is necessary. Incredible. I will say $73. The Elohim, that's also in the Nafshon. So these are the people, if they're about to commit this crime, a particular crime, we'll fill in the blank of which crimes, you're allowed to go ahead and prevent the commission of the crime by killing the perpetrator or the attempted perpetrator. What are they? So the Gemara says, number one, okay, so case number one is Reuben's pursuing Shimon. Reuben's pursuing Shimon. You're allowed to kill Reuben or to prevent him from killing Shimon. Next, the Gemara says, well, let's say Reuben's running after Shimon to perform an act of violence on Shimon. So ultimately, you're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent that from occurring as well. Let's say Reuben is running after, attempting to violate a woman who is in control. And Aram also, so in Halot, so you're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent him from doing that as well. Interesting enough, let's say Reuben's running after an animal because he wants to act in bestiality. So again, obviously it's wrong, it's a of Nisa, but because there's not another human being impacted. Okay, so the animal is that's between Baruch and Reuben. We don't get, we're not going to kill Reuben from committing an act of bestiality. Or Bechal, it's a Shabbos, Ba'ovid Kochav, Ba'ovid about this Chom, Matzinos of an action. So again, you see that Reuben is about to go Chal Shabbos. So again, that's also a Chiyuv Nisa, but there's not another impacted party, another human being that's impacted by that. So we're not going to kill Reuben to prevent him from being a Chal Shabbos, or for that matter, to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Says the Gemara Torah. By the way, we talked about this concept, but where do you know it? How do I know that if Reuben is running after Shimon to kill Shimon, that I'm allowed to kill Reuben before he does anything to Shimon? Where do I know that from? The Pasuk says literally, do not stand on your friend's floor. So in other words, the standing over here, I see that fast Shalom Reuben's trying to kill Shimon. Don't sit idly by while Shimon is going to be murdered, but rather again go ahead and take action and prevent Reuben from killing Shimon. That's not what that pasuk is for. That pasuk is needed for something else. I need that pasuk for something else. What do I need it for? How do I know that if I see my friend drowning in the water, or chayiv go russell, or an animal away, or listing vinyl lover is being attacked by robbers, shahu chayiv hatzilo. I don't have the right to stand idly by. I have to jump in and try to help. Now, happens to be this is a fascinating discussion in general about what level of danger I am obligated to put myself in order to save someone else. Let's say I see Reuben drowning, but I'm not a strong swimmer. Or I see Reuben being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapon or anything. So there's much to talk about with it, but the idea that the Gemara is trying to espouse over here is, if you see someone in mortal danger, you can't just simply say, not my problem. Well, you have to jump in. Gemara says, so again, so we just use that pasuk to teach us that if I see Shimon being pursued by Reuben, that I'm allowed to go ahead and kill Reuben to prevent him from killing Shimon. Gemara says that's not what the pasuk teaches me. The pasuk teaches me that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand idly by. I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help him. So which one is the pasuk used for? To which the Gemara says, you're right. The pasuk of Lo Sama Gare Achal really means that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand idly by. I have to go ahead and I have to step in and I have to try to save him. Drowning, I have to try to get him. If being attacked by an animal, by robbers, I have to try to help him. So where do I know that if Reuben is pursuing Shimon, I'm allowed to kill Reuben in order to go ahead and save Shimon? Where do I know that from? You learn from the Kapachomer from Na'ara Amura. What's the Kapachomer? Na'ara Amura says Shalom. So again, when a man is attacking Na'ara Amura, so the assumption is that it's not a threat to life, but he's legal this he's trying to violate it. Now, I just want to point out that in halacha l'maaseh, we view that when a man tries to violate a woman's that's not precious. See, that's not precious. But you must put it in abstraction here. When a man is trying to violate a woman, his intention is not to chas v'shalom. So his intention is to take advantage of her. So the Gemara says like this, but yet with all of that, even though again his intention quote unquote is to violate her, not to kill her, but yet the Torah says you're allowed to kill the guy to prevent him from violating the lust. The Gemara says, so again, if a man is trying to violate the Na'ara Amura, we're allowed to kill him, prevent him from violating her. All the more so, the Gemara says, all the more so, then all the more so when I see Reuben running after Shimon to kill him, right? In the Na'ara Amura, so Reuben is running after the Na'ara Amura to violate her. And yet the Torah says, even in that case, you're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent him from violating the Na'ara Amura. All the more so if I see Reuben running after Shimon to kill Shimon, of course I'm allowed to go and kill Reuben to prevent him from doing so. Twist the once again. If he owns Shimon Adin, you can't put someone to death on the basis of the Kalvachomer. That's not how halacha works. So the Gemara says debate Rabbi Tanas. So in Yeshiva Rabbi they said following. You're right. It's not like Kalvachomer. It's a hekesh. I will say hekesh happens to be a juxtaposition within a pasuk. So that's an exegetical principle. So the Gemara says Tana hekeshu. So remember, this is the pasuk of Na'ara Amura, and this is talking about again halacha l'maaseh. The Na'ara is violated. So the halacha is we go ahead. So the pasuk says Na'ara lo sasa davar, ila Na'ara hikmalish. Obviously, the Na'ara didn't do anything. Right? So she's the victim. Therefore, Kikasha Yakum Ish Areo or Tzachol Nefesh Kina Davraza. And Na'ara Amura is like a case where someone attempts to kill someone else. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, so what exactly are we learning out from Rothschild Na'ara Amura? Which the Gemara says, you're right. See, it sounded like we're trying to learn out something from Na'ara Amura. So I should say we're trying to learn out something from Rothschild Na'ara Amura. It turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from Na'ara Amura and applying it to Rothschild. What are we applying? Listen to this. The Gemara says, then it's Makish Rothschild Na'ara Amura. So the pasuk itself is doing a hekesh, a juxtaposition or comparison between Na'ara Amura and Rothschild. How so? Ma Na'ara Amura nitinatzi b'nafsho. So just like in Na'ara Amura, you're allowed to go ahead and kill the attempted violator. You're allowed to kill him, prevent him from violating the Na'ara Amura. So to Achotzeach, Nita Matzilo Benafsho. Ultimately, so to Rotzeach, you're allowed to kill him, you're allowed to kill the attempted murder. So what's interestingly enough, it turns out, the Torah says explicitly, right, as we're going to see, that halacha l'maaseh, if a man's trying to violate the Na'ara Amura, you can kill him. And then the Torah juxtaposes Na'ara Amura with Rotzeach to teach us that just as you can kill the attempted violator by the Na'ara Amura, so too you can kill someone who's trying to kill another individual. Incredible. So much the Na'ara Amura in Noah, who from Noah, hide by Na'ara Amura yourself, that you're allowed to kill the man who's attempting to violate her. To design the Bered Ishmael. The term Bered Ishmael, the Ein Moshia Law. The pasuk when it speaks out the Na'ara talks about that she's violated, in the field, right? She cried out, and there's no one there to save her. So the Gemara says, "Hayesh Moshiach Allah, v'chol davar sheyachal lo Moshiach." What do you see here? And if there is someone there to save her, if there is someone there to help her, he has the obligation to help her with whatever means are at his disposal, which includes even killing the man who's trying to violate her. Incredible. So Gufo, Binayin Roetz Chaver Shuto Ver Benar Ochai Barasol Stemaya Love Shuchai Gevlot Sio. So it says in Gemara, how do you know? How do I know that if I see my friend drowning in the river, or Chas V'Sholom again a wild animal driving him away, or robbers are coming to take him, right, or to attack him? How do I know Shuchai Latzila? I'm obligated to step in. I'm obligated to step in and try to help. Plus it says, do not stand on your friend's body. So just a tremendous idea about how what is he trying to tell me so? Tell me so is if you see someone up, we have an obligation to act. If you see someone in distress, it's not just enough to go ahead. By the way, if you notice again, it doesn't say emergency, take out this element out. And of course, take out this element out. But in addition to that, roll up your sleeves and do something. So it's not enough to scrap, it's not enough to get sad, and it's not even enough just to doubt. If there's something that I could do physically to help ameliorate and somehow address the pain, difficulty, suffering of another, that is my sacred biblical obligation. Incredible. That's the achayus that we have for one another. So you might say, 1 second, Bahami, how can that go? You're learning out from here. You have a different source. Behasam Nafka. Whatever different pasuk, what does the pasuk say? So I say, how do I know? Now, how do I know that? Now, remember, there's a concept of Shavas Aveda. So Shavas Aveda means, right, you really lose this as well. I find this well, I have an obligation to return it. How do I know that if a person is in danger of losing his self, literally he's in mortal danger, drowning, the wild animal, the robbers, how do I know that I'm obligated to step in and try to help? So the Gemara says, Tamalomar, Vahashevoso Lo. So the way the Gemara is darshaning it is Vahashevoso Lo means you have to again return Lo. You have to return him to him. And if his self is in danger of being lost, you have to do what you can in order to return him to him. So the Gemara says, "Amar Hashivoso Lo, Ine Hasam." What's that? So if you learn from there, Haba Mina Harim Yidinavshe, Aval Mitzvah Umigar Uguri Imo. Someone thought, okay, you're right. If you just from Hashivoso Lo, I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. I'm not obligated to round up other people or to hire people or to spend resources to try to help you. The Pasuk comes along and says, "You know, so Hashivoso Lo almost teaches me the obligation. But if I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can in order to return their self to them, which is also profound on an emotional level as well. I see someone in a state of emotional stress. The obligation to do what I can to help return their self to them. And then again, Losama Damayafa teaches me that even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people, I have to spend money, I have to round up cover, I have to do whatever I can in order to help the person in trouble. So again, whether I see Ruvain running after Shimon to kill Shimon, or I see Ruvain running after Shimon to sodomize him, or I see Ruvain running after Nara Murasa to violate her, or I see Ruvain going to go ahead and, let's say, violate someone for whom there is a fear of Nisas based on the death penalty. Or I see Ruben running after someone to violate them who's a thief. Pisos. What's the halacha? In all these cases, I can kill Ruben to prevent him from violating. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Amar lekohen gadol, ugrusha bechalusa lekohen gadol. Ein matzil also benafsho. And if a kohen is going to have relations with a grusha or a chalutza, right? I should say differently. If a kohen gadol is going to go ahead and have relations with an almana, or a regular kohen is going to have relations with a grusha bechalutza. So remember again, these are prohibited, but it's prohibited by Allah. The prohibition. I can't kill the kohen in order to prevent from going ahead and having relations with this woman, even though it is forbidden. So interesting halacha. If, let's say, again, Ruben already committed the other, let's say he already did it, and now he wants to repeat it, so the halacha is you can't kill him. You can't kill him for that. Now we'll discuss exactly why that is. So So this is interesting. If halacha l'maisa, let's say by nara murasa, she's about to be violated, and there's a way to save her without killing Ruvain, then of course we have to take advantage of that opportunity. In other words, killing the perpetrator is only the last resort to prevent the commission of the crime. But if there is another way, there is another method to stop Ruvain from violating the Sala Murasa or any of these other cases, or at least from another Murasa, then Allah is obligated to avail ourselves of that other mechanism. Like Rabbi says, Af ha'omeres henichulo shelo yehargeno. So this is Rabbi Yehuda is like this. Perhaps if Ruvain is about to violate the Sala Murasa, now Murasa says, leave him alone. I'm afraid that if he doesn't violate me, he's going to kill me. What happened in a case like that? Allah says, so what do you do? So the Yehuda says, if she says, Ram Rasa says, leave him alone. Let him do what he's going to do because I don't want to run the risk of being killed. And ultimately, the Yehuda says, we listen to her. We listen to her. Now the Gemara says, where do you know that from? On La Na'ara Lo Sasa Davar. Aim La Na'ara Chait Maras. Shabbos says, interestingly enough, that the Gemara says, Minhani Mili is, how do we know all of these affirmations halachas? So the Gemara dashes this pasuk in very interesting ways. The pasuk that was quoting over here by Nara Murasa, the Gemara is applying it to a number of different scenarios. The pasuk says, don't do anything to the Nara because the Nara has no culpability. It says, interestingly enough, Nara is a pasuk chaser. It's really without the hay. So it can be read as Na'a. So what is that? Zezachar. That refers to the case that if Ruvain is running after Shimon to Salamai, we could kill Ruvain in order to prevent him from doing that to Shimon. Na'ara refers to Zenara Murasa. You see Ruvain about to violate Na'ara Murasa to prevent him from violating her. Chait, what does Chait refer to? Elu Chadi Kisos. I see Ruvain about to have relations with a person for whom Karis, you could kill him to prevent him from doing that. Right? Maves. Right? Elu Chayvim Misos Basic. This refers again to relationships that have a Chiyuv Misos Basic. You kill Ruvain to prevent him from doing that. Kol Hani Lalali. So why don't you all of these cases? Which words I'll tell you what. Tzrichi. Because of Rahman Na'ar Mishum Vlav Orcha. Said, why can't I go ahead and kill Ruvain before he sodomizes Shimon? Because that's abnormal. That's not normal. So because that's an abnormal event, therefore again I can kill Ruvain for preventing him from doing that. About Nara, the Orche, Himelo, Nara, as much as it's an act of violation, but the act itself, the act is zero itself, the quote unquote normative act. So perhaps again, Ruvain can't be killed proactively for attempting to do that. So therefore, again, the person teach me now. But no, even if he attempts to violate Nara Murasa, he can be killed in order to stop it. Because of Rahman Nara and Shum Dukar. Furthermore, again, if it would have just said Nara, I would have said the reason you're allowed to go ahead and kill a man before he violates Nara Murasa is because if he violates her, Hagam means he blemishes her, which is not only a reference to physical damage, but it's also a reference potentially to status damage. So ultimately, again, that has other potential marriage ramifications for her as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says over here, could also potentially cause some damage her marriage. The husband may interact differently with her as a result of all of this as well. So the Gemara says, but maybe in the case of sodomy, where again, quote unquote, there's no pagima, there's no, when you say quote unquote, there's no damage. In other words, there's damage. But you understand, there's no status damage, and there's no necessarily relationship damage to anyone else. Perhaps you couldn't kill Ruvain in order to stop him from sodomizing Shimon. Therefore, the Pasuk has to say no. He even can kill Ruvain if he's attempting to sodomize Shimon. Because of Rahman Hani, and if the Torah would have just said Nara and Zachar. So right, so far we have again, if Ruvain's attempting to violate Nara Murasa, kill him to prevent him from doing so. He's trying to sodomize Shimon to prevent him from doing so. So if the Torah would have just said, because of Rahman Hani, we'll say Amud Beis, Mishum Dahai Lat Orchehu, Dahai Kapagin. So Na'ar because that's abnormal, and Na'ara because, again, it impacts her status. That's why you can proactively kill Ruvain before he perpetrates. About Shar Rayos, Dor Chayu, Lo Nafish Pigaman, Imalo, Eba Adar Rayos, we're ultimately at A, it's quote unquote normal. What do you mean it's normal? It's a normative act. And the ramifications, the Dima, it doesn't blemish, quote unquote, status wise or relationship wise as much. Perhaps I would not be able to kill Ruvain to prevent him from doing so. To which the Gemara says, Therefore, Torah says, no, if Reuven is about to engage in a relationship that is a chiyuv, that is an arayas, we're allowed to kill him to prevent him from doing so. Because of Rachmana Chet, Hava Minafilu Kaidi Lavin. If Torah would have just said hate, I would have said, well, then, maybe if I see Reuven about to engage in a forbidden relationship that's quote unquote only forbidden by love, perhaps I should be able to kill Reuven for that as well. Because of Rachmana Modas. Torah says, no, the only time you can proactively kill Reuven is if he's about to engage in a relationship which is punishable by death. Because of Rachmana Modas, how to Mrs. Based in Chayim so slow. If it would have just said Modas, I would have said, oh, what does Modas mean? Modas means Chayim Mrs. Based only for English is punishable by death. Based in like Chayim Pisos, not Because of Rachmana. Hate. Therefore, the Torah says hate, which comes from the good Chayim Pisos as well. So the Torah says, so if that's the case, just let's say it is. Let's say hate and mos. And if it is hate and mos, what does that mean? That means any relationship or any act which either by necessitating definitely by reason or cause, you're allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate the crime. Now, if you would say that, that would automatically include Ramur and Zahar, and attempted something. It would include both of those. So just leave out Nar, right? Leave out Nar, leave out just say Chait and Mavis. And I would know that if Reuven is trying to do something, attempting to do something that carries with it either death penalty by Beis Din or a Chiyuv Kares, you're allowed to proactively kill Reuven to prevent him from perpetrating the crime against another human being. Well, why not? The Gemara says, Inachinami, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You could do that. That would make sense. So why does it say it? Remember, there's a danger. What's the danger? The danger is like this. If it would have omitted Nar and Nara, and would have just said Chait and Mavas, without coming like this. If Reuven is attempting to do anything that carries it to the death penalty, either by Beis Din or by Kares, you can kill him to prevent him from doing it. Well, based on that, I would have said that if Reuven is about to Mechalel Shabbos, I can kill him to prevent him from being Mechalel Shabbos. Or if Reuven is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So, but the Torah says Nar and Nara, which tells you what? The only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone to prevent them from committing an Aveira is when the Aveira impacts another human being, right? But if the Aveira doesn't impact another human being, for example, Reuven is about to Mechalel Shabbos, very bad, but doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to commit an act of bestiality, doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact another human being. In those cases, you cannot kill Reuven to prevent him from committing the Aveira. Incredible. Here's the problem. What about the Rashbi? The Amar Ovi Kohanim Nitamatu Benafsho Lamami. Again, people say, and we'll talk about this more in tomorrow's daf, Shabbos daf. Rashbi Hashemah actually holds that Allah Khamai. So if you see, if you're about to do Tawal Shabbos, you can go ahead. Sorry, I should say Avodos Kohanim. And Rabbi Shoachai says, if I see that Reuven is about to worship idolatry, I could kill him to prevent him from worshiping idolatry. Wow. So according to Rabbi Yochai, then why do I need Nar and Nara? The Gemara says, it's interesting enough when we talk about why this is. Rabbi Yochai's tomorrow's that Rabbi Yochai holds it's only by Avodah Zarah. So by using Avodah Zarah is unique. If I see you about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can go and kill him to prevent him from worshiping by Avodah Zarah. According to Rabbi Yochai, Nar and Nara come to exclude bestiality. If I see him about to engage in act of bestiality, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that. Or if I see about him Mechalel Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that either. Okay? So which the Gemara says, Shabbos. How did I come in? Because I would have thought, Tisi Shabbos, Nichilu, Chilu Me'avodos Kohanim. I would have thought like this. Both desecration of Shabbos and Avodah Zarah both use lashon of chilul to profane. So I'm at a point of Rabbi Yochai, the same way that I could kill Reuven to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, I could also kill Reuven to prevent him from being Mechal Shabbos. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon is only for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos. Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, or Mechal Shabbos. Nital Tzilo b'Shabbos. Oh, so but there's another shita. There's more. So let's say, so to begin to see that three schools of thought. The primary school of thought says like this: the only time you're allowed to kill Reuben is when he is about to commit something that is punishable either by death by dazing or kares, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent Reuben from committing the avera by killing. That's the first school of thought. Second school of thought, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, I agree with that, but the exception is Avodah Zarah. You can kill Reuben to prevent abortion of Avodah Zarah. And then there's Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only can you kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, but you can also kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechalal Shabbos. Mechalal Shabbos. So it's very Hiyol Shalom Mechalal Shabbos. That's Reuben Avshel. That's your Shabbos Michilo Chilo Mi'avodos Kochavim. Because Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon makes the Gzeira Shava of Chilo. It says Chilo by Avodah Zarah. It says Chilo by Shabbos. Just like you can kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so too you can kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechalal Shabbos. So, like, according to this approach, according to Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, then why you need Nar and Na'ala at all? Because essentially, according to Rabbi Shimon, anytime Reuben is about to do something that carries it with a Misas Bezdin, right, death by Bezdin or Kares, even if it doesn't have a human victim, you're still allowed to kill him to prevent him from doing it. So, why do I need Nar and Na'ala? Each one says, no. Where it says, no, because one of those we will call Nara or Nara. One of them will come to exclude bestiality. And everyone will agree that if I start committing act of bestiality, in that case, we don't kill them to prevent them doing so. The Idach, I need the Kasav Rachmana Nar, Kasav Nari Nar. The other one is more for textual symmetry. And since the Torah wrote Nar, the Torah also wrote Nar. So, also, it's interesting enough what you see over here, and again, we'll have to see the halacha myself, but essentially, three different opinions. Opinion number one is I'm allowed to kill Reuben to prevent him from doing an avera when the avera A is either the punishable by Misas Bezdin, Kares, but the important qualifier has to have a human victim. Has to have a human victim. If there's no human victim, I can't kill Reuben to prevent him from perpetrating. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai agreeing, but adds in Avodah Zarah. I can kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, and according to Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, he adds in also Shabbos. I can kill Reuben to prevent him from being Machal Shabbos. But everyone will agree that, for example, an act of bestiality, as terrible as that is, if Reuben is about to do it, I can't kill Reuben to prevent him from doing it. Okay, so let's a little bit back here. But Yehuda Omer, Afal Maris, and Nicholo Shol Yagir. So Yehuda added in this interesting case. What happens if Reuben is about to violate the Nara and we're ready to kill him? And then the Nara says, no, don't kill him, just let him do what he's going to do, because I don't want to risk getting killed. If you're scared that Reuben's going to kill me, just let him do what he's going to do. So again, Rabbi Kudu said, we listen to him in that case. So the Gemara says, the Mike Mifri, I will say, now obviously, if Rabbi Kudu said you listen to her, that means the Rabbanan said you don't listen to her. So what's the point of contention? So I will say, so listen to this. So the machlokes will be in the following. What happens if you know about this girl that she is makpedes on the Gemara? She says, the makpedes on Padma. So let's say again, you know that obviously this girl doesn't want to be violated, right? Which makes perfect sense, and she is concerned about the ramifications of this act of violation. Right? So what happens if we know that she is makbid on the Pekima, and we also know that she's telling us leave him alone? So what do you do in this case? So let's say, so again, the Rabbanan said like this: the Torah is makbid on the cover of this girl, and therefore, again, Torah says, kill Reuben. We know that she's makbid on herself. So the mice, again, we're not going to listen to what she says. I'm going to kill a guy to prevent him from going ahead and violating. Rabbi Yehuda, hide your camera from one calculate which the Master Nafshel Tala. Oh, well, Master Nafshel Tala. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda will say like this: why does the Torah tell us? Why does the Torah tell us to kill the perpetrator? Because we're afraid that if you don't kill the perpetrator, she's going to sooner give her life rather than be violated. So we're concerned about the fact that she's going to give up her life for other things to be violated. The Torah says to the perpetrator. But in this case, where she's kind of telling us, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Let Reuben do what he's going to do. I don't want to get killed. Rabbi Yehuda says we listen to her and we don't kill the perpetrator. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, the Masr Nafsh Lekala, she Snuot, she Mosra Asalamos, she again, a below Tivalov, Amratori, he's still dumb, Dama, but Dama. So we'll say, so ultimately again, for the says in general, that's what we're concerned about. She's going to give up her life rather than be violated. And she's telling us, no, just let him do what he wants to do. I don't want to run the risk of being killed. We listen to her. What if a Kohen Gadol is getting ready to violate the law? There's also a Pigima. There's a genealogical blemish in that. Right? Because now if she has relations with the Kohen Gadol, she can't marry afterward. So when we kill the Kohen for something like that, but Torah seeks out the Pigima, like a blemish. We're talking about something dramatic, like Naramurasa. Now, again, this Amana won't be able to marry a Kohen, right? Okay, obviously it's ramification, but the mice, again, it's not the type of ramification that the Torah itself is actively concerned. So what's interesting, as I point out, is that he passed like that, and even a case where the woman would say, you know what, leave it alone, I said we would not leave it alone. In other words, we would take the life of the perpetrator. It's also important to understand that sometimes we see sugyas like this, and it sounds a little bit strange. You're talking about a woman who's about to be violated. So what exactly are like the clarity of this? So remember, a lot of times what happens in Gemara is that it's what's called, there's an expression like halacha yudhish. Just try halacha. Halacha is just the examination or the extrapolation of concepts devoid of emotion. And that's what you see over here. But I just want to point out, like halacha l'maisa, we assume that every single time a man is ready to violate a woman, that is sakanas nefashos. Almost in the same way that halacha l'maisa, we assume that someone who is habam machtar, yesterday is coming to go and rob someone else. But we assume that halacha l'maisa, that person is ready to kill the householder. It's the same result over here. A man is willing to use brute force against the woman to have his relationship. Mice, again, we assume that act of violence carries with it a readiness to take life as well. And we'll deal with him as a Rothschild. We'll deal with him ultimately, again, as someone who's ready to commit murder. And as such, we are allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating a woman. Now, the interesting thing with this interesting case where she says, don't do anything. She says, don't do anything. So what should we do in a situation like that where she says don't do anything? So Yehuda says we listen to her. Rabbi is saying we don't listen to her. We don't listen to her because it could not be that Torah cares more about her covenant and she cares about her covenant. And therefore, Allah myself, we will do what we need to do in order to stop this man from violating this woman, even if it means taking his life. All right, we'll say we're going to stop over here. We're going to recite everyone again, trying to be with you in person. Our tremendous listening. Have a wonderful day and a good night.
Oh, so we finally got someone to buy. I think we should. Oh, we didn't work with Mormon. We did it with Mormon. You guys hear Rabbi say Bobby Lee is silly? No. Oh, no, I didn't. Damn, dude, I missed that. Hilarious. A Freudian slip from Eddie. Tweety's merch. Great question. Never seen it. I'm talking to some people that have merch recently.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei the year 5785, Tosim Mishpacha Baruch Yisrael, for in the source of wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, may they be Zochai Meretz Hashem. You should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and now it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shar Tovo Meslachos, and should in Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. So let's say with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our precious hostages, making Baruch Eretz Hashem, bring them home with shalom and b'karov, and Halabai, all of our soldiers will be successful. B'chol ma'asei yidehem. will say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Meretz Hashem where the journey takes us. So we're going to have Meretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. Baisa. So Gemara says, "Kiman Azla Hasanya." In whose opinion? Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? So there was never such thing as a Baisa Menuga. Baisa Menuga means ultimately, again, a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened. Such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, "I'm sorry, and if it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward." Kiman Azla, who does this opinion reflect? Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Like Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Good, that's the halacha. The science is not Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Kabbalazar ben Shimon says, "The olam in a bais hamei achira kishtei gris and ashtei avonim kishtei ksalim." The Karen's office. So again, in order to have saras on the remember again, there's a whole topic with saras in the house. Last year, Kodesh points out that halacha l'maisa saras in the home was not as much a punishment as much as it was a bracha. This is Rashi points out before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations hid treasures in the walls of their home, and the truth is the only way you would know that treasures were present was with saras, because that would require the removal of stones. And then one treasure, literally again, that was buried behind. So again, Rabbi Elazar Shimon says, but in order to have tzaras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two grisin. A gris is a measurement. Ashtei avanim on two different stones. B'shtei ksalim on two different walls. B'keren zavis. So essentially, it means you have to be in a corner. Arko kishnei grisin, barachbo kish gris. You have to have a length of two grisin, a width of one gris. So my time, Rabbi Elazar, what's Rabbi Elazar Shimon's logic? Why does he say this? Ksiv kir. Uksiv kiros, because the pasuk says, talking about tzaras on the home, it says it at the wall, and then it appears on walls, plural. So the Gemara says, "Ezuhu kir shuki kiros." What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like walls, plural? Havi Omer is that Karen Zavis. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya Amar Elazar Tzadok. So we'll say so. Elazar Tzadok says. Makom haya betchum azah, v'hayu korim also churvasa segirta. So the Gemara says, but there was a place in Azah, and they call this place in Azah churvasa segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here is mitzora. It was called the mitzora. So essentially, what Rabbi Elazar is saying is, there was mamish a home that was known to have tzaras. Amar Shimon ish kfar pamachas halachti begad b'Galil v'ra'isi makom sh'sainin also v'amru banim menugaos king Sham. Similar to Rabbi Shimon, Kfar Akko says one time I went to the Galil, and in fact I found the place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home afflicted with tzaras. So we'll say, so once again you see this tension. On one hand, first opinion saying there was never a home with tzaras. Never happened. Too much specificities. The other opinion saying that Allah might say, no, we actually saw a home with tzaras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, Haya echem gideng o chiger o ilaim o suma o cheresh. So let's remember again, we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become a Sora or Mora, Lashon of the Gemara was the parents have to be shava. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. Now the way the Gemara was talking about over there was that the parents have to be shava, the kol, the mara, the koma. They have to be shava, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a giding, Rashi points out earlier as giding is their misgiti, o chiger, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, o ilaim, or mute, o sumo, or blind, o cherish, or cherish generally means deaf mute. Eno nasa ben soramora. The child can't become ben soramora. This is a technicality. Now why is that Shneimar? Because listen to this. The tough subo of a vimo, the pasuk says his parents will grab him for lo gidmin. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, then Allah myself, kid can't become a ben soramora. Votzio also, they will take him out. So therefore, they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and remove him. They can't take him. The Gemara says, "Va'amru." They will say, the parents will say, below ilmin, not if they're mute. Benenu zeh, that's able to identify this son below sumin, and not parents who are blind. Enenu shomea bekolenu. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices. Below charshin, and not a mute, not a mute. Gemara says masrin bo b'fnei shlosha u'malkin also. They warned the Ben Sora Mora, so again there's Hasra. They warned him first in the presence of three, and then ultimately administered Malchus afterwards. Chazar b'kilgal. So you know, say it's interesting because here we're introduced to something new. Apparently, there is like a Hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the Gabi. His parents warn him in front of a basin of three, and then again they flog him. They give him Malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Sora Mora. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by a basin of 20 years. Makes sense because now this is a capital case. But again, he's only stoned, he's only executed if part of the basin of 23 consists of parts of the I should say differently. The original three who essentially judged him for Malchus have to be part of the subsequent basin of 23. Shenehemar benenu zeh shalaka b'fneichem, because they have to say, the parents say benenu zeh, this son. This son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming a Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. Shamas Mina, the Gemara says, what do you see from here? What you see from here is something very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, you want to say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Sora Mora, right? So the pasuk says, "Tafsu bo avivim." His parents will take hold of him. And they will take him out right to the basement. They say. Now, if you notice what's happening over here, if you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab him. They have to be able to walk. I don't know. When you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly the Mishnah is understanding it in a literal sense. In other words, what do you see from here? You have to follow a pasuk as the way that it's written. Gemara says, "No, this is different." Shiny hacha, why on the base? We're making progress. Shiny hacha, 71b. The kulei kra yiseru. So I say, no, this is different because here the pasuk itself is written in elongated form. Look here, Rashi. Kulei kra yiseru. The matzi l'michot seisen also shara here horiskelten. Clean out this whole thing. Parents will grab hold and just say. It to the basement. Done. The fact that the pasuk is written so longhand indicates to us that there is a hakpada. The Torah says the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and in order to do so, prevent the kid from becoming so. Okay, and we warn him in front of three. Why do you need three? The trace idea. Why do you have to in front of three? You just need has thrown in front of two witnesses. A Rabbi Halchikomer, Masin Babnei Shnayim, Umad also Bifnei Shlosha. No, what it means is like this. You're right, we warn him in front of two witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because three represents a basin. So Mar says, whoa, Malchus Ben Sora Mora, where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Sora Mora, right? So the only thing we ever see by Ben Sora Mora is what? Is execution, is Misa. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Sora Mora? Rabbi Yavo. So Rabbi Yavo, Lamanu v'Yisru, so let's say we make it Zero Shabbat. V'Yisru. So it says v'Yisru also, v'Yisru ben Sora Mora, and then it says v'Yisru by Malchus. And then again, v'Yisru mi-ben, v'yam ben ha-chosarash. There's a Zero Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sora Mora to teach us that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Sora Mora gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. Gemara says, "Chazav v'kilkel mikam mechapilo." So again, Ben Sora Mora once again repeats his negative behavior again. You judge this time in terms of a basin of 22 because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, "Haini boile zeh." So Gemara darshans b'neinu zeh. That's how the Gemara darshans it. That's how darshan from the Mishnah. Just 1 second. Haini boile zeh v'lo suyin. Now I remember again, but we already used that zeh. That zeh was actually to teach us what that Allah Lamaisa, the parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become Ben Sora Mora. So how are you now using that same zet for different drasha? Benenu who? My benenu zet. The pasuk could have just written benenu who, but instead it said benenu zet. Shmami not tarti. So everyone will say zet teaches me two things. What it teaches me? Number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become Ben Sora Mora. That's number one. And number two, that three who serve the Beis Din from Malchus have to be part of the Beis Din of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, Baruch Hachlon Mardino, Zakachton, Patra. Okay, so remember again, in the beginning of the Ben Sora Umora Sugya, that Ben Sora Umora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan samoch lish, which essentially is you only become Ben Sora Umora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raised a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Sora Mora, right? And when he is brought to Beis Din, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be done, you could be judged as a Ben Sora Mora. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He ran away. He was right. He escaped from Beis Din. Before the verdict was passed. And then what happens? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Pater. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sora Umora. And therefore, again, so the interesting part, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature, right? What we call the Zikana Tachton has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. On the other hand, if let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we could still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, interesting piece over here. So we'll say about Ben Noach, who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then what happens? Then he converted. What's the halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? Logical. His whole legal framework. Remember again, when he was a Rashi points out something very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. As a Ben Noach, right? A Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what? His din is his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Baruch Achlo Nigmar. So we'll say our Mishnah would seem to support the same idea. If the Ben Sora Mora, if he escaped before the verdict was delivered, and before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited further physical maturation. He's Potter, my type of what is him. Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Krishna says, no. No, it's different. Why? Because that's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right, as a child, as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would be chayiv at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, we find him later on, he's going to be potter. So Tashma, so ultimately, again, it's Ben Sora Mora. If they delivered the verdict, but he ran away from Beis Din before he was executed, and then they find him. About the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? Chayiv. He's chayiv. Now, why is that? Migmar Dino Karmet, because again, Allah his verdict was passed. Migmar Dino Garba Katilahu. He's already, if his verdict was passed in Allah, of course he's going to be Chayiv. So Gemara says as follows. We'll say, by the way, what a tremendous Musar Haskell there is. Tremendous Musar Haskell. So if a Ben Noah curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts, what's the halacha? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the Gemara, Hoel Danet, his Shana Misaso, his din changed, and therefore again his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here this that halacha l'maisa, even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately again that din changes as well. I say this is a very important Gemara hashkafically, because in general there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. When it comes to tshuva, let's say again, I'm a person. I committed an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I could go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? Because Baruch Hu doesn't change his mind. The Rebbeinu Shalom doesn't change. The Rebbeinu Shalom is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv for whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So what's like interesting enough, the way it works perfectly is the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mashal. Person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So as $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say you're in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I could change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, is still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for your side. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noah who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu chas v'shalom. If he becomes a yid, So at the end of the day, again, he's now all the ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of being. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go right there. In Tashma, Ben Noach Sheikas Kabero, all ages Kabero, this guy listen to this. A Ben Noach, non-Jew, who goes there and hits his fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And then he decides to convert. Now what Bezin is taking this guy, I'm not exactly sure, right? But tonight, again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's halacha? Potter. He's potter, right? He's potter from all of these things. Why? And we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says the Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to these halacha. So death penalties also can be Yisrael and Iskayachai. But if a Ben Noach hit a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions. If had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. Since the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name a horrible ishtani. Why would he go out and say, but he changed, converted? In order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Dino ishtani, misasa lo ishtani. Here, the particular facts of his judgment may change, but the death penalty still remains the same. It's quite fascinating. So Bishlam goes after me, Karasayit, Sayit. So I understand for yourself, right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach, it was Sayit, and now he also be Chayiv Sayit. Remember, Ben Noach, we saw Torah said a little while ago, Ben Noach is always executed with Sayit. So as a Gentile, it was Sayif, and as a Jew, it's Sayif. Ala Isha's Ish, or with adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Sayif, the Hashta Chanak. But now it's going to be strangulation. So this din is different. Which we're supposed to say second line down in the white lines, Benara Murasa. Supposed to say, we're talking about over here where he committed adultery with Benara Murasa. The Edi, the Skila. Both a Ben Noach as well as a Jew have the punishment of Sakila for Nara Murasa. I Baha Asa King Yisrael, Tumia de Ishes Kavero, Katani. But it says if he committed this same act with the Yisrael, comparable to Ishes Kavero, Ella, Tala Bechamura Meshach Shaifa. So we'll say, but rather we say again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included with a more severe one. Hani Chal Rabbanan Amar Sayif Chamar. That's why Rabbanan will say that Sayif is more Chamar than Chanek. El Rabbi Shimon Amar Chanek Chamar Michael. We had all this before. The great Rabbi Shimon says that Chanek, strangulation, is more Chamar than Sayif. What are you going to say? Rabbi Shimon sort of like you kind of did in Asher. The Amar Chomis Samura Bilutnei Noach Eino El Chanek. So we had this in my focus. So he holds the Great Menashe, Tanah Menashe, holds that no Bnei Noach are always put to death with Chanek. So Mishlama Ishes Ish Meikara Chanek Bahashka Chanek. So I understand the case where the Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Yisrael, and then he converted because whether he was a Ben Noach or he's a Jew, he's punishable by Chanek. So it's Elul Otzeach Meikara Chanek Bahashka Sayit. Well, exactly. And according to this, as a Ben Noach for murder, you would be Chayiv Chanek, and now as a Jew, you would be Chayiv Sayit. Which the Gemara says, not a problem. Kala bechamura meshach shayfa. Again, we assume that Sayif is a more lenient form of death penalty than Chanek. And therefore, again, the more lenient one is included with the more common one. Let me say, right? Sarcha, Yachaka, Bagla. Right? The Gemara says, Tidon bechanek. So the Gemara says, Tidon bechanek. The skill of my time alone. So she would be judged with Chanek and not with skill. Why not? It must be because of Lamaisa to my Nara Murasa. Sorry, Nara Murasa ultimately committed adultery, then she became Bogeres. So what's the law? She's judged with Chanek. Right? The Gemara says, why not Skila? Because she changed from a Nara to a Bogeres. The Kosh came Hava, the Ishtani Lagam, right? You know, the more so in this case where the change was complete. I'm going to be open on the Tana Tidon Biskila. So again, so Rabbi Yochanan says the Tana, you're right. Rather instead write halacha myself subject to skill. Incredible. Both what's the takeaway? The takeaway, sorry, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. The halacha myself, if you have a piece of Sora Mora, the kid is brought to and then he escapes. And we find him later on. What do you do with him? So the answer depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escaped before the verdict was passed, then what do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of physical maturation, you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed. You can no longer judge him as a Ben Sora Umora. And just other cases like that. The Ben Noach and converts. The Ben Noach who goes ahead and it's his friend, right, or commits adultery, then converts. Similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Ben Sora Umora. We'll say this is interesting. This Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire parak. But okay, so we're going to do it here. Ben Sora Umora. Nidon Hashem Sofo. Ben Sora Umora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. The Gemara says, Yamos Zaka va Yamos Chayim. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent and don't let him die Chayim. Don't let him die culpable. But why? Shemisasan Sharishan Hanalai. I know the Olam. Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them. And it's also good for the world. But tzaddikim, the death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim in the world. And we'll say, why is that bad for tzaddikim? It's such a Gemara, Mishnah. Why is that bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the Maisa, with death, you no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice and sober. We'll say, life is the greatest gift. Because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, they lose their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. The Gemara says, Pisa, sorry, Yain B'Shem L'Rishon Hanala, and Ganali Olam. So I'll say, listen to this, wine and sleep, for the Rishonim, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if Rishonim are drinking and they're sleeping, that usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But tzaddikim, ra'lahem, barali olam. We'll say this is incredible. But for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Isn't that profound? This is why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, it's bad for him and it's bad for him. Let's say, here it is. But this is the raya to what you do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is bad, apparently. It feels so good. That's right. But apparently, again, it's not good if you want to be tzaddikim. Incredible. Please are the Rishonim. Hana Elohem v'Hana Li'olam. So we'll say, peace means, again, displacement. The Gemara says scattering is good for Rishonim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishonim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can't collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, ra'lahem v'rali olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. Because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for Rishonim, Pizur is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also Pizur. So Pizur means literally again scattered. Pizur also means sometimes we'll say, a person could be in one geographic place, but in a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience times like that. It's very disjointing. And it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self. Essentially, really what Pizur represents, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. The Gemara says, Kinos. Kinos, the Rishonim ra'lahem v'rali olam. So Kinos means gathering. When the Rishonim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But tzaddikim, hana Elohem v'hana li'olam. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So we'll say this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizur scattering is bad. Kinos is good. So, of course, you can understand it on a Pashat level. When tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate. They can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for others. This is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life, I'm in a state of Pizur. Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, well, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. Why? Because I will say, Pizur means the lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizur. Pizur is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, Shakat, tranquility. It's bad for Rishonim, because when it's tranquil, Rishonim can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. Right when Rishonim have Shakat. Let tzaddikim hana Elohem v'hana li'olam. For tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more, and obviously the tzaddik can accomplish more, and it's good for tzaddik, and it's good for the world. But we'll say so much to discuss about this Mishnah, but for a different time. Top of Ayin Base 72a says the Mishnah. Tanya, Rabbi Yosef Lili Omer. Because the Ben Solar Amora has stolen money and has purchased some, he can purchase some wine, he should be executed. You know, so it's $1 million question. Rather, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Sora Umora. The Gemara says, why? At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money, and he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed, and he's not going to be able to. He's going to go out and he's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. He's going to become a robber. Amra Torah, Yomos Zakai Va'al Yomos Chayiv. The Torah says, let him die innocent. In other words, remember, husband Sormora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to. And ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liberty for himself and for greater society. Because the death of Rishon is good for Rishon. Again, kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And listen, by the way, it's so fascinating. But first of all, so this kid's back. I just like that face. Feels like Anyway, so it's like I feel like you see an accent. Anyway, so this is why we don't finish that. See where it says, so remember, this goes back to yesterday's back when we saw the Machlokas. Did Ben Soromora happen? Did not happen? So remember, all of this, that's how the Machlokas. But it struck me, what's the whole sum of Ben Soromora? He's going to steal money. He's going to sneak and purchase wine. And where he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. He's going to manage a hedge fund. I don't know. Why do we automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits? So I'll say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid has never worked, in other words, it's one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Like you see kids like this. Who like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. So he hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice food. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals. What happens? You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. That like Magiali, the world owes me something, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when they run out of their father's sons, he's not getting a job. He's not, you know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. I was saying, you know the worst midah a yid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, Rabbi Sachs said, Russell pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no Bill of Rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. Rabbi Sachs, he's talking about the rights. And in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities, rights. Why? Because a Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, wait a second, that's not true. People do owe me something, right? People owe me a car, so I tell people owe me this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to all these different things. Or walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. Don't walk around with a Magiali entitlement. And so I will say again, in marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something for you. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound wave of Hakar Satov. It's like, man, that's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what's the real danger of the Ben Sora Umora? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense even of entitlement in all of your life relationships, happy in all areas of life. Let's go back there. So Martha Banal Tzadikim, right? Martha Sanal, Tzadikim, Rav Ham Yolam. for tzaddikim. Ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in the Mishnah a little bit. Yayin, Shina v'yayin l'Rishem hanal v'olam. Sleep and wine are good for Rishem because then we're not causing problems. Shina v'yayin l'Rishem hanal. Sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Why? Because again, for the tzaddikim, if they're drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing their ma'asim tovim. Sheket l'Rishem hanal. Tranquility is bad for Rishem, bad for the world. It gives them time to engage in all their negative imaginations. Tzaddikim hanola v'hanal v'olam. Tzaddikim is good. Tzaddikim is good. Kizor Rishem hanola v'hanal v'olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Rishem, good for the world. Tzaddikim rala v'hanal v'olam. Mishnah. Abab Maktaris. What's he switching gears now? Abab Maktaris is a thief. He's a thief. Abab Maktaris means a thief who comes in secret. I will say now, literally, Maktaris, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. He's literally, again, digging a tunnel, right, from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So, above Maktaris, Nino Hashem Sofa. So, what I said, the halacha is, if somebody, now, the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret, the Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now, we'll see why that is. The Gemara says, so the thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say again, Reuven broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel also. So what's halacha? If I'm not allowed to kill Reuven, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Reuven is going to be chayiv for breaking the barrel. In Amo Damin Potter. And if I'm allowed to kill Reuven, then he's for breaking the barrel. I must say now why. That's a kimei b'derabim. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's chayiv death penalty. Because chayiv death penalty, therefore he was punished for financial damages. Says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi, my time, the Maktaris. We'll say now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone right into your home? Right? After all, again, the person was a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So listen to this. Chazaka in Azamam and Aslam Arono. So listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Right? In other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, now a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore, the thief says, "Amar iyazma kailafai, v'lo shavik the kailafai katlina." So therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it required. And therefore, a thief becomes a low thief. The thief, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill him first. That's the Baba Maktaris. Incredible. So it's Amarav, Habab Maktaris, not okay, the Yatsa Pas was interesting. That's fascinating. So say, we're going to break my home. Right? He breaks into my home. And Halach, again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav said Reuven doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Right, my time. He's done him kanina. What's the logic? Since he broke into my house, he was considered a road date. He's chayiv nisa. So because he's chayiv nisa, therefore he's pater for any type of monetary law. Therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And listen, by the way, very similar also, we have this in our law, it's castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their homes. So understanding that breaks into our home, no one's going to say, oh, it's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it's stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home, and the law rests that as well, right? And you're not trying to ask, look, what exactly are you here for, right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe a little something. People don't throw them out. There's no heat. The understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home. You know I'm going to defend my home, and therefore, if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore, again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. Amar Rava. So we'll say, so Rava says like this. So Rava said, but this is a pretty wild statement of Rav. So Rav says, Ruben breaks into my home and he gets out alive. And he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's subject for any type of monetary compensation. He can keep my stuff. Rav says, what? So Rav's statement makes sense when, let's say, the object is no longer, in existence. All right, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says, "About not Allah, but if he has the object, he has to give it back. Now look at me, it's not true. I'm not feeling not true. Rav said, even if the object is extant, still Ruben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. The Hayesh lo damim v'nen zuchayev alma b'rshusei kaima hachanami b'rshusei kaimi." Because again, essentially, since Ruben the thief was liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through a death penalty. Like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore Allah Almighty, the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Gemara says, "V'lovi, this is not true." Gemara says that's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for onsen. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe to have a shoal. He's no different than a shoal. So we'll say, so you're suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rava says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. So that's none. Thief comes in, writes repetitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayis. What the lashon of yesh lo damim means that the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't no damim potter. But again, if Allah says I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. Now, time with the sheep. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here is because he broke the barrel. If he ain't no damim potter, or ultimately again, where Ruben will be potter from allowed to kill him. Hanotol lo. But you see from here that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So Gemara says, no. Who had din afilu notol nami. It's not true. Even if he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason the Mishnah framed it as a case of breaking the chavis is to teach us that Allah, in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. The Gemara says, "It's massive. He's a damager. Even if he did it without kavan, it's still going to be chayiv." The Gemara says, "Like much when he gets kavan, not kavan. Adam muad yolam." Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, "Adam be shogig bein b'mezid bein ba'onis bein b'lasan." Person is always muad. So the Gemara says, "You're right, Kasha, you're right. I don't know what to do with this." So Maser Rabbi Barabai. I go in this case, B'Shabbos Chayev. We've seen this case many times. Ruben steals my money bag on Shabbos. What's the halacha? So Chayev, so this Chayev never called him Shevel Azay Yisur Shabbos. I will say now normally again. Now what's the halacha? So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos. Then what does he do? Now obviously he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos you Chayev Misa. But the halacha over here is he's chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chil Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of my delivery. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no killing the Rabbi, and therefore Allah is chayiv for both. The Gemara says, but if you drag the money bag out, right? If you dragged it out, so that, remember, you're only chayiv for Geneva when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, at the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Geneva ve'Isra Skila ba'in ka'avad. And the boss says, so the Gemara says over here, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah again, right there is the field. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, 5 lines up on the bottom, the case ultimately, again, where we said that it's potter, It would be a case ultimately again where the object was thrown into the river and therefore no longer exists. So most what the Gemara is suggesting, remember all of this is in Rav, right? So Rav, again, what the Gemara is suggesting is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv misa and steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rava and everyone else is incredulous about that. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is since as a thief you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is mamish sitting in your hand. Rava and everyone else is what talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken. There's no obligation to restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing machlokes. Rava ignibu leit defiyud machkarta. So this is this. Rava. Now remember, Rava was the one who argued on Rav, and Rava had goats. Had goats stolen from him. Right? It's repetition. Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? During the deal, then the thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. But lo kablinu, Rava would not accept it back. Why? Amar, since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rava argued on Rav. And Rava said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement. And Rava says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. Listen, what I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like we paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in an object and gets away, Salah again is going to be liable. But now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him back, right? But l'maisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rava, and halacha l'maisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief. If the son, literally again, if the sun is shining, Gemara says, I don't understand. The chi hashemish alav d'avadzah is the sun only shining on one person. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. Then laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. I will say, now watch this. That's Brisa 1. Brisa 2, Tanya Idach. Zarcha Shemesh Alav, Damin. Techi Shemesh Alav Bilvad Zarcha, Ella. In Barlacha Kishemesh Yish Lo Shalom Imach. Rather, the second verse says like this: if it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. Then laugh, but if it's not as clear as the sun, Hargeyu, kill him. I will say, the Gemara says, Kasha Stella. Now, you see what just happened over here? They're two dramatically different Bryce. The most saying Bryce number 1 essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun they're going to kill you. If it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second Bryce, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. And we'll say, those are two pretty dramatically different Bryces. So what do you do with this? Lokasha, I'm going to say this. I'm a days. We are great. I'm a days, 10 minutes to go. I'm a days. Kan ba'aval ben, kan ben ala. Wow. Everything depends on who the thief is. Right? One is talking about a father who steals from his son. And when a father steals from his son, he's absolutely certain his father will never son. So if the son, again, father might steal from his son apparently, right? But the father is having a son. So if the son discovers stuff and his father's in his house tunneling in, stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. May steal from the son. See, what you see from here is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here that you have a case of you can't say that a father won't steal from his son because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents, knowingly or unknowingly, will mistreat their children. But one thing you can count on is Rachmanas of a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if a son breaks into his father's house, it's not so pashut. Sometimes a son could kill a father. So say so such a heavy Gemara. So therefore again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore again the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, halacha says the son breaking into the father's home, the father we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Amrad called the Asiyali Malay Mafkara, Haklina Leila Bar Neirav, Hanina Bar Shila. Which is interesting. So I've said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm gonna kill him. Except if it's Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. Let's say such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except if the thief is Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. Mars, my time, what's the reason? Either we should, maybe because Rav Hanina Bar Shiva is a tzaddik. Well, obviously, he wouldn't be such a tzaddik. Sometimes when it breaks into someone else's house. Ella, we should be killing the guy. So this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says because I know that Rav Hanina Bar Shila loves me like a father. How? Something so beautiful about this. I know that Rav Hanina Bar Shila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that halacha l'maisa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love. So the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique. But apparently in life, there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't So tell Rabbanan. So Damim Lo, Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. So also the Gemara says all of these halachas. So essentially, what you have over here is the scholars. So metrically, you adopt this like this. If someone breaks into your home surreptitiously, your understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who is breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because they're ready to kill me, therefore, what I have the halachic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by so ultimately, again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why do I need that qualification? It's how that we did that this is kind of like execution, just like raising his warrant to execute someone. So too, if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like basement. I become like the basement. I'm at a thought that Shabbos look up so I'm at a thought that basement doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash one of us first by line that I can. Ella Donim Lo Bein B'Chol Bein B'Shabbos. So but again, in case I'm not allowed to kill the thief. And there is liability for killing the thief. So now that halakha applies on Shabbos and during weeks. You must understand what's the position. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. So it means like this. Let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. If halakha is clear that he was going to kill me, I can't remove the rubble from him. The halakha is because he's liable to the death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, halacha l'maisa again, I can remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. Tanrabanan. V'huka v'chol adam umeis v'chol misa shati yachol amitzvah. So this is incredible. Reuven breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Reuven breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Reuven. It's not just me, the homeowner, who has the right to kill Reuven. Even someone else has the right to kill Reuven. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Reuven. Anyone's allowed to kill Reuven. I kill Reuven with any way we need to. So the so I understand why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Reuven. After all, why sounds like coming? Because one would have thought, I might have thought the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a which, by the way, makes sense. Why? Remember, once Reuven is into my home, he has a status what? Status of what? of a road date. Once he's a road date, anyone has the right to go ahead and execute, even my neighbor. The Ella Mace, the Komisa Shayakolami. So, Lama, we will say again, why do I need the special people that teaches me to kill him? Anyway, you need to kill him. We're murder. Let's talk about murder. But this is someone in general. Right, we make a Shimon. Now, really, it's going to be executed by basis. Misa, right? We both say, whatever the type of, whatever, depending on the crime. Let's say Ruben is chayiv to side decapitation. But let's say for whatever the reason, Jason doesn't have a sword. So what do? You execute him every day. You execute him. So they must listen. Most of us are not angels are misamurlo. I don't know if you execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. So how do I know that if I can't execute living with the prescribed penalty, that I could go ahead and execute him however you execute him? Most you must become Pasuk says, execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says, no. So therefore, we'll say, same thing over here. By the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. The Gemara says, no. Shiny Hassam, remember, most you must. It's different. Because the execution of the Torah uses the lashon of most you must. And what is most you must? That double lashon teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Beis has the right to execute him however you can execute him. The Nigmar Minei. So once we learn from this, learn from Rothschild that when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. There's also Gol Adam. Remember again, like Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuben. And by Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Reuben however they want to do it. You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. They will say, what is this called? This is called Snake Silvan Aboim Ke'achad. I have two mitzvah lachos to teach you the same thing. The Gemara says, now what's that lachos? Silvan Aboim Ke'achad. I will say in general, if you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. So therefore, we don't turn very important. Number one, not only the homeowner is permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a road date. That's number one. Halacha number two. How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. Part of the law. Another part of the law. Machteres. Any of the machteres. I don't even know if the thief is tunneling in. The Gemara says, Gadol, Charsero, Karfifo Minai. How do I know that it is coming through my roof, my chutzah, my carpet? How do I know? Or even if it's not tunneling, it's going through a window that I could also kill him. The Pasuk says, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without executing. That's reason why does the Pasuk say Machteres? If they sharov Ganovim, you see Machteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnels. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Finally, Machteres, any Machteres. I only know that if he tunnels in. Pedal is coming through the window, through the closet, through the roof. Insane Matamor Machteres. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machteraso, Zohi Hasra also. As the most I should remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your Hasra. If you're tunneling the Torah itself, as I said, the Halach Lamaisa, you are warned. I was like, we have to stop over for today, but Lamaisa, this is not going to end. It's going to lead into the next week, which is, does the thief Hasra? Is the Hasra necessary in this case? You want to suggest, by definition, is Hasra? No further Hasra. That's what's going to stop over for today. Okay, great run. All right, it's on Zoom. I will get these shots to all of you. Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Have on Zoom. Jerry will ask you 9 dollars granddaughter today. London? Okay. Next. Sorry, Baruch Hashem. Good. Advance mazel tov. Shkach, everyone. Sorry? It's only extenuating circumstances.
I'm laughing. That's like our third episode was when that happened.
It was actually, we listened to the Tiger Belly where Shaw went on, and then we listened to Fighter the Kid the week after that. Yeah. It is podcasting at its finest.
Yeah, you just saw Black Belt podcasting. Yeah, you guys. Welcome to Change. Yes. Great additions, Dave and Gareth. Yeah, pay Gareth a little more, Dave. We need some stuff. All right, this next one's
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin the day by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Turkish Fame. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Touching Pay 50 and 85 Tosin Shvach of Eretz Yisrael. For in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, may they be Zochar Meretz Hashem. We should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a very chayal, very soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, and now it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shar Kavod Mitzvachos, and should Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. Well, with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our precious hostages, make them from Eretz Hashem, bring them home, the shalom and the karov, and by all of our soldiers will be successful. V'chol ma'aseh yidehem. So let's say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning some Hedron today in Eretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. By some Yuga. So you want to say, Kiman Azla Hadisanya. Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? So there was never such thing as a Bais Minuga. Bais Minuga means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Who does this mean reflect? Kabbalah ben Shimon. Like Kabbalah ben Shimon, what that's Talmud design is not it says the Olam in a Beit Tameh Achir Kishtei Gris and Ashtei Avonim Kishtei Ksalim. The Karen's of it. So again, in order to have Saras and Nabos, remember again, there's a whole topic with Saras in the house. Last year, Kodesh points out that Halacha L'maisa Saras in the home was not as much a punishment as much as it was a bracha. He actually points out before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations hid treasures in the walls of their home, and the truth is the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with Saras, because that was required the removal of stones, and they wanted to see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, a lot of Rishonim says, but in order to have Taras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greases. A grease is a measurement. Ashtei Avonim are two different stones. The Shtei Ksalim are two different walls. The Karen is Zavis, so essentially it have to be in a corner. Our goal is to make greasing, but our goal is grease. It have to have a length greasing or width of grease. So my time is what's the Rishonim logic? What's he say? Is Ksib Kir or Ksib Kiros? Because the pasuk says, talking about Taras in the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on walls, plural. So the Gemara says, Eizim Kir, Shuki Kiros. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like walls, plural? How the Omer Zekar is obvious. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya Amar Tzadok. So what say? So Rabbi says, Makom Hayat Tchum Azah, Bahayikorim also Churvisa Segirta. So the Gemara says, but there was a place in Azah, and they called this place in Azah Churvisa Segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, Churva is Mitzora. And Churva is called Mitzora. So essentially, what the Rothschild started to say was that there was mamish a home that was known to have tzaras. Reb Shimon ish kfar Akko Hamachat harakti begog megalio. Isi makom shemitzayim also va'amru abanim minugos pinu lisham. So Reb Shimon ish kfar Akko says one time I went to the Galio, and in fact I found the place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home afflicted with tzaras. So let's say, so once again you see this tension. On one hand, first thing you're saying there was never a home with tzaras. Never happened, too much specificity. The other opinion saying that Allah might say, no, we actually saw a home with tzaras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, so it's remember we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become a soul or mora, the Russian of the Gemara was the parents have to be shavat. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, like or similar. Now, the reading what I was talking about over there was that parents have to be shavat, the kol, the mara, and the koma. They have to be shavat, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a gidin, Rashi points out earlier, gidin is they're missing the hand, an amputee. Or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk. Or elaine, or mute, or sumo, or blind, or cherish, or cherish generally means deaf mute. Eno nasa ben soromora. This child can't become ben soromora. This is a technicality. Now why? Because listen to this. The tough subo of the Vimo, the pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for no giving. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, then Allah kid can become a ben soromora. But also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below illness, not if they're the name is that they will identify this son below suing, and not parents who are blind. And then they say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices. Below harshit and not a mute. Not a mute. Right, Marshall must have both the or Malkin also. So again, Hasra, they want him first in the practice free, and then ultimately it's the Malchus after. So you'll say it's interesting because it's introduced to something new. Apparently, there is like a hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of food. Right? So again, apparently the way it works is like a child or a young man steals the money, purchases them in the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of topics. Parents warn him in front of a basin of food, and then again they flog him. They give him out this. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Gemara. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by a reason of 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. But again, he's only stoned, he's only executed if part of the basin of 23 consists of part of the I should say differently. The original three were essentially Justin from Malchus have to be part of the subsequent basin of 22. Because you have to say the parents of Beninu Zeh, this son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming a Ben Soromor. Incredible. What do you see from here? Well, crop. I want to say, what you see from here is something very interesting. That halakha l'maisa, when the pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, you'll say, what does this mean? So you look at like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Soromor, right? So the pasuk says, the top people of the Hebrew, his parents will take hold of him. So see also al zikne ilo, thou shalt come. Take them out right to the base of and they say, now if you notice what's happening over here, you notice there's a very literal interpretation of the process in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab it. They have to be to walk. I don't know, when it's like what is it usually said? The pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that Chatham said the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly the mission is understanding in a literal sense. You must really see the Shabbos we know, but you have to follow a pasuk as that it's written. The Gemara says, "Shiny, this is different. Shiny haka, why on the base? See, we're making progress. Shiny haka." 71b. The Kulik Kra Yiselu. So as I say, this is different because here the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at actually Kulik Kra Yiselu. The Matzi Mishnah about said also Shara holy skeleton. You didn't have this whole thing. So grab out and just say, you take it to the basic. Done. The fact that the pasuk is written such longhand indicates to us that there is a hakpada. The Torah is telling us that again the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and inability to do so prevents the kid from becoming so. Okay, the maximum is Rothschild, and we warn him in front of three. So he went to Lamali. Why do you need three? Why do you have Torah in front of three? You just need to have Torah in front of two witnesses. A Rabbi Halchikamer, maximum of Shnayim, the mountain also B'fnei Shlosha. What it means is like this. You're right. We warn him in front of two witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because three represents a basic. So Mark says, whoa, Malchus by Sora Mora, where do we ever see Malchus by Sora Mora? Right? The only thing we ever see by Sora Mora is what? Is execution. Is Misa. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Sora Mora? So let's say you make it zero Shabbat. The Yisru, so it says the Yisru also, the Yisru ben Soromora, and then it says the Yisru by Malchus, and then again the Yisru Miban, Vayam bin Akotarash. So essentially there's a Xer Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Soromora to teach us that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Soromora gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. So again, Ben Soromora once again repeats his negative behavior again. How do you judge this time turned over 23 because now it is effectively capital, okay? So the Gemara says, Haim mi body like Zeh, so the Gemara Darshans, the name is Zeh. That's how the Gemara Darshan is. That's how that's in the front of the Mishnah. Because 1 second. Haim mi body like Zeh below Sunnah. Now remember again, but we already used that Zeh. That Zeh was already Darshan to teach us what? That the parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become Ben Soromora. So how are you now using that same Zeh for a different drasha? You can lift up Benenu who? My Benenu Zeh. The pasuk here just written Benenu who, but it says Benenu Zeh. Shmami not party. So everyone says Zeh teaches me two things. What are two things it teaches me? Number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become Ben Soromora. That's number one. And number two, that the original three, as the basin from Malchus, have to be part of the basin of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, Baruch Atzoni Madino, the Africa Heket Zaki Zakar Tachton Pastor. As you're supposed to remember again, here in the beginning of the Ben Soromora Sugya. The Ben Soromora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan samach, which essentially is you can only become Ben Soromora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Soromora, right? And when he is brought to Beis Din, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be a judge of the Ben Soromora. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He ran away when he escaped from Beis Din. Before the verdict was passed, and then what happened? They find him again, and they want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Potter. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Soromora, and therefore, this is the interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. He escaped before his verdict. By getting back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature, right? What we call the Zakana Tachton has already won. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then we say, on the other hand, if let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ben Noach should be interesting case over here. So let's say the Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Chas v'Shalom. And then what happens? The Africa Niskaya. Then he converted. What's the halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the logic? Logic. Holo v'nishtana dino, nishtana nisaso. Because it won't say that halacha l'maisa. His whole legal framework changed. Remember again, we pointed out to you So literally translated, since his ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. Even make currently from the Eidachot over dying Echad below Asra. As a Ben Noach, right? Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no high. A Jew is judged with a basin of 23, Hatzman, and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what his din is his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So Gemara says, Baruch actually need my deal. So let's say our Mishnah would seem to support the same idea. If the Ben Sor Mora, if he escaped before the verdict was delivered, and before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. He's Potter, my type of what's the reason? Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Someone says, no. Well, shiny papa, the Ovid Hashtalah Barkitalu. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right, as a child or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be chayiv at this stage. That's why he escapes before the verdict. We find him later on, he's going to be potter. So Tashma. So ultimately, again, it's a betzora more. If they delivered the verdict, but he ran away from Beijing before he was executed, and then they find him, and by the time they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's chayiv. Now, why is that? Nigmar dino ka'amet, because again, Allah his verdict was passed. Nigmar dino gava katilahu. And he's already, if his verdict was passed, and Allah of course, he's going to be chayiv. So Gemara says, what a tremendous Musar Haskell in this. Tremendous Musar Haskell. So if a Ben Noah curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts, what's Tavachor? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the Gemara, all of the Ishtanet, Ishtanet Misasa, is being changed, and therefore again, it's death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here, this, that Halacha L'Maisa, even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person, if you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that changes as well. So this is very important demarcationally, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, not a person, I commit an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Baruch doesn't change. It's always perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv for whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So what I say, interestingly enough, the way it works hashkafically is the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mashal. Person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So that's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for those things. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noach who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom, if he becomes a Yid, he becomes a Yid. At the end of the day, again, he's now holding Shtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of demons. When we become Bari Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go right there. Listen to this. A Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who goes there and hits his fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And once again, he decides to convert. Now, what phase is taking this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But the nice again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Potter. He's potter, right? He's potter from all of these things. Why? And let's say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to these halacha. So death penalties also came to you. So this guy, if a Ben Noach hit a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he's still going to be liable. So be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions. If how you committed them as a Jew, also be liable. So he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Why don't we go ahead and say, but he changed, he converted, he saw somebody, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. The high, Dino Ishtani, we saw some of Ishtani. Here, the particulars perhaps of his judgment may change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So, Bishlam was at me, Karasai, Sa'id is in the death penalty itself, right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach, it was Sa'id, and now he doesn't speak Chayiv Sa'id. Remember, Ben Noach, we saw Korvos a little while ago, Ben Noach was always executed with Sa'id. So as a Gentile, it was Sa'id, and as a Jew, it's Sa'id. Ela Ishes Ish, both adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Sa'id, V'hash Techanek. So now it's going to be strangulation. So it's different to we'll say second line down in the white lines. So we'll say you're talking about over here when you commit adultery, both Ben Noach as well as the Jew have the punishment of Stila for Nara Murasa. I also came to Israel to me the HS Chavero. But it says if he committed this same act with Yisrael, comparable to H.S. Chavero, Ella, part of the Hamura Meshach Sheicha. So it's like Rabbi, we say again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included with a more severe one. Honey, one of them is Sayyid Kamar. The fact that Rabbi said that Sayyid is more Kamar than Chenek. Ella, the Shimon number Chenek Kamar might be there. We had all this before. But according to the Shimon, it says that Chenek, strangulation, is more Kamar than Sayyid. What are you going to say? The Shimon What's the going to have this my focus? So we don't think we're always put to death with Chenek. So Mishnah Eishes each Mikara Chenek Bahash the Chenek. Sign is the indication that Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because what he was a Ben Noach or he's a Jew, punishable by Chenek. So it's Elorotzeach Mikara Chenek Bahash the Sayyid or Zayin. But according to this, as a Ben Noach for murder, he would be Chayiv Chenek, and now as a Jew, he would be Chayiv Sayyid. To which the Gemara says it's not a problem. Kala Bechamura Meshach Sheicha. Again, we assume that Sayyid is a more lenient form of death penalty than, and therefore, again, the more lenient one is included with the more common one. Let me say, right? Yachakach Babla. Right? The Gemara says Tidon Bechenek. So the Gemara says Tidon Bechenek. The ski my time alone. So she would be judged with Chenek and not with Skila. Why not with Skila? It must be because Halacha L'Maisa to my Nara Murasa. Sorry. Nara Murasa. So what's the halacha? Judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says why not Skila? Because she changed from a Nara to a Bogeres. The coach in Halacha the Ishtani Lagan, right? And all the more so in this case where the change was complete. So ultimately, again, so Yochanan says, he writes rather instead, write the halacha subject to skila. Incredible. Both say, what's the takeaway? The takeaway, little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? Takeaway is like this. The Allah makes him again. He's like Surah Mora. The kid is brought to Basin, and then he escapes. And we find him later on. What do you do with him? So the answer is it depends. It depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of physical maturation, then you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, halacha l'maisa, since he has changed, right? Things have changed. You can no longer judge him as a ben Sora Mora. And there's other cases and other cases like that of the ben Yoach who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then converts. The ben Yoach who goes ahead and hits his friends, right, or commits adultery, similar types of cases. Beautiful. So, ben Sora Mora. This is interesting. This Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire paragraph, but okay, we're going to do it here. Ben Sora Mora. Nidon Hashem Sofo. And then Sora Mora is not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. He might say, Yamos Zakaba, Yamos Kayif, ultimately again, let him die innocent, and not don't let him die Kayif, don't let him die culpable. Not why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them, because the death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. With tzaddikim, the death of the tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. And we'll say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? It's such a profound Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice and children. We'll say life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, they lose their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. The Gemara says, Peter, sorry, Yayi B'Shem Rishon Hanala, and I know them. So also listen to this: wine and sleep, for the Rishonim is pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if Rishonim are drinking and they're sleeping, it usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But tzaddikim, Ravahem, Torah, I won't say this is terrible, but for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once this is how profound this is. Why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, that's bad for him, and it's bad for him. What's the here? They expect this is a liar. They want to do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is bad, apparently. I feel so good. But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to beat tzaddikim. Incredible. Pizra l'rishaim, hana Elohem ba'anavi olam. So we'll say Pizra means, again, literally again, displacement. The Gemara says scattering. It's good for Rishonim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishonim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. But tzaddikim, ra'lohem v'ra'vi olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. It's not good. Because, again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for Rishonim, Pizur is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. I will say it's also Pizur. So Pizur means literally again scattered. Pizur also means sometimes I will say a person could be in one geographic place, but they're in a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience times like that. It's very disjointing. It's very disjointing, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not settled. Essentially, really what Pizur represents, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. The Gemara says kinos. Kinos when Rishonim are olam. So kinos means gathering. When Rishonim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But let tzaddikim, hana Elohem, for tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So I will say this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizur scattering is bad. Kinos is good. So of course you can understand this on a Pashat Pshat level. When tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate, they can accomplish. It's a full multiplier. And when you're dispersed, again, you only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for them, this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes I'm in a state of Pizur. Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere, Why? Because it will say Kiza means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos, there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's peaceless. Peace is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, presence. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. Tranquility is bad for Rothschild because when it's tranquil, it's going to do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. For regular Rothschild. But tzaddikim, hana'ah lahem v'hana'ah la'olam. For tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik and it's good for those. There was so much to discuss about this Mishnah, but for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a says the Mishnah, Tanya, Rabbi Yosef in the Omer, because the days, because the Daisora Mora has stolen money and has purchased some meat and purchased some wine, he should be executed. You know, say, $1 million question. Right, the Torah knows what is going to happen. Solar Umora. The Gemara says why? That's why. At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's food. The Yotzei Parshas Drachim Musabios is going to go out and robber. He's going to become a robber. Zakai va'al Yomos Chayiv. The Torah says, let him die innocent. In other words, remember, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately, again, he says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of Rishon is good for Rishon. Kill this kid before then becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. I want to say, by the way, this is so fascinating to think about. First of all, so this harkens back. It's like that face harkens back. Feels like, and so say so because he says an accent. Harkens, I don't know. Anyway, so this is why we don't finish it out. So remember, this goes back to yesterday's back when we saw the Machlokas. Did that story what happened? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the Haggadah Machlokas. I was like, it struck me. Why do you think this, right? What's the whole concern about Sorah Mora? He's going to steal money. He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. I don't know. Why do we automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits? So let's say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid, he's never worked. In other words, there's one thing is he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Like you see kids like this who like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. He hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice food. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about that. We're worried about someone who steals in order to support it. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. They're like materially, the world owns you, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible mitzvah. And that's a man that's not going to be broke. That's the kind of person that run out of their father's funds. He's not getting a job. He's not, you know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. You know what I'm saying? You know the worst midah a youth can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, sex. So exactly what Rabbi pointed out. That in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no Bill of Rights in Judaism, right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. The Saxon writes that in Yiddishkeit there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because you should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, what is that? That's not true. People do owe me something. People owe me I tell people owe me this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to all these different things. Or walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. No one owes you anything. Don't walk around with my GLE entitled. So once again, in marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something for you, and then when they do something, you will feel such a profound weight of hakara satov. Like, wow, that's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what you've been sold in Mora? It's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships, happier in all areas of life. Let's go back here. For tzaddikim, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, we're just repeating what we saw in Mishnah a little bit. Yayin, sleep and wine are good for Rishon because then they're not causing problems. But wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Wine because they're good for the tzaddikim if they're drinking or they're sleeping and they're not performing the mice and tovim. Sheket Rishon, tranquility is bad for Rishon, bad for the world because it gives them time to engage with all their imaginations. Tzaddikim, Hanola, V'Hanavi Olam. But for tzaddikim is good. The tzaddikim is good. Peace good. The Rishon, Hanola, V'Hanavi Olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Rishon, good for the world. But tzaddikim, Hanola, V'Hanavi Olam. Mishnah. Habab Maktaris. What's it switching gears now? Habab Maktaris is a thief. Is a thief. Habab Maktaris means a thief who comes in secret. I'm also saying now, literally, Maktaris, the way that Rashi understands it, the way the mind understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. He literally, again, digging a tunnel, right, from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above Maktaris, Migar Shofo. So I say to the halacha is, if somebody, now the assumption this is happening at night, this is happening in secret, there's already somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into, you'll have to kill them. You'll have to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says, oh, the thief is judged based on what we believe he's going to do. So let's say again, Ruben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, so I'll have to kill Ruben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this. Then Ruben is going to be chayiv for breaking the barrel. But if at the end of the day I'm allowed to kill Ruben, then it's part for breaking the back. I must say, now why is that? That's the key to get out of me. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's a chayiv gas penalty. Because chayiv gas penalty, therefore he was part for financial damages. Says the Gemara, I'm allowed my time, the Maktaras. We'll say, now why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Like after all, again, the person is a thief. And he's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So you must listen to this. So once you listen to this, the chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Right? In other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, now a thief knows that. A thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home, wants to go in and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore, the thief says, so therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what do you mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. Everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a rodent. The thief, halacha l'maisa, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to kill them first. Incredible. So it's Amarav, Haka, Benatal Kalim, Yasa Partas. What's the name? So this is fascinating. Something we can make into my home. Right? We're going to make into my home. And halacha l'maisa, again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says, Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it, right? My taima, the dumb and cunning. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a rogue. He's chayiv nisa. So because he's chayiv nisa, therefore he's pater for any type of monetary law, and therefore he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. I will say, by the way, very similar also like we have this, remember, like the castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if somebody comes to their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I look for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the law recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not trying to ask, look, what exactly are you here for? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe there's something people don't talk about. You know, there's no the understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home, you're going to defend my home, and therefore if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So Rabbi says like this. So Rabbi said, but this is a pretty wild statement of Rabbi. So Rabbi says, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rabbi doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's part of any type of monetary compensation, he can keep my stuff. Rabbi says, what? So Rabbi's statement makes sense. Well, let's say the object is no longer, so he stole separate. He's not high financial restitution. He's like, not but not. Yeah, yes, that. Now, listen, it's not true. Not true. That's it. Even if the object is extant, still Reuben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. So, how yesh lo gamin, because again, essentially, since Reuben was liable to a death penalty, he was subject to a death penalty, right? He's subject to death. He's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore, the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Not says, this is not true. See, a kimur rishus of the Indian also. About the Indian mitna rishus of the Mariah Kaini. He says it's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for onsin. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah says for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant and the thief has to give it back to the owner, maybe to have a shal, he's no different than a shal. So we'll say, so you are suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rav says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. So it's saying, thief comes in, writes repetitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damin chayis. So what's the lotion of yesh lo damin means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. But again, if I'm not allowed to kill him, then there's no conversation for the broken barrel. Now, time with Yeshiva, and the reason this whole discussion is happening over here is because he broke the barrel. If he ain't done in Potter, we're ultimately again where Reuben will be Potter from allowed to kill him. Not all law, but you see from here that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So you said, no. Who had been afilu not on nani. It's not true. Even if he took it, definitely be chayiv. The reason the Mishnah framed it as a case of breaking the chavis is to teach us that Allah in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, Even though he broke the not kill the thief, even though he broke the bound, he's still going to be chayav. That's obvious. Massively, he's a damager. Even if he did it without kavanah, he's still chayav. He must like much. So he gets kavanah, kavanah. Adam muad v'olam. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad v'olam. They're the shogun being amazing. They're the honest being the lesson. Person is always muad. Truth, he wants to be right. Kasha, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Master Rabbi, Rabbi, had going to kiss B'Shabbos Chayev. What's the interest? We've seen this case many times. Person who didn't steals my money bag on Shabbos. What's the halacha? So Chayev should be Chayev say the Kohen Shevel Day is Shabbos. I will say now normally again. Now what's the halacha? So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos. Then what does he do? Now obviously he picks it up and he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over there. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. He's trying to remember for Chilul Shabbos is Chayev Misa. But the halacha over here is Chayev for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is there no simultaneity? When does theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of my domain. So because there's no simultaneity, and therefore halacha is Chayev for both. The Gemara says, "Hayim Meganer b'Yosei Pater." But if he dragged the money bag out, right? If he dragged it out, remember, you only Chayev for neighbor when you lift the object or move it into different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, at the moment that it crosses my threshold into the Sarabin, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Gineva Isra Skila Ba'il Ka'achad. And the boss says, so the Gemara says, what are you seeing here? And ultimately, again, Rashi says over there, help us out, 5 lines over the bottom. The case ultimately, again, where he said that it's part of it, will be a case ultimately again where the object is thrown into the river and therefore no longer exists. So much what the Gemara is suggesting, remember all of this is in Rav, right? So Rav is so again, what the Gemara suggests things like this. Rav says that if a thief is Chayev Misa and steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rabbi and everyone else is incredulous about that. That doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is committed Rabbi. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other liability, even if that object is managed sitting in your hand. Rabbi and everyone else is what are you talking about? I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation for financial restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing machlokes. Rabbi, ignibu le'difyud machtarta. So this is this. Rabbi, now remember, Rabbi was argued on Rav, and Rabbi had goats stolen from him. Right, it's repetition. Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. But Lo Kablinu, Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Amar, horrible enough to keep with Rav. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rabbi argued on Rav, but Rabbi said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rabbi says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. What I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though. Just to be clear, we don't paskin like Rav. But only when the object is no longer in existence. So if the thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object, and gets away, Salach Lamaisa again is going to be liable, like to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously we can't go after the fact, right? But Lamaisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Ruben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, Halach Lamaisa, we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rabba, and Halach Lamaisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. So the Pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. The Gemara says, I don't understand. Is the sun only shining on one person? What's the meaning of the Pasuk? In Bar Lacha, Davar Kishemesh She'ein Lo Shalom Imcha Hargelu. Rather, what it means is like this. If you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun, that the thief is there to kill you, thief is there to kill him first. But if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. Now listen, now watch this. That's Brisa 1. Brisa 2, Tanya Idach, and Zarcha Shemesh Alav, Damin. Techi Hashemesh Alav Dovad Zarcha, Ella. In Baruch HaKishemesh Yish Lo Shalom Imach, Rabbi, the second Muslim says like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, how dare you? Kill him. Rabbi said, the Gemara says, Kasha Stama Stama. Rabbi, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different Brises. Rabbi saying, Bryce number 1, essentially says like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun, you can't kill them. According to the second son, only if clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. Now, those are two pretty dramatically different vices. So what do you do with this? Look, Kasha, I'm a base. Well, I say, look at this. I'm a base. Oh, they are great. I'm a base. 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'ava ben ben ala'av. Wow. I want you to listen to this. Everything depends on who the thief is. Right? One is talking about a father stealing from the son. The most when a father steals from the son, it's absolutely sure the father will never kill the son. So if the son, now again, father might steal from the son apparently, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, he wakes up and his father's in his house, tunneling in, stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. And he steals from his son. So what you see from here is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here that you have a case of it. You can't say that a father won't steal from his son because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly will mistreat their children. But one thing you can count on is Rahman Asab, a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if a son breaks into his father's house, not so pashut. Not so pashut. Sometimes the son could kill a father. So it's such a heavy bar. Right? So therefore, again, if the father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, the halacha says the son breaking into the father's home, we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son would be prepared to do. Incredible. Amarav called the As Alai Machtara, Katlin Bar Meirav, Chanina Bar Shil. This is interesting. So Rav said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill, except if it's Rav Chanina Bar Shila. I'll say it's such an interesting compliment, right? Now, if anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except if the thief is Rav Chanina Bar Shila. Mar says, my time, what's the reason? Either we should be tzaddiku, maybe because Rav Chanina Bar Shila is a tzaddik. Well, you see, he wouldn't be such a tzaddik. Ha ka'asi b'machtara. So that's when it breaks into someone else's house. Ella, mishum dikimli digavei, kimerachim alai kimerachim aval. This is such a touching Gemara. Rav says, because I know that Rav Chanina Bar Shila loves me like a father. Wow, what says something so beautiful about this. I know that Rav Chanina Bar Shila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that halacha l'maisa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is, apparently there could be other relationships outside an actual father-child relationship. Someone could love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love, right? So the father's love is unique, the parent's love is unique. But there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible, I will say, incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't comply. So Damin Lo, Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. Anyone done Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. So once the Gemara says all of these halachas. So essentially, we'll say what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. If someone breaks into your home repetitiously, the argument is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone at home secretly is ready to kill me. Because ready to kill me, therefore what? I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take the life of a thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says, "B'Shlama Elo Damin Bein B'Chol Bein B'Shabbos Itzrich." So ultimately, again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why don't we get qualification? It's how that kind, we need to have that based in, because we'll say this is kind of like execution by Basin, just like Basin is warranted to execute someone. So too, if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the Basin. So I'm at a thought that the Shabbos Lokatino. So I'm at a thought that Basin doesn't execute. On Shabbos, maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash was the first white line. Think that I can. Elo donim lo bein b'chol bein Shabbos. But again, the case I'm not allowed, and there is like at least to kill this thief. So now the halacha applies on Shabbos and during the week. You might say, I don't understand what's the hashta b'chol lo katrina Shabbos mi boy. If I can't kill him during the week, I can't kill him on Shabbos. But it means I said it's clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The Allah can become liable to a death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, again, I can remove the rubble in order to save his life. Even for Uka, they call Adam. Umeis, they call Misa. Shati Yachol. Ruben breaks into my home. Now what happens? Neighbor sees my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, has the right to kill Ruben. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruben. Anyone thought to Ruben, I kill Ruben with any way we need to. So the Gemara said, so I understand why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruben after a white child that coming. Because no one would have thought, I'm at a thought. The license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. For other people don't have a right. Kamash Mola may do. Which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash from the low day fool? Remember, once Ruben is getting into my home, he has a status of what? Of a road date. Once he's a road date, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. So, I will say again, why do I need a special leader that teaches me to kill him? Anyone needs to kill him. So I can only say from a murderer. What's not about murder? This is someone in general. So Ruben killed Shimon. Now Ruben is going to be executed by Basin. There's a particular type of misa, right? The most whatever the type of misa, whatever depending on the crime. Let's say Ruben is chayiv to saif, decapitation. But let's say for whatever the reason, Basin doesn't have a sword. So what do? You execute him wherever you can execute him. So the Gemara says, this time, I only know that you can execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. How do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I could go ahead and execute him however you can execute him? Most you must become Malcolm. Pasuk says, execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says, no. So therefore, I will say, same thing over here, by the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. To which one says, no, shiny Hassan, most you must. It's different because the execution authorities is the Rothschild, most you must. And what is most you must? That double Rothschild teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Baby has the right to execute him however you can execute him. So why don't you learn from this? Learn from Rothschild. That when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. Because you will say there's also Gol Adam. Remember again, right? Ruben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Ruben. And I will say by Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Ruben however they want to do it. Say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. Rotzach and Gol Adam. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So let's say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Psuv and Aboin Ke'echad. I have two mitzvahs, two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Because Shnei Psuv and Aboin Ke'echad ain't melamdin. I will say in general, whenever you have two children teaching the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. So again, we're doing so very important halachas here. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, But who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a roadmate. That's halakha number one. Halakha number two. How do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two parts of halakha. Most of the halakha. Machteres. In the machteres. The most I don't even know if the thief is tunneling in. And you might say, Gadol, Chatzero, Kartifam. How do I know that if he's coming through my roof, my cuts are perfect? How do I know? Even if he's not tunneling, it's coming through a window that I can also yell out. You must say, Hagana Mikamakom. The process says you must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you're allowed to execute it. In Jay, Tamur Machteres, in that case, then why does the process say Machteres? If they Sharov, Babin, Yusuf Machteres. So it goes back to your thieves' tunnels. Charges spoke about in one way that it's not tiny. Machteres in Machteres. God will cut the capital in Ayin. I only know that if he tunnels in. Head on the window to the carpet to the Talomar. Matzi Hagana Mikamakom. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machteres Zohi has also off. Because remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halakha l'maisa, you are warned. Now, let's say we have to stop over for today, but l'maisa, this is not going to end. It's going to lead into the next thing, which is, does the thief require hasra? Is there hasra necessary in this case? We want to suggest tunneling in. By definition, is your hasra. No for the hasra. That's what's going to stop over for today. Shkoyach. Okay, great run. All right, have on Zoom. Have a great Ishkak to all of you. And Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Have on Zoom. Jerry will ask you, marrying off his granddaughter today. London? Oh, okay. Mexico. All right, Baruch Hashem, good. Advance mazel tov. Ishkak, everyone.
In December 2014, Brendan Shaw was coming off the third brutal loss of his professional fighting career. The man he considered his North Star held an intervention, attempting to protect Brendan from further brain damage. If he had only known the redacted wars Brendan would fight as a result of his guidance. There's shit that other people can do that you can't do. There's a bridge between you.
All right, everyone say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all. All of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Top Shin Hey. We go to the South for dedicating all the Shimon Russians this year as is the host for the Soros Kovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton and Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yira Kodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner and Mishpacha. Beautiful in the camp. But I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our show this morning, the Levaya, these multiple Levayas for the Bivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah, that broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, we should just bring the true Besoros for all of Am Yisrael. Was there that? Let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wise. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows: Mas Nutri. So again, actually, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she, my binding, sorry. She says to Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, Kol Nashim Shabes Avicha Hayunodros. So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of musar. So musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me, because that's why your father's a tzaddik. So if your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls him Bar Nidri, the son of my nether. This is incredible. She says, Kol Nashim Shabes Avicha, all of David's wives. You know this, so make it a following there. Give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is all of David HaMelech's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's the one that says Zoris, alacritus, Zuzos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Jesus. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. And ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she said, give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I must say, there's so much to be learned from the schema. What do we want for our children? So also too often in life, put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my son, my daughter is able to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi. No, we don't want a rabbi. An accountant, all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Sheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's Jesus. So it's like, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. That people who are, Jesus is a midah, and Jesus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Jesus, that's why again Ramchal puts it so early on. In Mesilas Yesharim, when you have the midah of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a Kavod Rosh approach to life. And when people who are Zoris are successful in whatever it is that they do, Mamula B'Torah, don't be what it means to be Mamula B'Torah, to be filled with Torah. In other words, the way you can approach Torah, first you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approch to observance, or a person can be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mole, I'm fully committed. Hagul Nevius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know. But I would imagine that you have to have Allah Milas to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Is Rizos, Mamula B'Torah, Hagul Nevius. Incredible. So Hashem says to Shlomo, so Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? Like the king Chevra, like the monarch Chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch Chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? We're the king, we're all powerful. And rose in the Sheikhs, and those rulers, they abuse the intoxicated beverage too much. Nisha called Rabbi Olam Yimo, Nisha Yain Nisha. You have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Coming imbued with wine, it looks like, remember, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls of sometimes one being buffalo in the Kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So, halakha l'maisa, Bathsheba said to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the Lord of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time in wine? I'm a Yitzchak. How do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was Mekabel, his mother's Musar. Adam li. So he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. It's incredible. Ki ba'ar lochim ish, who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Tichsid, vayachal Noah ish ha'adama. Shlomo was explaining again. Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. But Pinas Adam Lut, and there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? He's that Adam Arishon. That first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. So let's say, by the way, another tremendous Moshe Haskell. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Mussar. No one likes Mussar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that feedback is coming from someone who loves them as much as it stings. They're able to hear it. They're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's God was Shlomo HaMelech was the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, "Thank you. That's God." Let's go. Okay, let's go back. Send the Gemara. I'll call the Chabura. I'm not about. So again, now let's back. I'm not about. So this is very interesting. Then Soromar's what we mentioned yesterday's staff, right, is again, or I should say, distinguish what he has to buy that money and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikim. Now, what are srikim? If you look at Rashi, this group of srikim, it's like 3 lines up from where we are in Chutz and Rashi. Rikim, shiagilu b'kach. So it's fascinating. What turns a person or turns the king into a Bensora Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he ends up with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikim. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines srikim over there as rikim. Well, what does rikim mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shirazilu b'kach. So the bitch made him to these type of habits. Aval nish b'chabura adam hagul b'ki haygavno l'manshich. Me'onas eben sorah mora. The Chabura Gulav Mitzvah Kama. Shimon said, this is incredible. Rabbi says, what is Ben Sorah Morachayiv? Only when he's eating the meat and the wine with a group of srikim. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines srikim, he doesn't say like Avaryonis, people who go ahead and commit Averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Rikim. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not committing an Avera. What is in there's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zizus. There's no mamula l'Torah. There's no hugging in the There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling greater, I'm empty. And what she's saying is, the saying is, a chevra of people is much dangerous than a chevra of single people. So first of all, not every chevra is a chevra of single people, because all of us commit averas. I said, but at least when a person committing an avera, what does it say? A person, if it's desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong people desire for something. Maybe desire for nothing. Maybe desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's the end of chabura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sorah Umora addictions are really facilitated. However, the but we learned. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating the meat and drinking his wine in the chaburas mitzvah, now then we'll discuss what that means. But what that means is he's eating it. Interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context that he does not become a ben solar umora. So he wants to time out the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, afagad delad kulas vegan, even if not everyone in the chevra is one of this vegan. Hakamash malon, afagad the kulas vegan, even the mitzvah ka'asik lo mitzvah. So what's that? So I think what we're saying is like this: that if the Ben Soramor is eating the meat and wine in the Sudas Mitzvah, even if the entire chevra for the Sudas Mitzvah are sneaking, he doesn't become a Ben Soramora. Doesn't become a Ben Soramora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is shrieking, he doesn't become Ben Soramora. Or Halacha again, if the entire group minus one person is shrieking, in other words, if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Soramora. He only becomes a Ben Soramora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all shrieking. So let's say two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think that the truth is it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So the Chabura Kula speaking, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is, if it's a chevra all sneaking, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a chavura sneaking. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the chevra. That one person in a chavura of sneaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. Never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole chavura of sneaking, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become that sort of wine if you put yourself in the right circumstances. Even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashbah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashbah on you as a proper right. That's a sudas mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashbah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible you are. What you begin to see for Ben Solar or Moab, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the Ben Solar or Moab. Good. About Ibra Chodesh. So remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudas Mitzvah was the Suda that they made for Ibra Chodesh. Ibra Chodesh, what you said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They made a Suda for that. So you might say, one second, the Basri had Masku, is that saying that they hadn't eaten wine for that Suda? But I you learn, in Overlaw, Elevabas, the kittens, no about. But that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have at the meal of integration of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, meat, and kidneys and legumes. So that was a very light meal. Think about it, brother. They had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So you might just walk around from the Apagat, only on the business, you lost it. But we are in Bako, came into the mitzvah cost of Olam Sheikh. Oh, that's the Kiddush, you're right. Normally the people who would go in for this Suda, they were only an interesting fact. What did they eat by the Suda for Ibarach? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having that meal. Ben Soramora shows up that meal, or he's not a Ben Soramora yet, he's a candidate. Right? Ben Soramora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat that sits down and eats with them. That can't transform him into a Ben Soramora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of a Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Sora Umora. Incredible. Some Rabbanon ain't older Libra. She wasn't not just the word about that Suda. Ain't older Libra. Kos Mia Sara Ben Adam. So you see that is the meaning, right? That is that Suda for Ibra Chodesh. They only know the past dozen the kidneys, and you're only going to go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread. It's pasta. It is bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. They only or iburo, and you only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only go for the Suda at night and not by day. They only go up time. The Ivor says they go up for the Suda by day and not by night. So Libnei Achrifu Ba'olto Achrifu Palku Kineki Delishu Baku Enshi. Go up early to the meal, go to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise, and people are starting to get up, so that you'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Nice shady shine. So listen, so again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Sora Umoris. If the act of itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Sora Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Sora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes like that. So remember again, if he steals money, like steals, let's say he steals money, makes sashimi money, goes and purchases meat and wine, eats in Yerushalayim. So again, it doesn't come a Ben Sora or a wine act, because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sora or Mora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you do something quote unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sora or Mora like that. Fascinating. Let's go later. Alcohol let's check what's stressing that I'm also. Alcohol busser off. International Ben Sora Mora is great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sora or Mora. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money, and he buys a schnitzel. Right? That's not going to make him into a Ben Sora or Mora. Alright, one on top of we learned in the Mishnah. Also, we was a trade for Shkatu, but I'm not saying you're not saying Sora Mora. Hasaho not saying Sora Mora. For 1 second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if he stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is, he doesn't become a Sora Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, and Allah for myself, he should become a Sora Mora. To which the says, no, Kitran Masnisim, Lahashtim. So this is remember, how much meat does How much meat does Ben Sora have to eat in order to go and become a Ben Sora Mora? Right? Machlokas. First opinion in Mishnah. Right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlins the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a Ben Sora Mora. That's the chiddush. So you can't eat the tartimar, ultimately, again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Sora Mora. All right, it's incredible. Although it's a mitzvah, the Dvar Aveira. So once it's listen to this, and as Musa said, if you eat something that's a mitzvah or Dvar Aveira, it doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what is the Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Aveira. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at actually just a moment. It actually says over here that sweet sometimes from the bottom. Let's say the the kid, can't call it Ben Soromora because they're in the Soromora yet. The kid joins a Nichum Abrim, right? The halacha is that when Abrim come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, a meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a theme. A Ben Soromora only goes ahead and becomes a Ben Soromora if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing meat and wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is if the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. I mean, he does it in the Shabbos and all. He's like, the Chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as a Sudas Havra, the meal for our Galen. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, so let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. Eats on Tainus Esther. So the Gemara says, so that doesn't make him a Soromora. So why not? That's so strange, right? Why wouldn't that make him into a Soromora? For time of my Amakra, and then there's Shomer B'Kalenu, below B'Kol Shamakum. This is fascinating. What does he become Ben Soromora? It has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. And then Shomer B'Kalenu. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make him into Ben Soromora. Listen, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Soromora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Soromora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things. That's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like steals money and buys chazer. Of course, Ben Soromora. He's not. It's fascinating. He's not Ben Soromora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece, and he's not a Ben Soromora. Why the shot? Because what makes one of Ben Soromora is an instrument of the Kalenu. His act of defiance is actually defiance against his parents, but it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God, but because he's stealing. But the consumption itself, technically, is halachically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halachically prohibited, then halachah myself. He's not a Ben Soromora. Let's go back there. I'll go for my phone. I'll go Buster. Shas Kamash Kolo. Shas Yayin. I'll go for my phone. I'll go Buster. So for example, says therefore same idea. If Ben Soromora ate anything but didn't eat wine, didn't eat meat. He doesn't know Ben Soromora. You have to eat meat. In order to Ben Soromora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says. What is it? If he didn't eat the Vela Keilis. So what says even if he ate a cake of pressed figs. A cake of pressed figs from Kilas, right? And Kilas was a very high quality, very high quality food. And it's certain respects you can have that quality almost of like meat. I'm not sure, even if he eats a Vela Kilas, halach halamaisa, you still don't come in Soromora. B'shasa, v'vash v'chalav, sorry, v'loshasa and actually v'vash v'chalav. So interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey can have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't remember more. The sign of Kilas just the Vash, the Chalav, the Nichnas, the Mizdash, Chai, Tabavine out. So it's also interesting enough to be for Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a Vela Kilas, this cake of pressed figs and kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Mitzvah Mikdash and does the avodah, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avodah under the influence. Right? That's how you're not allowed to be intoxicated. And if he goes into the Mitzvah after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Once I from about 71A. And so more, the kid eats item but doesn't eat meat. Or he drinks a drink but he do not drink wine. You only become a Soramora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shene'emar, Zolel Zisovei. Because the Pasuk calls him again a glutton and a guzzler. Even though I don't really know specifically in Torah what Zola and Sove means, and I don't know what it's referring to. There's still a scriptural allusion. Plus, we just saw it in the Mishnah. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and the zololate basar lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. V'omer kisove v'zola yoresh ukraim talbish numa. So we'll say, so again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses the lashon of zola for sove, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again, sove refers to wine and zola refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that from the Ben Sora Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. But let's say this is a fascinating Gemara. I'm going to zero up. Whoever sleeps in the Beis Medrash, Torasa Nasa Lo Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy, right? Like patches of clothing. Shene'emar Ukiraim Talbish Nima. The one who slumbers will wear patches. Now, let's say the truth is, there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. One of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two studies, two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. As Rabbi says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand. The heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out saying, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I switch some days with that feeling like that, right? But I know that I was there for 40 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want that comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. So I'll say, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a critical one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't really have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dock, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, do you get a shkar for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was email, here I was WhatsApp, here I was talking, here I was this, and again, just the reality is, the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully listening. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. So let's say, so again, so what does Jesus mean? Jesus means when I'm doing something, I'm in. Now let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking the email in the middle of the meeting. Ever happened to anyone? Right? My cloud bubble is. I have started this now. Right? If you're checking it immediately, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of better words. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we're doing. We're always somewhere else. So we're in the office. I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Chaver, don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. Work in your office. And that is working. You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work and be zealous and be committed and be involved. And when you're here, learn your Torah and don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, you're going to see through your entire Torah life. And after 120 years from Allah, and the Rebbe comes to the Sheikh, what did you learn? Tell me. What did you learn? And you're going to say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this. I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my chaverim during shir that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? Why? If we're going to do it, and just do it, and commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself, and this is during learning. This is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. Every single day. And we live in a door. We live in a time where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base medrash. And if you could just do that, bring us Jesus to our learning, bring us Jesus to our davening. We're all young people. There is no telling what we can accomplish in our remainder in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Ganav, you shall other open yourself. Now, it's very interesting. So, by the way, as we look like that, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, let's say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, that's okay. It's good to say that. It's the same thing with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So then Solomon also, all the details, so watch this. He says, listen to this. Kid, we'll just call him kid. Well, he's an adult. Remember again, we'll say, also on piece of narration. How old is Ben Solomon? How old is he? Right? So remember again, he is a gadol who was watching the Gemara, somewhat British. In other words, he just recently entered into adult-kite. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly, Hashem. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first one line, was in all these cases going to until he steals his father's money and goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. But listen, let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, and so Umar is all about what? All about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right? Obviously, what in order to happen for Renzo, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? His father's money that he's stealing. But what might be interestingly enough, if you consume it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? Father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So that's, let's say, which is just a tremendous starting chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in the character traits. But one of the misconceptions is that we discipline our kids. People are so today. Parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like, if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that a Kadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. The boundaries are the ikar of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, just let my kids go, do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of more interestingly enough is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, it's access to money plus the consumption taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Solar and Mora. Okay, we'll see it more and more. And last Ben Solar Mora, second one, you don't become Ben Solar, and so you're stealing father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Rabbi Yehuda says it's not enough just to your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says in Gemara, so again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though just said before, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's is not habit forming. Why? He has no concern about eating it in someone else's other people's money. So also the whole half of it sort of more is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's what we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The coach came, and all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. The only formula that makes a kid into a Ben Solar Mora, so you're keeping it running, that's the all of the qualifications is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I was going to say, winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. So again, he's stealing his father's money, worried about habit forming life because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him research about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. Rabbi Yehuda says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. So Gemara says, so first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where does his mother have property from? Masha Kansi Isha Kanabaila. I was going to say again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shaila? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. I'm not sure. Let me see that. I'm in front of the other than no. Interestingly enough, his parents, the kid's parents, prepared a people dinner for themselves. They brought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? So that's a suda that is ready for his parents. And the kid comes home and steals that to his parents. One second, that doesn't make you better. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become a Solar if you steal food. You don't become a Solar if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right, rather than what happened, the father had set aside money to take his wife out to dinner. And we got to dinner for an expensive friendship suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. Or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, well, let's say bottom line, she just says the Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's idea. The Rambam does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, Haya Avi Rotsa, the Imana Rotsa, as well said this is incredible. Let's say the father. They wanted to bring him to the basement, but the mother did not. Or other than a Rothschild, the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. They don't ask him, so Mora actually to shmir him. Actually, shame of the sorry. Until only goes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to the basement for the Ben Sora and Mora process. Ruza says, if your marriage is an illegal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, son can't become a Be'er Umora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah looks at the wife for her husband? So the Gemara says, So the email. Truth is, if the marriage is legal or not, right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella, the Shabbat la'aviv kamar. So what's this incredible? Let me know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? That's supposed to be the Omer. And imo Shabbat la'aviv, the kol, the mara, the koma, eno nasa ben soramora. I'm going to say this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a ben sorer umora. Why not? My time of the fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say today, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us the parents have to speak with the same voice. So to again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance. And also, like, what a tremendous Musa skill. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be Shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to speak. Now, one second. What if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they manage the kids, when they manage the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving your kids two different types of if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of the kid can't become a Sarmora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sol more kicks in. But what if the family is still by chinuch? Mother and father have to be Shabbat, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family you want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So you might go right there. Kiman also had the from where. According to who? According to the following opinion. So we'll say, okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. This should be broken up like in 10 blocks. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally with the Eva. So the Gemara says as follows. Kiman, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on $4 to say. So if people from other shir talk about the slow pace of our shares, just remind them in the last two cycles we never finished later than any other share, right? So at the end of 7.5 years we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there tomorrow. Kiman Oslo, Hadisanya. So he's reflecting the following like Lo Haya Lo Asiliyo. So you're like, why were you just the whole time? So the music is affecting the following idea. They saw it never happened and it never was. So I'll say, by the way, actually this after all we've seen in a lot of sense. All of these details lined up. No, what could that happen? So actually, in a sense, again, it's not saying it's not clear. It's not saying it can't happen. I mean, it can't happen. You might just say with probabilities, never has happened and never will happen. You might say, so why was it written? So you must be Josh the Kabbalah Star. Again, in order to learn it and receive the reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schar. And I just want to point out, The Gemara says, now, just sometimes when you look at that phrase, drosh v'kabel schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this, but there is schar, there's no word for the act, so it's a very important lesson. So there's schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. But I think that's not what it means over here. Drosh v'kabel schar means, you're right, could very well be that then Solar Umora will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But Jewish, analyze it. What's the schar? What's the schar? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Solar Umora, even if it will not actually ever happen. And we'll say, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the drosh? What's the drosh for Kabbalah schar? So we'll say. So again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah the whole Yisod, the whole Ben Solar Umora is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Solar Umora? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asit. Hashem Ha'asit. Ben Solar Umora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, do you want to know something amazing? Do you know what the essence, do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Solar Umora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Solar Umora? What is it of Ben Solar Umora? What's the lesson, Kappa? The lesson of Ben Solar Umora is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Solar Umora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's the decision. And what Ben Solar Umora says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Solar Umora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true, because there's no such thing as a year can't change. Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take the right reverse. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the word. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Ben Solar Umora. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So we're not going to hook up. So I give you drosh for Kabbalah schar. So learn it and receive the reward. What's the reward about? So what is drosh? So analyze. And so what's the analysis? The analysis of the Torah is, but yet there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. So when I learned Ben Solar Umora, I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He meets certain terrible just can't back himself out of it, but that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage, and it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes you make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done, but change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means by Solar Umora. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Because so many times in life, we think we can't change. So learn Ben Solar Umora and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, Kiman Azal Desan, Ben Solar Umora, so who's the thing? Is this Kiman Yehuda? It's like Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon, is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, instead of taking out to get stoned, and Solomon never happened and is never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Drosh v'kabel schar. I will say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. Never happened, never will happen, because the concept that a person can't change is theoretical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Solar? Because that's what Ben Solar is. A kid can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalah schar, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely unable to change at any juncture and point in life. Incredible. To be honest, I'm going to be honest. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? Listen, he's this. I'm ready to see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Rumora. I saw him. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw it. I sat on his grave. Now, why exactly he sat on his grave? We're not sure the whole discussion about this. Not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on, Oswald. So what do you do with this? So the Gemara says, it wasn't so much. Once I think the way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sora Mora, and there never will be a Ben Sora Mora. Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many Levias of people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora. Yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sora Mora. I would say one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora Mora because change is always possible. But yes, Rabbi Yonasan says tragically, I've gone to the Levias of so many Ben Sora Moras, people who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't, because they believed too much in Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, Oslo, I'll just sign you. So we'll say, whose opinion is reflected in the following idea? Irni Dachas. So the Irni Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry. Well, incredible. Never happened, never will happen. But so why is it written in the Torah? So much as drove to the Kabul Schar, ultimate and to receive reward. Same idea. The Moshe said, what does this mean? How can it be that there's never Irni Dachas? As the Moshe said, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. It's not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. Every single yid who's there is bad. It's impossible. It's just not possible. Someone's not holy. So learn it and you receive reward. Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Omer, called Irsh Mafino Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Irni Dachas. So the says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Irni Dachas. It can't become an Irni Dachas. So much of my time, what's the reason for that? I'm going to talk about cultural people, because what if you do the Irni Dachas? So what if you do this? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Irni Dachas. It can't become an Irni Dachas. Therefore, it's impossible that Irni Dachas ever existed. I'm not going to say, guys, I need to see up. Yeah, shop the opera. I get about the nurse and said, you're wrong. It's Irni Dachas. I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I could see Irni Dachas walking on. And again, I saw it. I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Irni Dachas. So once again, it's the same result. I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes, again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. So there's a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sora Mora. They change. They become a chavra, they become a chabur, they become a kiyur, they become a community. Here in the Dachas, I think they can't well. Tragically. Come on, Oswald Desanya. Buy some higher. All right, but we have to stop over here. Wow. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I'll say we're going to stop right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And so we're going to be great. I'll say, tell me, what can we excuse? What can we excuse? There's nothing. I'll say, tremendous trend stop. Shtek, everyone. All right, Kevin, Shtek, everyone. People said, don't tell me who you are, who your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that.
That's very well done. That's funny. That's all he says. You know, they're running business like you, right? Ryan Bader, who's been a perennial monster, talking about heavyweight champion, light heavyweight champion. Like, you just won fights. Like, what are we doing, man? Like, let's line up the fighters. And Ryan Bader is at what's going through that guy's head right now? He's probably like, oh man, I'm gonna let this guy talk, dude. Did they pay them for this, or? Well, that's the whole controversy of like, if you do this, you get broken. Remember that?
All right, Rabbi, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud sponsor for Tough Shin Hey. Tells the Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, or to Shira and Ari in Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. On the Kabbah, I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Vivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious Neshamas should have an Aliyah, that broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, for the Torah, we should just bring the Soros to the Soros Tovos for all of our Yisrael. Let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. There's a lot to do today by Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Remember, when we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo, and she said as follows: I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she says to Shlomo, you are the son of my neder. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, that he's overindulging in their things in life. One of the advantage of the prince, he got a lot of luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him a difference of Musar. So Musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because that's all you fucking say. Father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls him Barnidri, the son of my neder. Both said this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, you know, so make the following neder. Yehivi ben Hagam Malchus, give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. Say, all of David HaMelech's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I only see different for you, David. What did I want? Yeheli ben Zoriz on the Mula Batora. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoriz. That's the one. Both say Zoriz, Alacritus, Zrizos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does a sense of timeliness, does a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Zrizos. Umamula Batora. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. V'hagun l'nevios. And ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I will say there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my daughter is able to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, an accountant, all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. So let's say, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Zrizos is a midah, and Zrizos is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Zrizos, that's why the Ramchal puts it so early on in the Sila Sisharb. You have the midah of Zrizos. It means that you have a seriousness and a covered Rosh life. And when people are Zoris, are successful in whatever it is that they do. The Mula Batorah, Don't be, what does it mean to be mamula b'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there's different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be mamula. Mamula means I'm mully, I'm fully committed. Hagum Navias is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have ala milas to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Rizos, mamula b'Torah, hagum Navias. Incredible. Allah, Shashu Yani. Hashem says to Shlomo, so Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? You know, there's like a king chevra, the monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine, and after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? We're the king, we're all powerful, we're rose in the sheikhah, and those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. Misha called Laze Olam Gluyimbo, Yishka Yain Yishaka, and you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Did you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, literally, you keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes woefully off my inner Kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So Allah said that Bathsheba says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? I'm going to be how do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was Mekabel, his mother's Musar. So he said literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. Who's the ish is referring to? Noah. The Siv, Vayochal Noah, ish ha'adama. Shlomo was excited. Again, he's not faulting Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. But Lalpinas Adam Rich, and there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? He's the Adam Arishon. That first Adam Arishon, who again had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. I'll say, by the way, another tremendous Musar skill. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. Sometimes positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some of it. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them as much as it stings. They're able to hear it, they're able to implicate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's got the Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was known as the wisest of men. He gets a patch from his mother. He gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. Okay, let's go like this. Says the Gemara. So again, balance back and so So this is very interesting. Soromar, so what we established in yesterday's staff, right, is again, what he has to steal, right, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? He has to consume it with. So Yabo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of shluchim. Now, what are shluchim? Really good actually with the shluchim. It's like 3 lines up from where we are across the Rashi. Reikin, Shia Giluka. So it's fascinating. What turns a person or turns a kid into a Ben Sora or Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Avoh says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweetening. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines sweetening over here as reikin. Well, what does reikin mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shia Yilu Bakach. Who will habituate him to this type of this. Aval nish bechabura adam hagun. Bechi hayat. No, mamamshich. So most of the Rabbi says when it's Ben Sor Mora Chayiv, only when he's eating the meat and the wine with sweetening. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines sweetening, he doesn't say like avar people who go ahead and commit averus. How does he define a bad chevra? Reikin. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What is it when you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's something greater. As we saw before, there's no zizus. There's no mamula l'torah. There's no hagun l'nadiyas. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying, they say, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, because every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averas. I will say, but at least when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing is the desire for something. Reikin is a desire for nothing. You have a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's dangerous chavura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sorah and Mora are really facilitated. However, we learn the Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat with wine in a chaburas mitzvah, now we'll discuss what that means, but the construct that means is he's eating it. Interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context that he does not become a ben solar umora. So when it's a time road, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, afagad the lot is even if not everyone in the chevra is one of the speaking. Hakamash malon, the afagad the kula speaking gave into the mitzvah ka'asik lo mitzvah. So essentially what we're saying is like this: that if the Ben Soramor is eating the meat and wine in the Sudas mitzvah, even if the entire chevra for the Sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become a Ben Sorah Mora. Doesn't become a Ben Sorah Mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Or halacha again, if the entire group minus one person are speaking, or if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. He only becomes a Ben Sorah Mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal, all speaking. Let's take two profound lessons over here. Number one, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra, surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think that the truth is it doesn't matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I get kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So Kabura Kula Srikin, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, you see over here is if it's have all Srikin, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Kabura Srikin. What do you see from there? It's the individual to impact the Chevra. That one person in a chabura of sri can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole chabura of srikin, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become benzoin or wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as the proper right. That's the sudas mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for Ben Sorah Umorash, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction. Like, in other words, is that it's the theft of the money, which is or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the best solar more. Good. About Ibra Kodesh. So remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for Das Mitzvah was the suit they made for Ibra Kodesh, which was, you said before, the intercalating of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They made a suda for that. So you might say, 1 second. The Basra Meyad Mas is that saying that they hadn't eaten wine for that suda? By time you learn, in only law elabavas for doesn't make it know about, but that meal is a very simple meal. Why do they have it in the duration of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. So that was a very light meal. They had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a cup, right? In other words, that like that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So how come I found out that being only on the fact that this you lost it? But we are in Buffalo came to the mitzvah class of Lamamshah. Oh, that's the case. You're right. Normally, the people who would go in for this suda, they were only there was an interesting fact. They eat by the suda for Ibra Kodesh, bread, wheat. So let's say they were having that meal. And let's say Ben Soramori shows up for that meal. Or he's not a Ben Soramori yet. He's a candidate. Right? Ben Soramori, candidate, shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine. It sits down and eats them. That can't transform him into a Ben Umura. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Soramori. Incredible. Ain't Olin Bibrak, just a word about that Suda. Ain't Olin Bibrak, so this talk about me. I started being Adam. Shuri that is the minion, right? That is the minion for that Suda for Ibrak. They ain't Olin Law. Elo, past doesn't make this. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread. Pasta on bread made of wheat and kidneys and legumes. They only allow or eat and only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only go by yom alabalayla. You only go for the suda at night and not by day. You know, what time you are eating only alabalayla alabayom. The Ivers Bryson says they go up for the suda by day and not by night. So the bnei achrifu va'olu achrifu v'alku yehi delishmu b'usamish. Go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise, and people are starting to get up, so that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. So again, just to keep our train of thought over here. But we're now beginning to see is that there are exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Bezorah Umorah. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Bezorah Umorah. In the same way, that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Bezorah Umorah. Fascinating. The Gemara goes like that. Oh, my susheni, oh, my susheni, even the orachay. So remember again, so he steals money, right? Steals money, like sashimi money, goes and purchases meat and wine, eats it. So again, it doesn't come against Sodom or a wine act, because it's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sodom or Moab is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through normative acts of consumption. But if you're doing something quote unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sodom or Moab like that. Fascinating. Let's go back there. Alcohol Novelo straight by discussing Brahma. Alcohol Basar O, International Ben Sodom or Moab. It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sodom or Moab. It's gotta be flesh, gotta be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money, and he buys schnitzel. Right, that's not going to make him into a Ben Sodom or Moab. But we learned in the Mishnah. but I wasn't an sort of order. Hard to hold an sort of order for a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. He doesn't become a sort of order. The inference in that is that as long as he's kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's found, that Allah calls so he should become a sort of order. Jerusalem says, no, this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does a little chazara? How much meat does Ben Sora Mora have to eat in order to go to become the Sora Mora? Right? First opinion in Mishnah, right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, he eats a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus desires. So the halacha is, if he's mashling the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a ben sora mora. That's the finish over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you're mashing that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a ben sora mora. All right. I'll go to mitzvah with Dvar Aveira. Listen to this. And the Mishnah said, if he eats anything Dvar mitzvah or Dvar Aveira, he doesn't become ben sora mora. So what is that? So Dvar mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar mitzvah? Tanchume Aveira. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look here, actually, just for a moment. Actually, he says, let's say the kid, can't call it Ben Sora Mora because they're in the Sora Mora yet. The kid joins a Nichol Mavela deal, right? The halacha is that when Avelim come back from the Senate does Havra, little consolation. So let's say again, he sits down and joins him for that. That's mitzvah. That's mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of team. A Ben Sora Mora goes ahead and becomes Ben Sora Mora if, number one, he's stealing money. Number two, he's purchasing wine, very high quality. And then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context. Then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. Right? He does it in the Shabbos. The Kiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Suda Havra, the meal for Avelim. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of addiction. Incredible. The Gemara says, what is it, Dvar Aveira? Let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, eats it during the fast day. Eats during Tainus Esther. The Gemara says, so that doesn't make no Ben Sora Mora. So why not? That's so strange. Like, why wouldn't that make him do Ben Sora Mora? The time of my Amakal, and then there's Shomer Kalenu. The Kalenu call us from. This is fascinating. What is Ben Sora Mora? That's that the child defines his parents' instructions. And then Shomer the Kalenu, but finds Chavak Kodesh. That does not lead into Ben Sora Mora. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? That's just a technicality, right? So Ben Sora Mora, someone who defies his parent, but if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different. That's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like steals money and buys chazer. Of course, Ben Sora Mora. He's not. It's fascinating. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sora Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer. He's not a Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because that's the shot. Because each one of Ben Sora Mora is. His act of defiance against his parents, but it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God, but because he's stealing. But the consumption itself technically is halakhically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa, he's not a Ben Sora Mora. So let's go like this. So for example, says therefore Ben Sora Mora eat anything, but didn't eat wine. Oh, sorry, didn't eat meat. He's done Ben Samora. Ben Samora, you have to eat meat. Ben Samora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, "Lo akal basar." If you didn't eat last year, the vela kilos. So even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, a cake of pressed figs from kilos, very high quality, my friend, very high quality food, and it's striking you can have that quality almost like meat. Even if you eat a daily kilos, halacha you still don't come in. So the shasa, vash v'chalav. Sorry, but interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey could have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't drink Mesor more. Because what's interesting enough for Kohanim, if a Kohen goes ahead and eats a kilos, his cake of pressed figs and kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the base of Mikdash and does the avoda, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avoda under the influence. Right? That's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avoda while intoxicated. And if he goes into the base of Mikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Aleph from Dal 71a. Elunasi, that's why I'm actually a couple of these Yayin. Rabbanon, Akol, Kol, Michael below Akol Basket. Ben Soramar, the kid eats any item that doesn't eat meat. Shasa Kamash Kol Shasa Yain, or he drinks any drink, but he did not drink wine. In Unasa Ben Soramora, actually Yoka Basar, Yishti Yain. You only become Ben Soramora when you go ahead and you drink wine. Solel, this Solve. Pasuk calls him again, glutton and guzzlers. Maybe we're going to say, I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what Zola means, and I don't know what it's referring to. There's still a scriptural allusion, but we just saw it in the Mishnah. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and the Zorale Basar Lama, or gluttonous consumers of meat. But Omer, the Sobe, the Zola, Yoresh, Uksvaim, Kaldish, Nima. So again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses the Lashon of Zola for Sobe, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again Sobe refers to wine and Zola refers to meat. So we put that all together and we understand that for the Ben Sora Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. So let's say this is a fascinating Gemara. Amram Zira, Chalayashin the base of Medrash. Whoever sleeps in the base of Medrash, Torasa Nasa Lo Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy, right? Like patches of clothing. Sheneh. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say the truth is there's no great prince to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. I will say one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning, and that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out, someone says, "No, what did you learn?" I have no idea, right? But I switch some days with that yoga like that, right? And but I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes, now, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. But listen, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't literally have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dock, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, do you get a shvach for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was emailed, here I was this. And again, The reality is, the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully vested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. She wanted Jesus. So I'll say, so again, so what does Jesus mean? Jesus means when I'm doing something, I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking the email in the middle of the meeting. Ever happened to anyone? Right? My cloud bubble is. I've started this now. Right? If you're checking email in a meeting with me, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Something on a Zoom meeting, right? Better things. It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of direct earth. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we're doing. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. One thing in your office. And that is working. Working. What? You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. Right? But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. You work. Sorry. Be committed. Don't be involved. When you're in cheer, learn your don't be at work. Don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's here. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to Beis Shem Allah, the Rebbe Shem says, Sheikh, what did you learn? Tell me, what did you learn? And you're going to say, oh, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this so yes. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day. Right? And I texted 10 of my chaverim during shir that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? Just do it and commit yourself to shutting off actions. Commit yourself. And this is during the learning. This is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. And Baruch we live in a dar. We live in a time where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base medrash. And if we could just do that, bring our Jesus to our learning, bring our Jesus to our davening. Incredible, we're all young people. There is no telling what we can accomplish for our remaining years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Ganav, Yishal Abed, Va'ochim Yishmishur Satan. It's very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I sent this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's the same with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So then, watch this. He says, "Listen to this. Kid, we'll just call him kid. Well, he's an adult. Remember, they will say. Also, I'm generation. How old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a gadol. What was the Gemara? Samoch. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly in this session. So go watch this. He stole his father's money. But he ate his stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate in the rishos of his father. Let's say first why line I enough I Aleph Amadalef. Enonasa ben Sora Mora. Was in order to speak ben Sora Mora, add Sheidom Mishal Aviv Yom Rishos Acher until he steals it and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. What? All formation of addictive behaviors. So the ideal there is as follows. If he's eating this, right? Obviously, what in order to happen for him, so what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. He's going to shut that down. So there's, which is just a tremendous yisod in chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engage in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is that we discipline him. People are so today are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline and it's a free for all and there's no rules and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that a Kadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you don't have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. The boundaries are the sticker of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, oh, just my kids, go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real role of the guy. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben-Sora enough is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben-Sora or Mora. Okay, we'll see that more in Mora. Good. And last Ben-Sora Mora, second one back. You don't become Ben-Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda says it's not just for your father's money, it's for your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says in Gemara, so again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though, as we said before, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? Even though he has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So the whole chap of Ben-Sora Mora is stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The kosh came, and all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. So what's that? The only formula that makes a kid into a Ben-Sora or Mora, so you're keeping your running list of all of the qualifications is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I was going to say, winning combination. That's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. So again, he's stealing his father's money. We're worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. Yosef Yehuda says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. The Gemara says, Imo minala. So first of all, again, what do you mean from his mother? Where does his mother property from? Masha comes to Isha Konabela. As I will say again, what do you mean stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. First, I'm going to be no, what it means is his parents, the kid's parents prepared a home dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. What does the kid do? The kid, that's a suda that is ready for his parents. And the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he's effectively stealing from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you best. But that's not how it works. Or remember, you don't become Ben-Sora Mora if you steal food. What? If you steal money and purchase expensive wine at a discount, and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather, again, what happened? The father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. Or made out for dinner for an expensive fleshik suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. The possibility is the or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, so let's say bottom line, you should just know that Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's idea. The Rambam does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, Haya Aviv Sabim Manarot says, this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or Aviv Manarot Sabim Manarot, so the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. Sorry. A kid only becomes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Mora process. So the Yehuda says, right? So the Yehuda says, if their marriage was an illegal one, so it sounds like if husband and wife have a legal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora or Mora. All right. So what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah so the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, even who cares if they're married legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella, Shavat La'avid Kamar. We'll say this is incredible. Rather know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the, what does this mean? That's what should do Omer. And Lohaisiko Shavat La'avid called the Nara the Koma Eno Nasa Ben Soramora. So we'll say this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a Ben Sora Mora. Why not? My time of the Amar Pra, and then Shomea Bikon Lingu. Fascinating, right? That because it says, parents say to Beis Din, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, the parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Look exactly what they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance of the what a tremendous Musa has to do. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Like parents have to be shava. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to think, well, now one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they imagine the kids, that has done with one voice. Because again, if you give a kid two different types of, the mother saying one thing and the father saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of the kid can't become Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because you can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified and still making terrible decisions, okay. That's when Ben Sora Mora kicks in. But what if the family is so like mother and father have to be shava, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise, the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So Gemara goes back there. Kiman Azla Desanya. From where, according to who, the following opinion. Ben Sora Mora. So we'll say, okay, so this is, it's fault. It's not my fault that we cannot. This should be enough, like in block. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally Lifnei Iver. It's Lifnei Iver. So the Gemara says as follows. Kiman, I'm not rushing you. I just want to put you on forward knowledge. So if people from other shir taunt you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them in the last 2 cycles we never finished later than any other shir. Right? So Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we are. We might not be doing a daily basis, but we'll get there. But listen to this Gemara. Kiman Ozlov, this Sanya. Those are reflected in the following idea. Ben Sora Umora, Lo Asid Lios. First, you're like, what? We just took this the whole time. So, who's the king is reflected in the following idea? Ben Sora Umora never happened. Lo Haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. Someone said, by the way, actually, when you see it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, no. What was the probability of that happening? So it actually makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it's going to be clear. It's not saying it can't happen. It can't happen. You might just think with probably never has happened and will happen. I the Gemara said, so why was it written? So the Gemara says, push the Kabbalah start. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do. Other things you learn because you get schar from it. Listen, I just want to point out. The Gemara says, now, just something like that phrase, drosh the Kabbalah schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning. Schar for the act of learning, even though there are many things practical that you could do with this schar. There's no word for the act. So it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means over here. Drosh the Kabbalah schar means, you're right, could very well be that Ben Sora Umora will never happen. Never happen. But Josh, analyze it. Kabbalah schar. What's the schar? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sora Umora, even if it will not actually ever happen. And we'll say, what are the lessons? What's the Josh? What's the Josh for Kabbalah schar? So we'll say. So again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod of Ben Sora Umora is what? What's the whole Yisod of Ben Sora Umora? The whole Yisod Shem HaAsid. Hashem said, Ben Sora Umora is not actually to death for what he's done now, but rather again, what advice he put to death for what he's going to become. So I will say, do you want to know something amazing? The essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora? What is the Ben Sora Umora? What's the lesson, Kevin? The lesson of Ben Sora Umora is that once a person makes a decision, they can't change. That's Ben Sora Umora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy weed, to buy meat, to buy wine. That's not a major decision. What Ben Sora Umora says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. Ben Sora Umora exists as a concept of fixity. Practically, it's not because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. Bad word decisions have been in life. Please put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and take your life in a different. That's what it means when it says. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry. Ben Sora Umora, Lo Haya Lo Asid Lios. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So why is it here? Drosh the Kabbalah schar. So learn it and receive reward. What's the reward? What does it mean, drosh? So analyze. So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora Umora is, but yet there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. So when I learn Ben Sora Umora, I learn about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes incredible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes we make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Sora Umora. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Drosh the Kabbalah schar. Because so many times in life, we think we can't change. So learn Ben Solar more and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, Kiman San, you've been Solar more, who's the opinion? Is this Rabbi Rabbi Shimon, he time is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, because this kid stole some money and meat and wine, his parents are going to take him out to get stoned. And so it never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. Why is it here? I will say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen, because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sorah? Because that's what Ben Sorah is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Realize that Kabbalas can reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is recognition that I actually unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. It's incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? It's incredible. Watch this. Ani Re'isiv. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Solar Rumora. I saw him. He had Shafti Al Kivro. He sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levine. I saw it. I sat in his grave. Now, why exactly you sat on his grave? About this, not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on, Aslan. So what do you do with this? So Jonathan says, there wasn't a sermon. It's supposed to say like this. But Jonathan's not arguing. There never was a Ben Sorah Morah. There never will be a Ben Sorah Morah. Jonathan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sorah Morah. But Jonathan says, you know what? I think to many Levites are people who left this world, and they left the Ben Sorah Morah. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sorah Morah, yet you'd be surprised when people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sorah Morah. Those such things in life, tragic things in life, is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sorah Morah because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says, tragically, I've gone to the Levayas of so many Ben Sorah Morahs, people who left this world never made it as they could because they thought that they couldn't, because they believed too much in Ben Sorah Morah. Incredible. Mara says herself, come on, Oslo Adesanya. So we'll say, whose opinion is reflected in the following idea? Irani Dachas. So again, Irani Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. I so why is it in the Torah? So Mara says, Drosh the Kabbalah star, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. How can it be that there's never Irani Dachas? As Rabbi said, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible. Someone's not published. Someone's not holy. So learn it and receive it. Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, called Yish Bafilu Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Irni Dachas. So Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Irni Dachas. It can't become an Irni Dachas. So most of my time was the reason for that. Because what do you have to do with the Irni Dachas? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, if there's a mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn mezuzah? Because mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Irani Dachas. It can't become Irani Dachas. Therefore, it's impossible that Irani Dachas ever existed. Rabbi Yonasan says, Ani Re'isiya Yashafti Atila. Again, Rabbi Yonasan says, you're wrong. You're wrong. Is Irani Dachas? I was there. I visited. right? I went on tour, right? I took the Irani Dachas walking tour, and again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw an Irani Dachas. So once again, it's the same soul. I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes, again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. If you have a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sora Moed, they can't change, they become a Chabra, they become a Chabur, they become a Kiyah, they become a community of Irani Dachas. I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, Azla Desanyo. Bye, Samanuga. Hiya. All right, but you know what? We're going to have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, just know I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I will say we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. That's what we're going to say. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped? There's nothing. Tremendous stuff. I have brothers Zoom.
It's just impossible to take him seriously. Jordans, dude. The New Balances look like, it looks like a suit. Someone's wearing a full suit. I mean, the way Brian's dress is kind of ridiculous too. He has on like a mafia, jumpsuit, but also jeans, maybe ankle socks. But I mean, that's fine. It's not that weird. But just that is wild. The right side of the screen is out of control. Scares the shit out of me. If you go through that list, it says here is that there are a lot of Republicans in power that they would love to see Donald Trump. 100% Republicans. I'm sorry, not Biden. You took chance over Trump. I think DeSantis can win. If I become president, I will pardon Trump because they get the Trump supporters. That'd be his biggest ally move. He's kind of said that. He's already said that. He's been very good. The problem is
all right, so we'll say good morning. It's Baruch Hashem to see everyone back in person. It's good stuff. Hashem is beautiful. It's a great splendid Shalom Yom Kodesh. A great source Baruch Hashem to come back to our register people together. So we have an incredible dot ahead of us today. We begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual commentary sponsor, the Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim as also as a zechus from Solos Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Melon, Karen Round, Levi Mishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arina Bas. We hope that we met our Talmud Torah. She together with Kol so happy to complete during the Tzua, which was Hashem. Provided to all of the Shams who come to the feast. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and Karo, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yidayim. First, with that, we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are taking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. Ne'ima Zakai, so we'll say Torer Umoreh. Ben Sorah Umoreh. From what point in time is a Ben Sorah Chayit for being a Ben Sorah Umoreh? So the Mishnah says, this is fascinating. So when it's a Ben Sorah Umoreh Chayit, when he goes and he eats a tartimar, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. But when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Israel wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold up. So first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi can tell you that used to be a Yaina Italki. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, I tried for Ben Sorah Umoreh. Right? So if Italian wine is the best, he says, so what we're going to see is as follows. The entire issue of Ben Sorah Umoreh is not really what he has done presently, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only trying if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine. So he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine. It wasn't an issue. Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mone Baser V'Lud Yayin. He says, not a tartimar of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not a half a mug of wine, rather again, a whole mug of wine. So what's the about this? So that's let's say it's that because Mona stole the money and went ahead and went ahead and bought the wine or bought the meat. But he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is not something. He took the stolen food, ate it, for example, in a meal that was examples of this. For example, Ibra, so we'll discuss this more in Ibra, but again, when they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, right? The month of full month of 30 days. So you have a suda to the or Akol Maishim Yushalayim, or if he's Maishim Yushalayim, Akol the day was to trade those shkats that are massive. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Akol Tamei Maishim Yushalayim Mikra Shumaso, sorry, Teva. He ate Teva, which is untied produce. Maishim Yushalayim, that did not remember. The Meiser Rishon goes to the Levi, and the Levi is obligated from the Meiser Rishon. Or Meiser Sheni Hektish lo Yiftu, or Meiser Sheni Hektish, not for deeds. But Alcohol Davar Shu Mitzvah, the Davar Shu Avera. So whether you eat something that's a mitzvah, or something that's an Avera, so we're going to discuss exactly what that's talking about. Alcohol, so again, interestingly enough, so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with stolen money? That's Machokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we then have an interesting exception. An interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine in what the Mishnah calls a chaburas mitzvah. A chaburas mitzvah. So Aloch Ramais again, he's going to be passer. We'll see down what that means as well. What happens if they saw him or stole money? He didn't purchase meat. He purchased something else, like anything else, but not meat. Or Shasa Kamash Shasa Yayi, or for that matter, again, he stole money, he purchased the drink. But he bought beer, he didn't buy wine. Eno Masad Ben Sora Mora, Ach Yoko Bossa the Yushti Yayi. So this exact question, Torah says, Mr. says he does not become Ben Sora Mora until he steals money and he uses that money to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a ben soda or shenemar. The pasuk says, "Yisodel Yisodel." So let's say, so this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? Zabura Tiknei says Besoda Umora, and then Zobel Yisodel. Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? A glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, how do you know that Solo is Solo means wine? Like, how do you know that? So the Gemara says, no, it's not explicit. So you see here the question of Sobe, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be, again, a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, so this is incredible. Now let's analyze. So I'm going to says, so remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat for which a Besorah Umora is chayiv, if he steals money or buys it, is a tartima. So come down the Gemara and says, Rabbi Zillah says, I don't know how much is a tartima. What is that? So the Gemara says, the yayin means a kofa akba basar, the nature tartima chatimana. So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on measurements, that Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because again, remember, the Tanakama says, tartima of meat, a half of wine. Rabbi Yossi said a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the concept just means that wash. He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? A half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in your session. Right? So a half a mana. So that's not what this Rabbi Yossi Tanakama. Incredible. Tartimar. So just another, I'm just making getting together a chabura that meets before the dafil in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whatever chabura wants to be. And also, but what I see about that, to chazer over the shak levatariya, just to give and take of the Gemara. So just on this is because again we try to always pause I always try to do is try to pause at different stages in the Gemara, just from when a unit has ended. So understand, the Gemara right here, even just mark it up in the Gemara, so you see what the beginning to the end. So you see over here again, that's just a unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next. Amra Kanabar Moga, Amra Fuda. Elokai is Debbie. He's the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. I know I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So the Mishnah says, Amra Kanabar Moga, Amra Fuda. Elokai, Achigach Basar Bisol, the Yochar Yayin Bisol, the Yishkez Sif Bisolo Bisol. This is very interesting. Here's another qualification. Refuda says, the only time you become Ben Sora Mona is when Halach is going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't become a Ben Sora Mona if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. Forget about Ben Sora Mona. Right, so you only have local nights if you get out of this. Now what's the shot with that? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin result about remember again. Let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we'll see more explicitly today. Why is it Ben Sora Umora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to get good as the chap, good one cheaply, good meat cheaply. That means that there's like an addiction going on over here. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second, really? Raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. It's not true. That's what there was an explicit statement. He eats raw meat and undiluted wine. It's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. So the Gemara no. Yayin chai is muzzled v'lo muzzled. No, undiluted wine doesn't mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean? Basar chai. This is incredible. What does it mean? Rami doesn't mean Rami. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba the akla gangi. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi will say, Basar kiba the akla gangi. Kagya the gechalim the kavasa the irvin the nichol. It's fascinating. How did thieves eat their meat? How did they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside, but it was rare on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time to eat everything very, very, very well done. So you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. Apparently, okay, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon on that. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is managed to of ganovim. Okay, that's a mic drop right there. Okay, so if you get that in the shop, so all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are so already, like again, kidding aside, the Gemara, what do the suckers say? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They are on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go ahead and they eat it. So when they see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes a danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, irreversible path. The Gemara goes like that. Rabbi, this is the this is fascinating. Story is as follows. If the Mitzvah eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Sarmar. Now, this is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Off the press is inferior, and therefore again non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents and uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go to buy wine right off the press, again, that does not make him or take a look at Rashi. It's not right across. Plus, when they're behind the detail, they're not important, they're not kosher, therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habits forming. They're not habit forming. Okay, we'll come back to in just a little bit. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, obviously, what's the definition of salted meat and what's the definition of wine from the press? Okay, so that's our next sort of business. So we'll say this is a fascinating halacha. Tanat Hafsam, all part of our sugya. Erev Tishbav. So on Erev Tishbav, we'll say Sudim of Sakis, right? Remember again, we should always recognize in halacha, 2 times a year you have Sudim of Sakis, right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The Suda Mafsakis before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamishi Yom Tov Suda. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing and the tshuva that's about to come. I think it's interesting, even also when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to mamish cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Sudim Mafsakes, is a morning meal, right? And what you are, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av, a person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Sudim Mafsakes, can't have 2 difficult foods. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your Sudim Mafsakes? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. You could have salted meat and you could have wine. If there's any left in the belt. Right. So you could have salted meat and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Here's the rest. I'm not saying now, what does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's since the situation of Erev Tisha B'Av, which means that it's not basar and it's not yayin. So the Gemara says, so obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So we'll say so this is interesting. Now obviously it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and suddenly again that's salted meat. When we speak of salted meat for pashas, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows. Basar maliyach ad kama, amir chamir bakana, kol mashu kishlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, what is the window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you've salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When you say loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, flacious. Right? Just to be clear, like you're going to be flacious. That's the idea. For other locals that concern basar, it's not basar. So then, steals when he purchases that kind of meat, he's not chayiv. You want eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that's if you look at Rashi, Rashi says in Tricky Shlamim, Shlo, Allah Zman Achila Shlamim, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad, Adai Lichlu Chumutzahu, or Ikri Maliach. Allah says, so this is the idea. The Rosh Shlamim is on that trade. If you eat it for 2 days and 1 night, so to again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat, and again, and so Allah is not going to be high for it. And halacha l'maisa, what about wine? Yeah, you use like hammer. Up until what point in time is wine called wine? So understand. Remember, wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, when it's fermenting. Process means fermenting. I will say, apparently, but she points out earlier, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a stick of froth. So when it's frothing, that's like when it's fermenting, that's usually good. So again, for our purpose, so finish that time. No, actually, so just a second, therefore, what we are establishing over here is that a meat and meat. It was the brought from Mishnah, and so Machloket actually has to steal how much meat, but now textually. Wine means good wine. But right now the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine for our purposes means it's not fermented. It's not fermented. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? Halacha l'maisa, any meat that's sold for at least 2 days and 1 night. Incredible. Let's go like that time. See where she's back time, right? We learned that fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of givui. Remember here, what's the halacha of givui? The halacha says that if you leave mashkin, if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are you concerned about? What are you concerned about? Snake venom. Now, I just point out that you notice our Hashofar brings down that today many people aren't makbid on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out. You know, overnight, when we do drink it next day. So you might say some that's because it can be little accounts where venomous snakes are not really as common. That's why you'll see in general people back behind it. The point over here is frothing right fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. So let's see. So how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently for the first 3 days after the wine is first treated, after it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation. And therefore, again, our local nice service of givui. Half nice, and interestingly enough, so with the point reason I'm bringing this up over here is the definition of fermenting wine is as long as here it says 3 days. Now the pashtos sounds like the wine froth for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha about Ben Samar? You need to know what kind of wine is yichayet for stealing. So he mentions Hatzim stealing. Called out Truth Shlamim, Nami is based in part. So ultimately, again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, when it comes to Tisha B'Av, we're going to get at the beginning of Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like Shlamim, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and it's going to be an element called Ha'kamishum Shukri. By then, Sorah Marabot say, it's not a din in Simcha. What is it a din in? What is it a din in? Addiction. That's developing. I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word is often used very loosely. But we're using now, we're worried about him being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So you might say, in order for the Ben Solim Mora to be for there to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately again, and actually something of really high quality. So even if I can even if halacha l'maisa is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, or that would not be subject ultimately again to that Sorah Umora. The yayin ad yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermented, and therefore halacha l'maisa the Ben Sorah would not be high for that. I want to say that it happens to be, it appears from the Gemara. There's a Gemara that halacha l'maisa that we will be for Ben Sorah Mora, we adopt the Shlamim Nesrei. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases that, he's not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv when he purchases what we call call fresh meat. Fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But once, right, but if it's still frothing, then it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. Look at a beautiful Gemara. I'm not trying to, sorry, I'm not trying to, why did Hashem create wine? It's a good shayla. You know, it's interesting, by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bris milah has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet, we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So shot. Why did the devotional really create wine? So, incredible Gemara. Should create wines El Menachim Avelin or L'Shalim Schal L'Rishayim. Hashem created wine really for two primary purposes. Number one, to give comfort to mourners. What does this mean? If you remember again, the Gemara Mesechus Moed, remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine. They were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? You understand why? Because what did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit, right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately at the end, it went ahead and sued. There's a tremendous amount of hospital in this. So what does this mean? So you give the other a cup of wine, shkoyach for them. Let's say, like, there are two different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix. And they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately how to lean into it. Is how to embrace it. Is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a light deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? When you have 3 glasses of wine, I'm getting like looks over here. Like, well, it's just 2. Right? 3 glasses of wine. So again, you know, problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems, right? With 3, I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. When, how, what? I don't know. But I know I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. It's such a tremendous. So why don't we create wine? I shouldn't create wine to help us take that deep breath or that personal deep breath and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone. My life will ever different. It'll never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That is so the wine, says the Gemara. Furthermore, on the shine. I would say, but again, without the wine, also the hashkafa also applies. Life's problems in 2 different buckets. The ones you can solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solutions. The ones you can't, lean into it, embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine is also created for a shine. What does this mean? Even the greatest, even the most wicked person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And halacha l'maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for his shine, and get their reward in this world. In judgment, that punishment in the next world. To shekar la'ovei nefesh, to shekar la'ovei, the yayin l'mari nefesh. Literally, again, give an intoxicating beverage. Over to the one who is lost, we might as well say we're to first to the Rasha, and give warmth to those who are bitter of soul. All of these stuff. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? So be careful with wine. Because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, so enjoy the Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine, enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world, because you know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Be careful with wine. Be careful with wine, because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine could lead to blood, meaning could lead to certain deleterious results. Of kind of so it's a kind of contrast to psukim. On one hand, it says tirosh, it says tirash v'karinon tirosh. So let's say it's quoting over here. It's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak Avinu to Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim is again we say so much the Shabbos. V'yitin l'cha Elokim v'talashan mishmani haaretz v'rov dagan v'sirosh. The most like sirosh means grapes. But what the most pointing out over here is it's written chaser, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as tirash, right? It could be looked right, you see it's tirash, but yet we read it as tirosh. Tirosh. So let's say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zaha na'aseh rosh. Lo zaha na'aseh rosh. So they're both saying alcohol, right? Alcohol, wine, could be used in one of two ways. Alcohol could be used chas v'shalom as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, like any person can engage in all type of terrible behavior. Sometimes they both say, sometimes the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Like I don't, so we put up walls. Justice is so much. We put up walls around our neshama, and those walls we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. But sometimes a little bit of wine comes in, the walls come down. The walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi says, Yismach or Yishmach, Vikarinon Yismach. So again, according to the wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. It can be like Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, if a person is righteous, then ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. No zacha, if I'm knowing the person is not zacha, wine can destroy it. So you will say, the whole cup of wine, in that wine I will say, anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And then I will say, then when that inner me comes out, that's when the true me comes out. So the shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Russia chas v'shalom masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps again, I'm really a mediocre guy. To say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, a little bit of wine is able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rabbi said, wine and nice smells, like aromatic smells, made me very smart. So Rabbi would say it like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and I was again, the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember again, when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the Pasuk says, "Vayipach ba'apav," Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why on Shabbos you have the summit, right? Why you have the summit? That's why some even have the custom to smell the summit on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. Very good. By the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? So I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So I say, what you see from Rabbi is very, very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn. but it's your ability to access your insides. Right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I dabble a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder like why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, of course I learned a lot of Torah, Rabbi says. Of course I learned a lot of Torah. But I get you off the Torah, Rabbi says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. It's incredible. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi Abi Avoy, Lemi Megan, Lemi Sia, Lemi Pitzakino, Lemi Chaflilos Inayim, Lema Achim Alayaim, Lebai Lachim Lasa. Let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that we're quoting over here is from Mishlei. And essentially what Shlomo is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Right? Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says this house. High man, it's a simple magic. We say for the magic. Ultimately, however you interpret this possible, most of what the pasuk essentially is saying is, "Lemi I, like who's going to have to say whoa? Lemi I, who's going to have to say all right? Who's going to say I? Who's going to says Rabbi? Right? Lemi Madonna, Lemi Sia." So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the pasuk is, "Lema Achim Alayani." Those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, Shlomo understood this firsthand because Shlomo had everything. So Shlomo also understood, we'll get into this more, about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So you might say, you could actually this pasuk from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash Obey Gilila. You give all of it. So what's that? Right? So Darash over Gilila. So a certain guy who lived in the Galileo, Darshing the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? Listen to this. This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavin Nemu B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we have mention of wine is where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah with wine. You look at Rashi's over here. Yud Gimel Vav, Moshe Vai. So what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, loose translation of Vai is Vai. Right, loose translation, right? Vai means Vav. So this city Galilean saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of parties, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now we are here they are. So two vowels right here. Again, we count as you go along. So Vayichal, Vayish. So again, Enoch cut off the table. The first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayira, Vayar Cham Avikinan, as Erbas Avik. Vayadi B'Shtein Echad B'Chol. It's like so Cham. So remember again, Noah gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Cham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another about. Shem V'Yafas, another about. Simba, Vayasim, another about. Al Shchem Shneir. So Cham does nothing, right? Well, actually, you see, he does something, but so Shem and Yafas come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayikach, another about. Vachalanis, Vachas, another about. Eseva Sabir, Upanim, another about. Vayikach, Noah, another about. Noah wakes up, you know from his wine. Vayed, another about. Eis Asher Asam of Noah. So we'll say this is the story of Noah. So remember again, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, tells his brothers, Shem and Yafas come, and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noah wakes up, and the pasuk says Noah knew what his son Cham did to him. Rabbi Shmuel, so most of the obviously, it's interesting, obviously, Cham did something to Noah. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noah. So there's machlokas. Rabbi Shlochad Amar Sirsu. One opinion says that Ham castrated his father. Castrated his father. The Chad Amar Rebel. Other opinion says that Ham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? You must not know. The one that says that he castrated him, he told Shkakal over Rabbi, kill over Rabbi. So the one that says castrated, then why would Ham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. He gave us is enough, he didn't want it. So therefore again, just like Ham went ahead and put his father in having a fourth son, so Noah cursed Ham's fourth son. Who was Ham's fourth son? Ham's fourth son was Cush. Was Cush. Right? So Cush decided to put the Canaan. So Ham's fourth son was Cush, Mitzrayim, put the Canaan. So just like again, so just like Ham prevented Noah from having a fourth son, Noah cursed Ham's fourth son. Omar the one who says that he sodomized her, Gomer Vayar, Ksifacha Vayar Ham, right? As we can, as Erbas Habu, Ksimasam, Vayar Osa Shchem Ben Hamor, when Shchem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, there both sides in Chazal tell us that he violated her with Dia Shaloti Darka. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, so it makes sense. The only thing that he castrated him, as well as having the fourth son, it makes sense. And then Noah cursed Ham's fourth son. But according to the one who says that he sodomized him, why did he curse his fourth son? Why not just curse his first son? To which the Gemara says, according to that opinion that he sodomized him, he both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay? So, okay, no life lessons there. Okay, you must have trouble. So what happens? So the pasuk says Noah put faith and he planted a vineyard. So again, on side. So just to point out over here, the Rothschild over here is incredibly important. The Rothschild is bringing Noah to task. So the first thing that he does in the world is he plants a vineyard. That's what He prepares himself. Noah, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? This is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make their mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one second, what does that mean? We're going to see, interestingly enough, that there's a fundamental machlokes. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from it? Remember again, they eat from the 8th das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's machlokes. So we'll say first opinion of the Meir said it was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he plants? Grapes. Because what's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from Adam Arishon? I'll say, I'm a base. And also, the Meir says, that where does the Meir get this from? It's almost as if the Meir backs into this, because the Meir says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like wine. Obviously, it looks like it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we extol all of the greatness, the power of wine, the beauty of wine. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kedusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which also, by the way, I want to point out, it's not sort of cover, which is why it really is important, besides supporting Israel, to really drink Israeli wine. Again, we're living in a time where Israel has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely, I don't have like sales and anything, that's what I do clear. It's not a business thing. We live in a time where Israel is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine is, we see for results. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit. So it's living a holy source itself. I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes to the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a condition that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more covetous way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the information is over. Any event, so the message tells. The Gemara says, therefore, wine, right? Wine comes along, elegant. So therefore, again, that's why Baruch Hu brings Noach to task. How can you go ahead? How can you go ahead and be planting wine when others are going to trouble with wine? But Yudah says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was wheat. It was wheat. The eighth is fascinating. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe eights was sort of like a description, not to be taken literally, but they have to do this like with wheat. Because interestingly enough, wheat in death, when a child begins, it's interesting because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of das that comes with that. Now, the Nehemiah says, "No, was a king, was a king." I will say why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognized what they were naked. So what did they do? They covered themselves. Now, Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree with which they went ahead and they sinned. So, by the way, just fascinating, through my focus as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples. Apples, right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Because that doesn't ate the apple. So we'll say it's actually an interesting connection. Remember that Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, the scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says scent of the field. It's like when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, it says the scent Yitzchak Avinu is referring to Reach HaSada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes Medrash that says, what's the Reach of Gan Eden? Gan Eden smells to stay tapuche, like an apple orchard. Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, so again, and that's a fact. So again, so it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that Adam and Chava ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no Mandama that says it was an apple. One of these three. In any event, so according to the opinion that says that Allah Lamaisa it was grapes. So Baruch Hu takes Noach to task for going ahead and grapes. So we'll say incredible Gemara. Masa Yisarsu Imo. Okay, so let's get ready for this. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother, right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First I will say, who is Lemuel? So Rashi points out over here, Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'aseh V'Chachmos L'Kadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say Lemuel is actually two words, Lamo Kel. That all he was actually Kadosh Baruch Hu. So yeah, what's the answer in this Gemara? Shama was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. So Bathsheba, remember again, so Shama's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents can get with children, right? And I'm not saying this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to it. Now, she wasn't really going to flog him, but rather she wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So, she said to him, Mabri, Umar Bar Bitni, Umar Bar Nichi. She said to him, what are you doing, my son? My Marbri, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my vow. What are you doing? So he was not doing. What was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Hakol Yodim, Shavicha Yari Shamayim. Everyone knows your father David HaMelech is such a big tzaddik. What we're going to see is Shlomo was living the high life. Right? He's the son of the king. Right? He's got money. He's good looking. He's got everything going for him. See, he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she said to him is, you know what people are going to say? Tell them the tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side. Right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent errands and you're on me. Omar Bad-Bithni and the son of my womb, all of your fathers otherwise came to Shem. Once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. So apparently, from Chazal's perspective, so he's healthy for the fetus. So she's Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know, me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father. And what are the type of child? Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But Lamaisa again. But Lamaisa, she said, you see, I worked so hard for you, what you give me back. So Rabbi, what's the to do? I'm leaving. We'll stop over here. Stop over here. Right? Again, we're fine. We're fine, by the way. It got short and knocked us, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna, you know what I'm saying? What's the rush? What's the rush? Shkaka, one way back to the cover. All right, cover Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
Oh my God, dude, I love this guy's reaction. This guy didn't even miss that watch. When he said, I cry in my car, watch his face. Here sometimes. He does too. He's like, it's like a knowing smile like, yeah, me too. He's like, yeah, I heard about that. I don't get paid enough to do that. They don't pay me at all. This is the flappers of podcasting right now, dude. Really? And like, really hard on the way here dealing with the shit we gotta deal with.
All right, so I will say good morning. Good morning. It's supposed to Baruch Hashem to see everyone back in person. It's supposed to Baruch Hashem is painful, obviously.
All right, let's go. If people only knew. Nobody wants to hear two rich guys complain about how hard.
Yerushalayim Yer HaKodesh. A great source, Baruch Hashem, to you. Let's come back to our base measures to learn together. So also we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors just to thank our annual commentary sponsor, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zchus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our daf yomi sponsors for today: Melon, Karen Ram, Leili Nishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov in the merit of his continued good health. In the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arina Bas, brilliantly helped them in the merit of our Talmud Torah. She, together with Kol Cholei Yisrael, have a complete and enduring refuah. Which Baruch Hu Meretz Hashem. Provide Aliyah to all of the Neshams and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Maaseh Yirbehan. Once we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. Ne'ima Sakhay. We'll say Ben Sorer Umora. Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? So the Mishnah says, this is fascinating. So when is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartimar. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. But when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. That is Israel wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold up. So first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Yaina Italian. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for a Ben Sorer Umora. Right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, Umanshich Basrei. I'm going to see as follows. The entire issue of Ben Sorer Umora is not really the done presently, but what concerned he is going to become. So part of it is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, it's quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only chayiv if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi says. Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, "Mana baser v'lud yayin." He says, "Not a tastimar of meat, rather again a mana of meat, and not the half a lug of wine, rather again a whole lug of wine." Okay, so we'll see now. Watch this. That's the halacha. Aval b'chaburas mitzvah aval b'ibar chodesh aval. Let's say it happened that the Ben Sorer Umora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine, right, or bought the meat, but he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. He took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibar Chodesh. So we'll discuss this Monday Ibar, but again, when they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, right, make the month a full month of 30 days. So they would have a swah to declare that. Or Alcohol Ma'aseh Yerushalayim, or if he ate Ma'aseh Yerushalayim, for that matter, he ate non-kosher items. It turns out that he ate non-kosher. Alcohol Tamei Ma'aseh Yerushalayim, sorry, Teva, he ate which is untied produce. Ma'aseh Yerushalayim, that remember, Ma'aseh Yerushalayim goes to the lady, and the lady is obligated to separate out children from the Ma'aseh Yerushalayim. Or Ma'aseh Sheni Hek B'Shlo or Ma'aseh Sheni Hek, that's for not redeemed. So Alcohol Davar Shu Mitzvah, the Davar Shu Avera. So whether he ate something that's a mitzvah, so that's not Avera. So the Gemara is going to describe exactly what we're talking about. Alcohol comes, so again, I will say, so interestingly, so first part of the Mishnah is the measurements. How much wine does he have to put the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase? That's Machlokas, Tanakh, and Rabbi Yossi. We can have an interesting exception. An interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen wine in what the Gemara calls the chaburas mitzvah. Chaburas mitzvah. Again, he's going to be potter. We'll see exactly what that means as well. What happens if Ben Sorer stole money, but he did purchase meat? I don't know, he purchased something else, anything else, but not meat. Or shasa komash, shasa yayin, or for that matter, he stole money to purchase the drink. But he bought beer. He didn't buy wine. Eino naaseh Ben Sorer Umora ach yofa basar yishku yayin. God said, if it's here, Torah says, Mishnah says, he does not become a Ben Sorer Umora until he steals money and he uses that money dafka to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a Ben Sorer Umora. Shneimar, the pasuk says, Zolel v'sovei. So we'll say, so this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? V'amru al siknei yiro b'neinu says Sorer Umora and Einu Shomer Zolel v'sovei. Literally again, he's a glutton guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, how do you know that solo means meat and wine? Right? How do you know that? The Gemara says, no, it's not explicit. Is soda like basa. You still get the lesson of soda. Don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, so we'll say so. This is Mishnah Ben Sorer Umora. Incredible. Now let's analyze. Some Rabbi said, "Tartimar ze'eni odei amahu." So we'll say. So remember again, the Tanakh said that the amount of meat from which a Ben Sorer Umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a tartimar. So come going to Gemara and says, Rabbi says, I don't know how much is a tartimar. What is that? So it's only Rabbi Yossi the yayin. So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakh. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakh's measurements, right? Because you can remember the Tanakh says, tartimar of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says, a mana of meat, and 1 lug of wine. The fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? A half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in the session. Right? So a half a mana. So that's my focus. Rabbi Yossi's Tanakh. Incredible. So I just mentioned Terry Daniel is working on getting together a chabura that meets before the daf yomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whenever Abura wants me to be at night also, but whatever, you'll see something about that. Chazer over the Shakla, just the give and take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to always pause, like always try to pause at different stages of the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand in the Gemara right here, you see even just mark it up in your Gemara, so you see what the beginnings and the end. So you see over here again, that's just a unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next. Amrav Kana Bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Enochai, and so you can see Zevi, the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking table. I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So this is as follows. Amrav Kana Bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Achiga Basol. The Yocha Yayin, Yish at the Siv is so this is very interesting. Qualification. The Buddhist, the only time you become Ben Sora more is when Halacha L'Maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat count and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't become a Ben Sora if you pay retail, right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. Forget about Ben Sora Mora. Right, so you only have Halacha L'Maisa Sora Mora if you get out of this. What's the pshat with that? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin Bizol. About Yokel Shkiti Leid Mos. Lignos Tuli Havelor. Remember again. Let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sora Mora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you're developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a shtickle addiction going on here. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Get ready for this. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second, really? Raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. That's not true. That's what there was an explicit statement that if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, so I would say it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. So the Gemara says, no. Yayin Chai is muzzled v'lo muzzled. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not soy dilution. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the chas. Right? What does it mean, basar chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean more raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba da'achla ganvi. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right. Basar kiba da'achla ganvi. Kadya begecholim dikavase be'irevin v'nichbe v'nechol zachav. So it's fascinating. How did thieves eat their meat? How do they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was burnt on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time because eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halachic Jew. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the chevra will eat stuff red. They'll eat stuff right, and it's seared on the outside and seared on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon nefesh. That's all I'm saying. Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is a meichel of gambling. Okay? That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay. So if you get that, the shot will tell you. Right? You want to say, so again, what's that? So all of this also, remember, what we're looking for as we notice are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, All kidding aside, in Gemara, what did this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So when you see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. The Gemara goes like this. Rabbi Yosef So this is fast. So Rabbi Yosef said as follows. Both of them said, if the Sarmar eats the meat, salted, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Sarmar. Now, both this is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, or again, non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents and uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go to buy wine right off the press, Halacha said again, that does not make him into a Ben Surah more. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is writing for us. Lo chashidi, they're not important, they're not chashiv, therefore, ultimately, again, you're not habit forming. You're not habit forming. Joe says such a right. Okay, we'll come back talking just a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "Turn hustle." Now, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next order of business. So, both says this is a fascinating halacha. It's not hustle. All part of our sugya. Erev Tishbav. So, on Erev Tishbav, we'll say sudim of seconds. Right? Remember again. We should always recognize in halacha 2 times a year you have sudim of seconds. Right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur. Of course, they are worlds apart. Right? They're worlds apart. The Suda Masakis before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing and the Shubha that's about to come. Like, it's interesting. Even though when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to mamish cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av Suda Masakis is a morning meal. Right, and with MOUR, right, a mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in the restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, a person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Sukkot of sex, you can't have 2 different cooked foods. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your Sukkot of sex? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. We'll see how right? You could have salted meat and you could have wine. If there's any left, in the belt, right? So you could have salted meat, and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Here's what else. I'm saying now. Before we go, what does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's mamish means that it's not basar and it's not yayin. So the Gemara says, so obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So what's interesting? Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and suddenly again that's salted meat. What in other words, when we see salted meat, what are we talking about? We're about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar maliyah? So the Gemara says as follows. Basar maliyah had kama. So as long as it's like shlamim, what's that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat. It loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When we say loses its identity, if you eat it, it's flakes. Right? Just to be clear, right? You're going to be flakes. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Sorah Morav steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. You want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that seems so. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says there, Kol Mashu Shlamim, Shelo Avar Alav Zman Achila Shlamim, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad, Adayin Belich L'chusahu, V'lo Ikri Maliach. So what says, this is the idea. The window of Shlamim is our metric. You can eat Shlamim for 2 days and 1 night. So to again, eat the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, that's more is not going to be chayiv for us. And halach l'maisa, and halach l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Yeah, and the tama. Well, up until what point of time is wine called wine for the best? I wasn't understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when wine is considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine, that's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, ad kama called koses. When it's fermented, koses means fermenting. That was apparently, Rabbi points out over here, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yain miki. Good. So everyone will say again, for our purpose, so that's just finished. That time, actually, so just to pause up and say, therefore, what we are establishing over this, that a Ben Sorah is chayiv for stealing missing wine and meat. We've established already from Mishnah, the Zolel, the Sobe, Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. But now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine, but right now the Gemara is just wine. Wine for our purpose means it's not fermenting. It's not fermenting. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? Halacha l'maaseh, any meat that is sat in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night. Incredible. Let's go right. The Gemara says, we learned Yain Koses Imam Mishum Gibui, that fermenting wine Rabosa is not subject to the halacha of Gibui. Remember again, what's the halacha of Gibui? The halacha says that if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is Gemara concerned about? Snake venom. Now, I'll just point out that we know this Rothschild brings down that today many people aren't marked on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight. When we do drink it the next day. So the Gemara says that's because again we live in locales where venomous snakes are not really as common, and that's why again you see in general people are not marked on. In any event, the point over here is frothing, right? Fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. The gama tesisa. So, how long does that process last for? Shlosha yamin, 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first treated, after it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation, and therefore again, Allah myself, there's no issue of gibui. So what's this? Interesting enough. So the point reason we might bring this up over here is beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says 3 days. Now the contrast, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha about Ben Sorah Mar? In other words, we need to know what kind of wine is he chayiv for stealing. So the Gemara says Hasam Mishum Simchahu. Calls Mashu Tishlamim, Nami is Simcha. So ultimately, again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? When it comes to Tisha B'Av, so remember again, it's a din in Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like Shlamim, i.e., it's been salt for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and there's going to be an element of Simcha. It's not a din Simcha. What is it? What is it? Addiction. That's the developing. I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word is often used very loosely, but we'll use it now. We're worried about him being drawn into a particular style. So the Gemara says, in order for Ben Sorah Mora to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, It has to be something of really high quality. So even if halacha l'maaseh is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a din, or that would not be subject ultimately again to ben sorah umora. V'yayin ad mem yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha l'maaseh ben sorah would not be high for that. And I will say now it happens to be, it appears from the Gemara. It appears from the Gemara that halacha l'maaseh that will be for ben sorah umora, it adopts the shlamim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases, then it is not to be. He's only chayav if he purchases what we call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayav for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But once, right, but if it's still frothing, then ultimately again it's not going to be incredible. We'll say Bidul Gemara. I'm not kind of lo nivra ba'olam. I'm not kind of lo nivra yayin ba'olam. Why did Hashem create wine? Right, we'll say it's a good shayla. Why, it's interesting, by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bris milah has wine. A chua has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya has wine. Everything has wine. Yet, we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did the Rebbe Shalom really create wine? So, remember the Travel Gemara? Hashem created wine, El Nachim Avelim, or the Shalim Schal Rishai. Hashem created wine really for two primary purposes. Number one, to give comfort to mourners. I was saying, what does this mean? Remember again, the Gemara Masechtas Moed Katan. Remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine, and they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? We understand why. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. A little bit. Right? So what does this mean? So you're going to give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? Well, let's say in life, there are two different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a life deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 3 glasses of wine? I'm getting the blank looks over here. Right? What happens? There's 2 azugos, right? 2 azugos, right? 3 glasses of wine. Suddenly, again, you know what? The problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems, right? With 3, right? I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. When, how, what? I don't know. But I know I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. I will say it's such a trend. So why did Hashem create wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I've just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That's the salt of wine, says the Gemara. Furthermore, I would say, but again, without the wine, also the Ashkava also applies. Life's problems in 2 different buckets. The one you can solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, do it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate then reality. So again, furthermore, wine is also created for Rishayim. What does this mean? Even the greatest of them, right? Even the most wicked person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And halal Maisa deserves reward for it. How to get his reward for it? A good bottle of wine. Right? that's the reward for Rishayim, and therefore they get their reward in this world and jump that punishment to the next world. Sorry, Tinu Shechar La'ovei the Yayin Lamari Nefesh. Literally, again, give an intoxicating beverage over to the one who is lost, which the Gemara is understanding over here to refer to the Rasha, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. What does it mean when it says the pasuk Alter Yayin Shemad B'Pneim Shalisham Ba'olam Hazeh Umal B'Pneim L'Olam Haba. So say be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Enjoy it, Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever is coming to you in this, because know that judgment awaits the world to come. Rabbi Amar Yain Ki Yis Adam, Alter Yain Shachari Sodam. Because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. We have Kanoramic Siv. So it's an amount of contrast to two psukim. On one hand it says Tirosh, it says Tirash Vikarinan Tirosh. So we'll say it's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachas. These are the brachas of Yitzchak Avinu Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim is again it says what's the Shabbos? V'yitin l'cha Elokim Mitalash Mishmani Haaretz V'rov Dagon the Sirosh. We'll say Sirosh means grapes. But what the Gemara is pointing out over here is it's written chaser, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as Tirash, right? It could be looked right and you see it as but yet we read it as Tirosh. Tirosh. So we'll say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zocha na'aseh rosh. Lo zocha na'aseh rosh. So we'll say, alcohol, right? Alcohol, wine, could be used in one of two ways. Alcohol could be used as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, right? Any person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes we'll say, nichnas yayin yatz the soul. Sometimes what wine has the ability to do, it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Right? I don't, so we put up walls. Piaget says about this so much. We put up walls around our neshama. And those walls, we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. But sometimes a little bit of wine comes in. The walls come down, and my real is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, could either be T-rash. Rash means like a pop, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, T-rosh, like a rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rav Aramik Siv, Yismach says, Yismach or Yishmach, Vikarinon Yismach. So again, according to the pasuk, Yayin Yisamach L'Bal Enosh. Wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Lo Zacha, Zacha B'Samcha. The person is righteous, then ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. Lo Zacha. If I'm not the person is not Zocha, wine could destroy it. So you will say the whole chap of wine. With that wine, I will say anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And then I will say, then when that inner me comes out, that's when the true me comes out. So the shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Rasha Chas V'Shalom Masadik? Or perhaps, again, a mediocre guy, or I should say a Sadik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, a little bit of wine is able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Rabbi said, wine and nice smells, right? Aromatic smells made me very smart. So what Rabbi was saying was this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha. And it wasn't again, the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the Father says, Vayipach ba'apach, Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why Masay Shabbos we have besamim, right? Why we have besamim, that's why some have the custom to smell besamim on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. Amar Rabbi Amram, Rabbi Barabba. Mostly, by the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So I say, what you see from Rabbi is something very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. I spend a lot of time like on external things. I daven a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder, like, why doesn't it have the full impact on me? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, you're right, of course I learned a lot of Torah, Rabbi says. Of course I learned a lot of Torah. But in addition to all the Torah, Rabbi says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and sun represent. So I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi avi, lemi avoy, lemi medanim, lemi siach, lemi betzan chinam, lemi chachlilos inayim, lemi achrim alayayin lebayim lach kalimasa. So let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk, by the way, I was putting over here, is from Mishlei. And essentially what Shlomo Melech is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Right? Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says as follows. Ultimately, however you interpret this pasuk, because most of what the pasuk essentially is saying is, Lemi I, right? Who's the one who has to say, whoa? Lemi Avai, who's the one who has to say, right? Who's the one who says I? Who's the one who says Vavai? Right? Lemi Again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the pasuk is those who spend too much time with. And remember, again, Shlomo Melech understood this from him because Shlomo Melech had everything. So Shlomo Melech also understood. We'll get into this more about the destructive overindulgence. So the Gemara says you could dash in this pasuk from the beginning to the end. From the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash Galila. So what's this? Darish over. So a certain guy lived in the Galil. Darshan the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? Listen to this. This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavin Nemru B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again, the first time we have mention of wine is where? Noach. So 13 vavs in the section of Noach with wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vavin, Lashon Vai. So we'll say, so what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, loose translation of Vai is Vai. Right, loose translation, right? Vai means so what this certain Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of ice, a lot of woes in section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now here they are. Vayachal Noach vav ish adama vayita keren vayesh min hayayin. So 2 vowels right there. Again, you'll count it as we go along. So vayichal vayesh. So again, this one Noach cut off the teva. The thing he did was he planted a vineyard, right? Vayera or vayar chama vikinan es erbas aviv vayage l'shtein echad b'chutz, right? So cham. So remember again, Noach gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Cham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another vav. Shem, another vav. Esa simba, vayasimu, another vav. Al shchem shneim. Cham does nothing. Right? Well, actually, see, he does something, but so Shem and Yafes come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayech, another vav, Acharonis, Vaychas, another vav, Esrevas Aviyim, Upanim, another vav. Vayikatz Noach, another vav. Noach wakes up, from his wine. Vayed, another vav, Eis Asher Asala B'Noach. So we'll say this is the story of Noach. So remember again, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, tells his brothers, Shem and Yafes come, and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noach wakes up, and the pasuk says Noach knew what his son Cham did to him. Rabbi, so Moshe says, obviously, it's interesting. Obviously, Cham did something to Noach. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noach. So there's machlokas. Rabbi Shmuel Amar Sirsu. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? The one who says that he castrated him, so also the one that says castrated, and why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, Noach cursed Cham's 4th son. Who was Cham's 4th son? Cham's 4th son was Cush. Right? Sorry. Cush is I put the Canaan. Right? So Cham's 4 sons were Cush, Mitzrayim, put Canaan. So just like Cham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah's 4th son. Umandamur says that he sodomized him. Vayar. Ksivhacha var Cham. Right? Vikanan. As Erbas Havim. Saw Shechem ben Chamor. When Shechem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, there again, Chazal tell us that he violated her with Bia Shalo Kedarka. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, so it makes sense. The woman says that he castrated him, and rather than having a 4th son, it makes sense. Then that Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. But according to the one who says that he sodomized him, why did he curse him in his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara According to the opinion that he sodomized him, he both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay? So, okay, no one's there. Okay, the Gemara says as follows. So what happens? So the pasuk says Noah profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, I will say, so just to point out over here, the lashon over here is incredibly important. The Ribbon Shel Olam is bringing Noah to task for the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's lashon of chulin. He profaned himself. Noah, right? Noah, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shalogaram lo elayayim. This is wild. What caused the mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one second, what does that mean? We're going to see, interestingly enough, that there's a fundamental machlokes. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from? They eat from the 8th das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? This is machlokes. Desanya, Meir Omer, Adam Arishon, Geffen Haya. So we'll say first opinion of Meir was grapes. It was grapes. Grapes. So such Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noach gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he plants? Grapes. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from say, I'm a base. And I was interested, Ramir says, now where does Ramir get this from? It's almost as if Ramir backs into this, because Ramir says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like wine. Obviously, I will say, it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we see all of the greatness of wine. power of wine, the beauty of wine. Wherever you have the possibility for extreme kiddusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Extreme debasement. Which also, by the way, I just want to point out, I can't sort of over here. Wine, it really is important, starting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Really, again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wine. It's absolutely. I don't have like shares in anything. I just want to be clear. Like, it's not a business thing. But like, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wine. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine is, you see it from the result. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kiddush and Tara. So if I knew at least the wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown in the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. If wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kiddush that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more Kaddish way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. Any event. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so therefore, wine comes along, Eliyahu. So therefore, again, that's why Kadosh Baruch Hu brings Noach to task. How can you go ahead? How can you be planting wine when other Mishra have to trouble with wine? Rabbi Yehuda says, no, it wasn't wine. It was wheat. It was wheat. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or maybe the eighth was just more of like a description, not literally, but eventually the wheat. Interestingly enough, wheat, when a child begins, it's interesting because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. When a child begins to consume, so again, there's a certain level of that comes with that. But then your says, no, it was a king with pigs. I will say why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they solved with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognized that they were naked. So what did they do? They covered themselves. Now, Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree with which they went ahead and so we'll say, by the way, just fascinating, thrill as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find in Chazal? Apples, right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Is that I will say it's an interesting connection. Remember by when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in. Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau, and remember what he uses. He says, "Re'ach b'ni kareach hasada." The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says, "Scent of the field." The fact when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, he says Yitzchak Avinu was referring to kareach hasada was Gan Eden, and Rashi HaKadosh quotes Medrash. What's the reach of Gan Eden? It smells kisim tapuchim, like an apple orchard. It has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple, so it became assumed that Chava ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, an apple, one of these in any event. So according to the opinion that says that Allah Lamaisa, it was great. So Shmuel takes Noach to task, go ahead and planting grapes. Well, Melech, Masa Asuimo. Okay, so let's see this. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their. So what is this? First of all, say Lemuel. So actually, Lemuel is Shlomo. Lemuel Ma'aseh B'Chak. Most like Kadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say Lemuel have two words. Lamo Kel. All he was to Kadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the for this Gemara? Shalach was rebuked by his mother. His mother saying, listen to the make it ready. So Bathsheba, remember again, so Shlomo's mother is Bathsheba, literally tied a post and was ready to flog him. How angry parents could get with children, right? Everybody said, this is an adult. And she tied him to it, now she's going to flog him. I thought she should put a little fear of God into him. So Ba'amrlo, she said to him, Ma'buri, Umar bar bitni, Umar bar, she said to him, what are you doing, my son, my son, the son of my womb, the son I vow, what are you? So the Gemara says, Ma'buri, what was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Hakol Yodim, Shavich HaMelech is such a big tzaddik. What we're going to see is Shlomo was living the high life. He's the son of the king, right? He's got money, he's been going for it. See, he's the good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing I asked him is, you know what people are going to say? Tell it's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your indulgent parent behavior. Omar bar bitni and my womb. All of your father's other wives. Once they become pregnant, no longer have relations with the king. Chazal's perspective, so the pregnancy is healthy for the future. Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I may have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy vibrant child. Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But again, but the Maisa, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, Barbary. So what's he not to do? We'll stop over here. Boys. The Tapim gets short, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna say rush. Lots the rush. Shkayach one till we got to this. Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
Okay, good morning. By thanking our sponsors, we thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor to 785, the Tulsi Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for the Surah's Tevis for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Dafioni sponsor this morning, Mel and Karam. Yuladish Mel's have a Yitzchak, or should have a Aliyah Ligamin, the family should have a Nechama. We're going to begin in Daf Samach Tes on the base, and we begin with the 4 lines up from the bottom to Pliga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Chisda, who tells us there's another example of Ben Sarah Umore. That is, the Ben Sarah Umore cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote him, he says, Kamtan Shaholit Ein Beno Nasa, Kamtan Shaholit Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sarua. Just as halacha is, the Katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sarua. Why? It says in the pasuk, the son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this Ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sarua. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Amud today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's really the discussion of this. Tomorrow starts to tell the the Rabbi or Sista, who is telling us that the pasuk is coming to exclude the child of a child. In my opinion, that a child can have a child. The Pliga the Rabbi that's argues with Rabbi. Why? Rabbi says the following: a child cannot give birth. Never says in the pasuk in English go. Talking about halacha, because the halacha is person steals something, and he is approached by the victim of theft, and the person denies it. He says, "I never stole it," and he takes it. He takes it. He didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. He comes back and he said, "He lied." Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the so much additional shift, and he has to read it. The pasuk says that if he in English Goel, if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is then the payment goes to the Kohen. The word says, hold on, it's possible, but the age the other trust in a girl for a person doesn't have any relatives. Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you can go back generation to generation to generation, find somebody to be related to. How can you say that there's a person who's not of a goel? Hell, against the gar customer diver, it's talking about a person who steals from a convert, and convert halachically is not going to have any family unless he gets married and builds his own family. Now, the Amrach part of the pasuk teaches us. Ish says very clearly in the pasuk that if ain lo ish goel, if the ish does not have anybody as a redeemer, then the pasuk says ish if the person you stole from was an ish, you have to start being ish goel. If he has people who are relatives who can pick up the payment for him, they laugh, or if not, over katan. If the person who was stolen from is a katan, he after the tzarach locks our love, you not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because the child is a convert via duos. It's obvious it doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother looking for them. Clearly, we see that Rabbi is of the opinion that a child can father another child. Clearly, it's in stark contrast to this, because this is all possible to teach you that if a child has that child goes to exempt from the entire concept of the Gemara. Well, all things are possible. It is possible to go. Hey, so if I ask the following question, Ish, it says in the pasuk, this, my folks, between Rashi and other Rishonim, what this is talking about with Rashi. Rashi tells us this is talking about a person who has an affair with a shifta charufa. Charufa is a shifta who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a maidservant because she's married to an Eved Ivri. The person has an affair with her, the halacha is that person gets malchus but does not get misa. The pasuk says ish, Eli ela ish. I only know this halacha is true if we're talking about an ish. Ben tes shanim v'yomecha shavoy lebiyah. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day who's technically able to engage in the bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the parsha? Amalomar says v'ish. The additional above in the word says v'ish. That includes even a 9-year-old child. No, we see clearly a 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of bia, and if he's included in the concept of bia, that means he has the physical ability to build the bia. He's able to perform the bia physically, and also be able to be mostly shefazera. He can secrete shefazera. If he can't, that would be a fundamental flaw in the bia. So if you're saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce this era, then obviously what should happen is built to father a child who's going to years of in the mode. Yes, he can't actually physically perform the bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? This is similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. She tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. The same thing is true. You can have a seed, never if you try to plant it and it grow, the same thing is true when it comes to this child. So it's possible that Rabbi is still correct that a child cannot get there. In the history of time, they learned another allusion to this idea, which is the chiyazid ish. The pasuk says the chiyazid ish. The pasuk is talking about a person who intentionally ambushes somebody and kills him. The pasuk says the chiyazid ish haraeu laharga arma in this kind of lamas. So he has put kind of a play on words over here that the history is going with to say the chiyazid ish if the person is an adult, then he's able to cook is the physical bodily production of the zera umazria, and he can actually produce the semen. However, ain katan mezid mazria, a katan, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he can maze it, he can cook it, his body can produce it. However, he cannot produce it in mazria and actually strong enough to actually see the child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav Mordechai Rav. Mordechai said to Rav, "My mashma the high mazid lashon b'shuli." Where did you find that this word mazid actually means to cook? Mazid seems to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word mazid means to cook? He says, he responds to him, He said the Sibis is clearly the Pasuk said Yaakov was cooking up a lentil soup, and it was referred to as Vayazid. Yes, the Pasuk actually used the word Vayazid to mean he cooked. But Rabbi Shmuel, the more goes on and asks a question on this concept. Very small. The very small quote as follows. Then below again, when it comes to Betzaru, the only thing the kid could be is exclusively a ben, a son. He cannot be a father. Again, so again, we have a Gezeres HaKosov to tell us that a child, a Betzaru More, must be exclusively and not a father. Hold on a second. Hey, Shudan. How is it possible that the Betzaru More can even be a father? The Cyrus only becoming like a Zaken. Entire period of Betzaru More is that period of time between starts to grow the two hairs until it completely grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in. Hold on a second. The Ika Shalski highs for enough time. All that to happen that she become pregnant and give birth so fast. Vaha Amar, Chris Badai, Kol Yamosh Betsara Mora, Ein Elegim Sadashim Abad. The amount of time that there is for Betsara and Mora is only 3 months. Why should it take 3 months? The initial phase of those hairs growing to fully grow in. Now it's impossible for them to work in 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and they'll have to be excluded from that? El Olav, what must we be told? The Aber Mikami Gleisha Cyrus. This woman became pregnant before Rothschild Cyrus while he was still a child. When did she give birth? Before the hairs grew in. Now, parents bring him to and say our son control, he was Zola, the son bring his presence, the business goes through a process. They say, hold on a second, he's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But what do you see? We must learn from here, confer from here that Katan can indeed give birth to a child. Nurse says no. Lola, the Aber Boss Dash of Cyrus. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant boy after he brought the Cyrus. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has 2 years. Now, but only when did she give birth? Like a normal person, she gave birth, Basar Dr. Suckin, many months after all those hairs completely grew in. Who the Gakashi? If you can have the question of Krista Vedder, that entire period is 3 months. No, you misunderstood. This was Kiasr Dimi Omar. When Rabbi came and told us that Amid Marova, they told him Marova then below a royal crosso. What he meant to say was he has to be a ben, but he can't be called a father. When is someone called a father? He's called a father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and they say, oh, who's the father of this child? Subis is the concept. Not Tivo Shaluber Zah. This child come from? Now, one day, it came from this person. Oh, he fathered the child. He told the people before the father, the child is actually born. So yeah, the time that the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows 3 years. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy test because they picked up the dollar store then. So what happened? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That was those 3 months. Once that happens, those 3 months, just 3 months. That's called Kukar Kubra. They'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is this? Oh, it's that person, that boy, that Sarah Laura, that guy. Oh, not a bet anymore. He's the father of the child to be excluded. Okay, so it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she became pregnant from him already a halakhic adult. He's ready to pass the pregnancy. Kufa, Amr Kushbadai, Amr actually call Yamosh, Besar Mara, Ella Gil Kanash, all the days are only 3 months. We didn't learn the 3 month period. We learned the time is the amount of time it takes for him to film us. Mara says it's not a glitch. Do you know why? Because we give him the best of both fields. If all the hairs grew in within 2 months, then the halacha is he's already exempt. However, Mala Gimel Chalas and Nafkal Bohiket, he was very slow, but was 3 months past, he's also going to be exempt. In other words, he gets to hold on to the rope from both sides, and he gets both. Yosef Rav Yaakov in our pocket committed Ravina. Rav Yaakov from Narpaket sat in front of Ravina. The Yosef of Amar, he said the following, which made Ravuna Brady Yeshua. He said the following in the name of Ravuna Brady Yeshua. Nami number either Christmas Day, we learned Christmas Day. Amar Rav Shapsai, that you led us to Shiva, the woman gives birth in her 7th month. Ain't Ubra Nikar Lishina. You don't have enough time to get into this. Tomorrow assumes that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is a 9-month pregnancy, and another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month that she's giving birth to a baby. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade. That's what the Gemara would be discussed with here. Now, if that's the case, who can complete a pregnancy in 7 months, how would you divide those trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's month 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, she's giving birth after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell if she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the aim Uber Nicholas. You're not going to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a little bit over a week. But he's not the Daita. Over Nicholas Lish, if you tell me that she's already noticed she's pregnant after a slish, after a third of the way there, Lamali Gimel. Why do we have to wait 3 months? But the trade, the Tulsa Sagi was 2 months and a third, that's enough. In other words, it's enough. That's the third of the way of the pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential Betzor Mora. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then he won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he said no. Yes, she will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, we always go after the majority. And most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Betzor Mora because you're assuming that his not wife, but this woman is going to potentially she could can't be married. Bottom line is that because you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority to kill someone? Remember, we're putting someone to death over here. Where it says in the Torah Amra, Torah teaches us that I saw this before, that one of the jobs of an educating basis is to try to save the potential convict in this place. Basically, the job is always find a way to save him from Misa. And now you're saying, go after the majority to put the guy to death. That's not how it works. Ravina, they came back to Ravina. Remember, yes, didn't the Pashas law, didn't Basaruba? Do we not go after the majority? I'll prove to you that we do. But now it says in the Mishnah, one person told us he was testifying in a capital case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's when we're going to give all. The other one says it's the 3rd day of the month. We do not say this just by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. This guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it was extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same incident that happened exactly at the same time, but their calendar has different dates. I think one of them got the memo that was next day, the previous month, the other one did not. At least like that, if you're going to tell me when it comes to capital cases, we do not go to the majority. Let's just say we don't go after the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being makrish each other. Elalav. In other words, they're contradicting each other with plus that they're Eidos. Elalav. We must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? Not everyone had an app on their phone that gave them the Hebrew day. And therefore, some people, it was very common. You went around town, you asked people what day is it. One guy said it is the 2nd of the month, and it's the 3rd of the month. And Eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. But it was very common to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. You're free to still accept the agency. See, clearly, you go after Rome. Omar, Rabbi Yirmi, Midifti, Afanana, Mitnina. We all Bashalosh, some of your Machavis, Kadashis, Babia. Someone who, a girl who is, we learned this previously, a couple of weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara, which says, Bashalosh, some of your Machavis, a girl who is 3 years old in one day, is Kadashis, Babia. We're here qualifying that any time she is intimate with somebody, she has Bia, it is a full-fledged halachic Bia. She can be married with the Bia. If Yavim Kana, if a Levirate marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. If she's married with someone who is intimate with her, then the halacha is the time is the time is and if somebody is going to ball her walking the nida, then the tumah, as we explained last time, has a very strict level of tumah to elyon. Even if you don't actually touch it, the person actually becomes tamei, and he can do tamei other things. This is the kohen. If this woman gets married to a kohen, he'll tell us the truma. She's allowed to eat truma. This is the relevant one over here. If any one of the disqualified people are intimate with her, becomes disqualified from Tuna. Now, in Ba'ala, Achad, Arayas, and Morf Batorah, any of the Arayas is intimate with her, Malach is Mumsin allowed, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. The Patur, she's obviously fucking, she's a child, but if any one of the Arayas in the Torah is going to be intimate with her, they are going to be Chayiv Misa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged Bia with one of the Arayas. We want to ask the question, why is it true? Why would you say that maybe she is someone who's married, she can't give birth? And the person who married her never wanted to marry a person to have children. What must you say? You say, this person went ahead, was intimate with an with this woman, or with one of the Arayas, and why we assume that she's an islandist? She's not going to be an islandist. Like everybody else, or other people built to have children, and and therefore you put the guy down. Now you see clearly, you're putting a guy to death for being intimate with one of the Arayas. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married. Maybe the marriage will fall apart because of the illness. Now, since tomorrow, we don't assume we're going to be an islandist. Most women are not an islandist. Therefore, since based in, put the guy to death. Really, put the guy to death. Because of the conscious of the majority. Where it says, my chayiv alev tani, they made it say, doesn't mean it's chayiv. So, the tani calls for the person eating carbon and not so. Hold on, where it says, mumsina yada katani. You didn't read it carefully enough. It says, mumsin ayada. You put the guy to death. Where it says, nah, that wasn't referring to all the Arayas. That was referring to the Bala via fathers. Hold on a second. It says any one of the forbidden relationships is going to be put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person who married this child loved her so much that he said, even if it turns out you're an alienist, I'm going to keep you as a wife. And in such a case, even if she turned out to be an alienist, we're still going to put the person to death. So again, we do see that we do not have a raya. We go after go. Kanu Rabbanan. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of princess with her young child. And as a result of that act, the child had our with her. Last time we learned, it was on Monday or Tuesday, Sunday or Monday, it was 2 weeks ago. The hara is not supposed to be either it's the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full jimar bia, that's the finish off the bia, but it is the first part of the bia, which is a problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child, of what's the Allah. Meshame Omrim, Hasla, Mina Kuhuna, she becomes disqualified from Kuhuna because she's a Zona. The Sila Machir, the Sila says, he's still going to be kosher for Kuhuna. Why? Amr Pia Bray, Rabba Bar Nachman. Pia, the son of Rabba Bar Nachman, the father. Amr Kis, Amri Law, Amr Kista, Amr Zairi. Methodicus exactly when some say that it was the Rabba Bar Nachmani, the name Kista, and some say it's the Kista who said in the name of Zairi that Hakomo, them everyone in Shamaniyah basically agree that Sanitation, son of Yom Echad, should be also Bia. Everyone agrees that if this child we're talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day, his Bia is a Bia, and yes, it disqualifies his mother as a Zona from Kuna. If the child is less than 8 years old, if he also Bia, everyone agrees that the Bia is not a Bia. A young child like that cannot actually perform the Bia. Well, that's what's too clear is the Machlokas. Ella ben Shmona, when we're talking about a child who is 8 years old. It says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child had a baby, and we'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, an 8-year-old child has a baby, what happened previously? And since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a via nowadays as well. Hillel Savri, Hillel says, look, we cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of today's Amud is to take us into some family trees of some history in Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child when he was 8 years old. The Doris Rishonim Minala. How do we know the previous generation? I was rushing through it, but it's so much time. It's 15 minutes to get through this. This is giving development. How do we know the Doris Rishonim had children when they were 8 years old? You know the Owen. If you want to suggest, you just say it because it says in the pasuk. We'll go through a number of these pasukim, and then we'll try to explain outside exactly what everything means to get everything straight. Hello, Zos Bathsheba. This woman is Bathsheba. Bas Eliam Ishes Uriah Haki. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba, who is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get that in our family tree. Bathsheba is the of Eliam. Ishes Uriah Haki. It also says that Eliam and Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. See now, Bathsheba, son of Eliab, son of Achitophel, Agilon. Siva Yishlach Yad Nasan Navi, Yikra Shmo Yedidya. And he sent in the hands of Nasan Navi, he called him Yedidya, but for Hashem, because of Hashem. And who is this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Eliam, Bathsheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. And it says in the pasuk, by Gilish, Messiah Yamim was at the end of 2 years when he goes to love Shalom. And they were kind of, I think it was chasing after Avshalom with Siv. Avshalom Barach, Avshalom ran away. The Yelech broke. But Yisham Avshalom is there for 3 years. And Siv, it says the Yeshev Avshalom Yerushalayim, Avshalom settled in Yerushalayim, Messiah Yamim for 2 years. Bnei Melech go right, did not see the king. Now it says, in the 40 years, Yomer Avshalom, Avshalom said to the Melech, El Chana, as the Darish Sheridan, we go to the Doma and Adel Hashem, the Chavru, Sidach, Kitofel, Rog, Kilonasa, etc. He was the one who helped conceive the plan, and he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov was Kamar, as a Kamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yaakov, he went to his house, he ultimately committed suicide. Now, getting all this straight, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom, and now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was this? Siv, it says, the people of blood and Mirmos agree, they're not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, is 70 years. So, a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means they won't live till 35. Vitanya, we learned all the years of the Doeg, he only lived 34 years. The Shaki Tofel, years of Achitophel, only 33 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. So that comes out. All the years were only 33 years. How much were they? Plus in the clocks. So you have 33 years. Dal Sheva, the heavy Shlomo was 7 years to final this test. You have to take away 7 years. Now what are you left with? Hashlu S. You don't even need a calculator. Part of all the calculators for you. They take 30. You take the 33. You're gonna minus the 7. Then you're up to 26. So you have in 26 years, all these generations were born. You have to subtract another 2 shni. Plus the Ibri for the 3 pregnancies. The pregnancies take time. Now, it's why it's exactly 2 years. Rashi has his explanation because he made full Tyra. Tosa doesn't go for it. He says it's not exactly 2 years. It's approximately 2 years. So Chad Bakad turns out the Tami Oru. You have 26 years minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born. All these generations were born in 24 years. 24 divided by 3 is going to give you 8. It must be that they were fathers when their fathers were 8 years old. Of course, hold on, that's not a raya. You can't take 24 divided by 3. Dilma Tarbayu Tesha Olive. Maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. We know a 9-year-old actually had a female. And it could produce a child. Sheva, remember, there was a female included in this story. Olive is shit. Sheva, she was a female, she could have given birth to only 6 years old. Why? Because it's sorry. Women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she is only less than 8. Less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old to be able to give birth. Hey, now, why the Hahavi love Lad Meikara? Part of the story is that there was an older child. That there was an older child that turns out that she for sure had a child before she was 9 years old. So yes, women who can give birth to men. Therefore, the math is going off. And what's the big deal? He's 9 years old, so in other words, the whole this now makes sense. Okay, Ella Hafa. Where do we ever read that an 8-year-old can give birth? Tila told us Terach. These are the offspring of Terach. You have Terach, holiness Avram. Terach was Avram's father. Who else's father? He was the father. And that's Haran. So Terach had, this is the Torah, it tells us Terach had Avram, Nachar, and Haran. Now, the Avram Gadol Nachar Shana. Avram was older than Nachar by 1 year. The Nachar Gadol Haran Shana. Now, Nachar was a year older than Haran. Named the Avram Gadol Shtei Shana Haran. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. You got Avram and Nachar. Avram and Nachar both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarah. We will see soon that Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska's Haran. He married his niece. Yiska Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. She was able to see vision. She had Ruach HaKodesh. So that's why it says, that's why Hashem told Avram, listen to whatever you want. It tells you why, because she's speaking words of prophecy. Yiska is Yiska Yofia. Everyone would give her because she's so beautiful. So now, let's get back to our story here. Yitzchak, Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The Yomer Belibo, he said in his heart, have a child of 100 years old. Now, how much older was Avram than Sarah? He was as her shnit, 10 years. The cautious Yahuwah, Tartin shnit, and younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? It was 2 years. Remember the 2 year difference. The stock comes out. The older Haran Lasara. When did Haran have Sarah? Because again, she was 2 years older than Avram. So and there was a 10-year difference over there. Turns out she gave birth to Sarah when she was 8 years old. The time we over. Hold on. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. The Torah just puts Avram first because he was much more wise. We do that sometimes. Why? We sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah same as and a young age of 500 years, he gave birth to three sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Shem HaGadol, Shem Gadol Micham Shana. Shem was older than Ham by 1 year. Ham Gadol Yafet Shana, and Ham was older than Yafet by 1 year. So what comes out of here is Shem Gadol Miyafet Station. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Yafet. Hold that in your head for a minute. It tells us, 100 years after he had his children, that's when the novel started. And it tells us, Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Me'ashana by Yolas HaPachshad. Shem was 100 years old and he gave birth to Bar Pachshad. When was this Shasayim? 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. The Gemara says, "Ben Meir Shana the conscience he didn't have it. He must have been at least turned into." Ella must be. You know why Shem was mentioned first? Not because Shem was actually older. Rather, Ella they were listed in the order of wisdom. Married Derek could be Alfred was just mentioned first because he gave more wisdom, but not because he was that hard. Omar Kahana, I'm recently major as vid. I said this part of his vid from front of his vid, and Omar Lee Asundi, you learned this concept of putting in order, in wisdom, Anan, the often you learned it from someplace else. For Shane, you like he says Shane gave birth. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Achi Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagadol. You see clearly that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shane was still mentioned first. You see that the names are not. Okay, Elmanellas, happy enough that an 8-year-old child can give birth. Yachal, the Rothschild from here. Salo, Ben Uri, Ben Kor, Lamate, Yehuda. Tzala was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, the Shevet of Yehuda. It says, Thomas and Azuba, that was Kalev's wife. Yikach lo Kalev as Ephraim, and Kalev lo, and Halo as Kor. Now we know that Kalev was Kor's father, who was the father of Uri, was the son of Tzala. Tzala, and Uri, Ben Kor, then Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great-grandfather of Tzala. Now, the other Tzala Mishkan, how old was Tzala when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Yeah. Bar Kama, how old was he when he built the Mishkan? He must have been Bar Place, he must have been at least 13. Let's see what this one is. The person has to be an Ish, an adult, to be able to build a Mishkan. The time we learned in a Bryce, Rishona, also Moshe. The first year, Moshe built the Mishkan. Shnia, the second year after they were in the midbar, he built the Mishkan. Again, Shona Rishon, the first Mishkan. Shnia, he actually put it up. The Shalash Haragim, he said the second year that out of the tribe in the midbar. Look, it says it's been our Ba'im Shana, Ano B'Shalash. This is what old Kalev was when he was sent. He went as one of the Mirages. He was 40 years. He was sent as one of the Mirages. Now, today, behold, I am the 80 years old. So take to the math. Turns out our boy, it was 40 years. Now our base, we have to subtract 14 years for David Betzalel. Or Betzalel before. You're left with 26 years. Dal Kartishmi plus you have to take out 2 years full of pregnancies. It turns out, turns out that whole family of Kalev to Betzalel to Uri, Kalev to Kor, Uri, and Betzalel all took place in 24 years. So now we know that there were 8-year-olds that gave birth. That's how we know that 8-year-old Shira. Let's just go a little bit further. Get the Mishnah. Ben Velobas. Mitzvah Mor is only relevant to a male child, not to a female child. Over understood it. It's perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Mora just like a son. Why it's called Matsui? That's called Avera. Heaven's going to be readily available for her to do Averas. Get to be masking herself. As Rashi says, Zolala v'sofa v'katnusa, if she's going to be doing all these things when she's already a child, sofa kishalot kinsul limuda, omed v'sparta strachu margalas umaraglas havrius laver b'shkul asman. Again, if the whole idea of Ben Soromara is he's neither no shame sofa, that ultimately this person is going to be a disaster if they keep him alive. Look at her; she's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up major stumbling block for all the men in town, but still, Ella Xeris Akasaji, plus it teaches us Ben below that. The concept of Ben Torah Mora is only relevant to the rebellious or the wayward son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense it should be relevant to the daughter, the Torah or otherwise. Have a full rest of your day. Okay, good morning.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. How many Patreon subscribers? Zero. We're zero. Yeah. But our Patreon, I know.
Today's daf is Sanhedrin Daf Samach Tes. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors of the year 5785, the Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, as is a chus for the Surah Tevis for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Daf Yomi sponsor for this morning, Mel and Karen Ram, Lila Nishma's Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak. Mordechai Ben Yitzchak should have an allele Gan Eden in the family. Should have a nechama. We're going to begin in Daf Samach Ches, Samach Beis, and we begin with the friends at the bottom, Upliga de Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav who tells us that there's another exception to the halachas of Torah. That is that the Ben Sora Umora cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote him, he says, Amar of Chista Katan Shaholid Ein Bino Nasa, Katan Shaholid Bino Nasa Ben Sora. Chista's halacha is that if a Katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halacha. It says in the pasuk, Kiyah the Ish Ben. Son has to be born to an Ish. If the son, father of this Ben, is not an Ish, except the halacha of the Gemara. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Omer today discussing whether a child can have a child. That's really the discussion of today's Gemara. The Gemara starts as follows: Pliga the Rabbi sister, who is telling us is coming to exclude the bin of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Pliga the Rabbi that's argued with Rabbi. Why? Rabbi says the following: Katan ein molid. A child cannot give birth. Never, for it says in the pasuk, him ein lo ishkol. This is talking about the halacha of Gezel Ager. There's a halacha if a person steals something and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath and it takes a shvud that he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. He comes back and he admits that he lied. The halacha is that he has to pay the person back, carry the principle of Chumash, and he has to bring a carbon. Now this says that if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is, then the payment goes to Kohen. The Gemara says, hold on a second, is it possible? If a person doesn't have any relatives, everybody's got some relative, even if you don't have that, so you can go back generation to generation to generation to generation and find somebody who you're related to. So how can the pasuk say that there's a person who does not have a goel? Because of the diver, talking about a person who steals from a convert. And convert, logically, is not going to have family unless he's married and built his own family. Now, the Amar Achbar, the pasuk teaches us, Ish, it says very clearly in the book that if Ain Lo Ish go out, if the Ish does not have anybody as a redeemer. Then the pasuk says, Ish at the if the person who you stole from was an Ish, you have to start reviewing Im Yesh Lagoyal, if he has people who are relatives who could actually pick up the payment for him. Vim Lav, or if not, however, Katan, if the person who was stolen from is a Katan, is a child, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because if the child is a convert, it's obvious he doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother looking for them. So clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child, which is clearly it's in stark contrast to history, because Chista says the whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well, the whole thing's impossible. You don't need the possible Torah to tell you. Abaya asks the following question. It says in the pasuk. This is my focus. Rashi, not to show what this is talking about. With Rashi talks about a person who has an affair with a shifcha chalupa. Shifcha chalupa is a shifcha who is to be halfway free, still a maidservant, because she's married to an evet ivri. If the person has an affair with her, the halacha is that person does not get misa. The pasuk says ish. I only know this halacha is true if we're talking about an ish. How do I know that he's a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day who's technically able to engage in a bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in this parsha? Hamalomar, it says v'ish. The additional vav in the word says v'ish. That includes even a 9-year-old child. Now, we see clearly that a 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of bia, and if he's included in the concept of bia, that means that he has the physical ability to be able to perform the bia. He's able to perform the bia physically, and also to be able to be mostly shechla zera. He can secrete shechla zera, because if he can't, that would be the fundamental flaw in the bia. So if you're saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the zera, then obviously what should happen? He should father a child. Yes, he can actually physically perform the bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? This is similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not 1/3. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. The same thing is you can have a seed, never currently try to plant it, and it will grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the bia, but the action of the bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rabbi is still correct that a child cannot give birth. Debate Giyatana. This Giyatana, they learn another allusion to this idea, which is the Chiyazadish. The pasuk says the Chiyazadish. The pasuk is talking about a person who intentionally ambushes somebody and kills him. The pasuk says the Chiyazadish ha'eil lahardai v'arma v'imbiz b'chit v'chen alama. So there's kind of a play on words over here that the Bechizkiel is going with to say ish. If the person's in the zal, then Meizid Umazriya. He's able to cook. Cook is the physical bodily production of the zera Umazriya, and he can actually produce the semen. However, Ein Katan Meizid Umazriya, a cotton, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he could be measured, he can cook it within his body can produce it. However, he cannot produce it and be mazriya and actually be strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav Mordechai Rav Ashi. Mordechai said to Rav Ashi, "My mashma the high meizid lashon b'shulihu." Where did you find that this word meizid actually means to cook? Meizid seems to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word? Meizid means to cook. He says, he present to him, he says, the Sibbis is clearly the pasuk by Yazed, Yaakov. Yaakov was cooking up his lentil soup, and it was referred to as Vayazid. Yes, the pasuk actually uses the word Vayazid to mean he cooked. But the Gemara goes on and says, and asks a question on this concept. The Beir Yishmael taught as follows. Then v'lo av. Again, when it comes to Ben Sarah Umora, the only thing the kid could be is exclusively a ben, a son. He cannot be a father. Again, so again, we have a Jizera Sakasa to tell us that a child, a Ben Sarah Umora, must be a ben exclusively and not a father. How is it possible that a Ben Sarah Umora can even be a father? Remember, our Mishnah taught us the entire period that Sarah Umora is that period of time between when you start to grow 2 hairs until it completely grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew 2 hairs and gave birth before all those hairs grew in, hold on a second, you equal yourself really high for enough time for all that to happen, she becomes pregnant and give birth so fast. The amount of time that there is for Ben Sarah Umora is only going to be 3 months. What's the months? From the initial phase of those hairs growing until they fully grow in. Now it's impossible for a woman to give birth in 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and then he'll have to be excluded from that? What must we be talking about? The other Mikami Cyrus. This woman became pregnant before the child brought Cyrus, while he was still a child. When did she give birth? Before the hairs completely grew in. Now his parents bring him to Basin and say, our son's out of control. He was Zolo, they bring him to business, goes through the whole process. They say, hold on a second. He's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But what do you see? Shnamina, Katan Molid. We must learn from here, we can infer from here that Katan can indeed give birth to a child. Gemara says no, incorrect. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Shtei Saras. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has 2 hairs. Now, but only when did she give birth? Like a normal person, she gave birth many months after all those hairs completely grew in. If you can have the questions of Chris Bededer teaches us that the entire period is 3 months. No, you misunderstood. This was Kiyas, Rav Dimi Amar, when Rav Dimi came and told us that Amri ibn Arava, they told him Arava ben below Haraya Lekroso Av. What he meant to say was he has to be a ben, but he can't be called a father. When is someone called a father? He's called a father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and they say, oh, who's the father of this child? And there's nothing in Ksubis. There's the concept of Mativo Sha'uberzeh. Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, say, oh, he fathered the child. He's called the father even before the child is actually born. So yes, the time that the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows 2 hairs. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy test that she could have just picked up the dollars for them. So what happened? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens in those 3 months, because in 3 months, that's for Hukar Kubra. They'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is this? Oh, it's that person, that boy, that Ben Sarah Umora, that guy. Oh, not a Ben anymore. He's the father of the child to be excluded. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she became pregnant from him once he was already a halachic adult. He's already past his garment. Gufa, Amar Chris Badai, Amar Shapsi, Kol Yamosh, Ben Sarah Umora, Eini Ela Gimel Chadash. All the days of Ben Sarah Umora are only 3 months. Bovad. And our Mishnah. We didn't learn the 3 month period. We learned the period of the amount of time it takes for him to fill in those hairs. Gemara says it's not a contradiction. You know why? Because we give him the best of both worlds. All the hairs grew in within months. Then the halach is he's already exempt. However, he's very slow. 3 months pass, he's also good. In other words, he gets to hold on to the rope from both sides, and he gets both. Yosef Rav Yaakov and Harpak committed Ravina. Rav Yaakov from Harpak sat in front of Ravina. Yosef He said the following in Rav Huna Brei Yeshua. He said the following in the name of Rav Huna Brei Yeshua. That you led us to Shiva, his birth in her 7th month. Ein ubra nikar l'shlish yemeh. We don't have enough time to get this. The Gemara assumes that there are 2 possible types of pregnancies. One pregnancy is a 9-month pregnancy. Another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month that she's giving birth to a preemie. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade. That's what the Gemara is going to be discussing over here. Now, if that's the case, if there's a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how would you divide those trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? So typically, it's month 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, she's giving birth after 7 months. So when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell that she's pregnant? It must be, he says, that Ein Uber Nikralish is not going to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a little bit over a week. But Isaac, Uber Nikralish, you'll tell me that she's already noticeably pregnant after a shlish. After a third of the way there, Chanel, Lamali Gimel. Why do we have to wait 3 months? But this trade with Tilsasagi with 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, enough because that's the third of the way of her pregnancy. And it's noticeable. She gets called in as a potential Ben Sorah. You look at this woman, if she's pregnant, she says, okay, you're eligible. If she's pregnant, then he won't. But for her, it'd be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he said no. Yes, she'll become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. We always go after the majority. And most women not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Ben Sarah Mora. You're assuming that his not wife, but this woman is going to be. Potentially, she could, no, she can't be a wife, can't be married. Bottom line is that because you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority to kill someone? Remember, we're putting someone to death over here. Where it says, in Torah Amra, and Torah teaches us that, we saw this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating based is to try to save the potential convict in this case. Basically, the job is to find a way to save him from Misa. And now you're saying, go after the majority to put the guy to death. That's not how it works. Adrua Kamei to Ravina, and he came back to Ravina. Normally, yes, didn't the Fashmas law Zina Basuruba? Do we not go after the majority? I'll prove to you that we do. But now it says in the Mishnah, one person tells us he was testifying in a capital case, in a murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's what I'm going to give him. The other one says it took place on the 3rd day of the month. We do not disqualify their age that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. Why this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it was extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same incident that happened exactly the same time, but their calendars have different dates on it because one of them got the memo this extra day in the previous month, and the other one did not. If you do tell me that it comes to capital cases, we do not go up to the majority. Let's just say we don't go after the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being makrish each other. Elalav. In other words, they're tactics to toss out their ages. Elalav. We must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? Not everyone had an app on their phone that gives them the Hebrew date. And therefore, some people, it was very common. You went around town. You ask people what date is it. One guy said it is the 2nd of the month. Another guy said it's the 3rd of the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. But it was very common for people to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. And therefore, you can still accept the ages. You see clearly, you go after a road. Amar Rabbi Yirmi B'Difti Afana Namitnina. We also learned a girl who is. We learned this previously. A couple of weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this tomorrow. which says, a girl who is 3 years old in one day, but that's just the bia. We're qualifying that any time she's intimate with somebody, she has bia. It is a full-fledged halachic bia. She can be married with the bia. If a Levirate marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. If she's married and someone is intimate with her, then the halacha is and if somebody is going to boil her while she's nida, then the tumah, as we explained last time, has a very strict level of mishkav tachton ke'elyon. Even if you don't actually touch it, the person becomes tamei and he can do other things. This is the kohen. If this woman gets married to a kohen, she's allowed to eat truma. This is the relevant one here. If any one of the disqualified people are paslim in kavuna, becomes disqualified from kavuna. Now, if any of the arayas is intimate with her, and Allah is allowed, they will be put to her being intimate with her. She's obviously patrick if she's a child, but if any one of the arayas is going to be intimate with her, they are going to be chayiv misa. Why have a full-fledged bia with one of the arayas? You want to ask the question, why is it true? Why don't we just say that maybe she is someone who's an island, she can't give birth? And the person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. What must we say? You say, this person went ahead, was intimate with this woman, or with one of the arayas, and why would you assume that she's an islandess? She's not going to be an islandess. She'll be like everybody else, or the majority of other people. She'll be able to have children, and therefore you put the guy to death. So now you see clearly, you're putting a guy to death for being intimate with one of the arayas. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married. Maybe the marriage will fall apart because she'll be an islandess. Now, says the Gemara, we don't assume a woman's going to be an islandess. Most women are not an islandess. Therefore, says Basin, put the guy to death. Clearly, we got to death. Because we conscious of row of the majority. Where it says, my chayiv allowed the katani, doesn't mean it's chayiv misa. It's katani karpa, the one, and not misa. Hold on, this is what it says. You didn't read it carefully enough. It said, mumsin ayada. You put the guy to death. No, that wasn't referring to the arayas. That was referring to the bala via fathers. It says any one of the forbidden relationships is going to be put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person who married this child loved her so much, and he said, even if it's an islandess, I'm going to keep you as a wife. And in such a case, even if she turned out to be an islandess, we're still going to put the person to death. So again, we do see that we do not have a raya. We're going to go after Roe, put someone to death. Tanu Rabbanan. A woman engages in a very grotesque act of princess with her young child. The Rabbi, as a result of that act, the child had har'ah with her. Last time we learned, it was on Monday or Tuesday, Sunday or Monday of about 2 weeks ago. The har'ah, focus what it is. Either it's the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full gemar bia, doesn't finish off the bia, but it is the first part of the bia, which is a problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child. What's the halach? Omrim pasla mina kahuna. She becomes disqualified from kahuna because she's a zona. The Machir says that she's still going to be kosher for kahuna. Why? Because it's a child. Amar Chia Brei Rabba Bar Nachmeni. Chia, son of Rabba Bar Nachmeni, said the following: Amar Chia to Allah, Amar Chia to Amar Seiri. That's exactly how this went. Some say it was Rav Chia, the son of Rabba Bar Nachmeni, in the name of Rav Chisda, and some say it's Rav Chisda, who said in the name of Seiri that Hakovos, and everyone, both Bisharim and Bishul, agree that the ventation should be Asviyah. Everyone agrees that if this child we're talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day, his bia is a bia, and yes, disqualify his mother and a zona from Kumuna. If the child is less than 8 years old, then bia is a everyone agrees that the bia is not a bia. A young child like that cannot be performed a bia. Well, now, where is the Machloket? Ella the Shmona. When we're talking about a child who's 8 years old, it says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child had a baby, and we'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, an 8-year-old child will have a baby, what had happened previously. And since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a bia nowadays as well. Hillel says, look, we cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of today's Amud is going to take us into some family trees of some history in Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child when he was 8 years old. How do we know the previous generation? I was rushing through it, but it's so much time that 15 minutes to get through this. This is giving me about information. How do we know the Doros Rishonim had children when they were 8 years old? You know the Olim. If you want to suggest this phrase because it says in the pasuk, we'll go through a number of these pasukim, and then we'll try to explain outside exactly what everything means to get everything straight. Hello, Zos Basha. This one is Basheva, Bas Eliam Ishes Uriah Hachiti. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba, who is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get that in our family. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. Ishes Uriah Hachiti. It also says the Eliam ben Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. So you now Bathsheba, the son of Eliam, son of Achitophel. Agiloni. And he sent in the hands of Nathan of it. He called him Yedidya. Bavor Hashem, because of Hashem. And who is this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. So Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Eliam, Sheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. And it says in the pasuk, by Yilish Messiah Yamim was at the end of 2 years how you goes in Shalom. And they were kind of, I think it was chasing after Avshalom Siv. Avshalom Barach, Avshalom ran away. Vayelech Yeshura. Vayisham Shalom he was there for 3 years. Siv, it says Vayeshev Avshalom Yishlayim. Avshalom settled in Yishlayim. Messiah Yamim for 2 years. Upnei Melech Lo did not see the king. Now it says in the 40 years, Yomer Avshalom, Avshalom said to the Melech, El Chana as the Darius Sheridan to go to fulfill my Neder Lashem, the Chavru Sibach Yitofel Ra Kilonasa Etzasa Yitofel. He was the one who was helping conceive the plan, and he realized that his plan was not working. But Yachlosh as a Chamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yakum Vayelach Habesh, he went to his house. El Iro Vayetzav Aveso Vayachlosh. He ultimately committed suicide. Now, getting all this straight, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom, and now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was this? It's Siv, it says, the people of blood and Mirma, they're not even going to live half typical lifespan of a person. Is 70 Shana. It's 70 years. So persons who rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. So that means they won't live till 35. Vitanya, we learned all the years of Doeg, he only lived 34 years. The years of Achitophel, were only 33 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. That comes out. All the years, only 33 years. Kama Havilu, how much were they? Plus and plus. So you have 33 years. Dal Sheva, the heavy Shlomo HaMelech was 7 years. Now what are you left with? Hashlu Esther. You don't even need a calculator. Mark does all the calculations for you. And you take 30. You take the 33. You're gonna minus the 7. Then you're up to 26. So you have in 26 years, all these generations were born. Dal Tarki, subtract another 2 shni with plus Ibri for the 3 pregnancies. The pregnancies take time. Now, it's why it's exactly 2 full years. Rashi has his explanation because he made Puma and Tyra. Tosa doesn't go for it. He says it's not exactly 2 years. It's approximately 2 years. Kochad Bakad, turns out the Tami Oli. You have 26 years minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born. All these generations were born in 24 years. 24 divided by 3 is going to give you 8. It must be that they were fathered when their fathers were 8 years old. Mar says, hold on, that's not a raya. 24 divided by 3. Oh, maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. So we know a 9-year-old could actually have and it could produce a child. Remember, there's a female included in the story. Holy Bishis. Sheva, she was a female, she could have given birth when she was only 6 years old. Why? Mishum de Itzabari. Women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she's less than 8. Why the Hahavi love lad made part of the story is that an older child. So if it was an older child, so then that she for sure had a child when she was 9 years old. So yeah, you see that there are women who give birth much younger than men, and therefore the math is going to be off. And what's the big deal? He was 9 years old, so in other words, all this now makes sense. Okay, Elami Hafa. So where do we have arrived that an 8-year-old can give birth? Ayla told us Terach. These are the offsprings of Terach. So yes, Terach holy this Avram. Terach was Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father. The best Hara. So Terach had, this is the pasuk of the Torah, it tells us Terach had Avram, Nachor, and Hara. Now, the Avram Gadol mi Nachor Shana. Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year, but Nachor Gadol mi Hara Shana. Now, Nachor was a year older than Hara. Nimtza Avram Gadol Shtei Shana mi Hara. Avram must have been 2 years older than Hara. Uksiv. Yikach Avram v'Nachor lehem Nashim. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. You will see soon that Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska is Haran's daughter. So he married his niece, Yiska. Yiska is Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Why was she referred to as Yiska? She was able to see with a divine vision. She had Ruach HaKodesh. And that's what it says. That's what told Avram, listen to me, wife. Tells you why she's speaking words of prophecy. The reason why she's is everyone would get so beautiful. Now, let's get back to here. Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. He said in his heart, oh, that they are telling you, be able to have a child when I'm 100 years old. Now, Avram and Sarah, how much older was Avram than Sarah? He was Esther Shnei, 10 years. The Kasha Shnei Avua, Artin Shnei, and younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? It was 2 years. Remember the 2-year difference. It comes out. The older from Lasara, when did Haran have Sarah? Because again, he was 2 years younger than Avram. So and there was a 10-year difference over there. So it turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. But Tamni over. Where says no, hold on a second. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. If he was younger than his brothers, the Torah just puts Avram first because he was much more wise. Proof to you that we do that sometimes. We sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah as same as Japheth. And the young age of 500, he gave birth to 3 sons: Shem, Cham, and Yafet. Shem was older than Cham by 1 year. Cham Gadol Yafet Shana, and Cham was older than Yafet by 1 year. So what comes out of here is Shem Gadol Yafet Shtei. Turn the Shem is 2 years older than Yafet. Hold that in your head for a minute. Uchseven tells the Nach ben Sheish Me'oshan, 100 years after that's when the novel started. Uksev, and it tells us Elatol the Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Me'ashana by Yolas Arpachshad. Shem was 100 years old and he gave birth to Arpachshad. When was this Shnasayim? Achar Babel. 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This Gemara says, Ben Meir Shana, Parmei Retartin Shin Havi. He must have been at least 102. Ella, see, you know why Shem was mentioned first? Not because Shem was actually older. Rather, Ella they were actually listed in order of wisdom. Could be Avram was just mentioned first because he was smarter, he had more wisdom, but not because he was actually older than Aaron. Amar of Kahana, Amislish Magic Major Zvid. Minarda, I said this in front of his in front of his and Amar Ali Atun you learn this concept of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order. From there, Anan we learn from someplace else. L'shem Yulat Gamhu Avi Kalbane Aver Achi Yefes Hagalo. He said Shem gave birth. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Achi Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagalosh. You see clearly that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shem was still mentioned first. So you see that the names are not in order. Okay, how do we know that an 8-year-old child can give Yachos Nuars here? Betzalel, Ben Uri, Ben Chor, Lamate Yehuda. Betzalel was the son of Uri, the son of Chor, from the Shevet of Yehuda. Siv, but Thomas Azuba was that was Kalev's wife. Yikach lo Kalev as Ephras, but Taylor lo Chor. Now we know that Kalev was Chor's father, who was the father of Uri, the son of Betzalel. Betzalel and Uri and Chor, then Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great grandfather of Betzalel. Now the other Betzalel Mishkan, how old was Betzalel when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Again, the Avad Betzalel Mishkan Bar Kama Havi. How old was he when he built the Mishkan? Must have been Bar Plesa. He must have been at least 13. Let's say for Ish Mimelach Dershim Osim. The person has to be an Ish, an adult, to be able to build a Mishkan. The Tanya we learned in a Raisa. Shana Rishon Moshe Mishkan. The first year Moshe built the Mishkan. Shnia, the second year after they were in the midbar, he built the Mishkan. Again, Shana Rishon the first year also Moshe Mishkan. Shnia take him a Mishkan. He actually put it up. The Shalach Meraglim, he sent the Meraglim during the second year that they were out of Mitzrayim in the midbar. It says in the pasuk, Ben Arba'im Shana Anochi B'Shalach Moshe Eved Hashem. This is referring to how old Kalev was when he was sent. He was one of the Meraglim. He went as one of the Meraglim. So he was 40 years when he was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Chamesh Shmonim, 5 years old. Now the math. Kama Havilu, turns out, our boy, it was 40 years. Now subtract 14 years, that'll be Betzalel. For Betzalel to be born. Pashlu Esri B'Shit. You're left with 26 years. Sal Tishni plus Iburi. You have to take out 2 years for all the pregnancies. It turns out, it turns out that whole family of Kalev, Betzalel, Uri, Kalev, to Chor, Uri, and Betzalel in the place for 40 years. So now we know that there were 8-year-olds that gave birth. That's how we know that 8-year-olds gave birth. Let's just go a little bit further. Get to the Mishnah. That Torah Mor is only relevant to a male child, not to a female child. How? It would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Sora Umora just like a son. Why should I call Matsuya that's Labavera? Heaven could be readily available for her to do Averas. Again, she could be mafkir herself. But as Rashi says, if she's going to be doing all these things when she's already a child. Sofa kishalot timsa limuda omeds with parsha strashru margalas umaraglas harias laver b'shvil asnan. Again, if the whole idea of Ben Sodomara is he's leading on same Sofo, then ultimately this person is going to be a disaster if they keep this person alive. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town. But still, Alex Zeres and Kasavi, Pasuk teaches us, Ben Belovas. The concept of Ben Sodomara is only relevant to the rebellious or the son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense it should be as much relevant to the daughter. The Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Cortez came here and I'm Paul, Steve, and Hernan Cortez. We want to see where the battle was at. Oh shit, they're answering your question. This was directed by Tarantino. It was originally supposed to be playing on a background TV in a diner and scene like that was shot on his TV. That's what I like that narrative. Yeah, it's a bit painted, but they're painting there. Yeah. Wow. A lot of narrative they painted inside too, right? Subscribe to social media.
All right, we'll say good morning, or good Tavach. A great success, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin the week, learning Yerushalayim Kodesh. Today's daf is Samech Ches 68. 68. Our shir this morning is dedicated by our annual Kavator sponsor, the Tilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shrim and Drushos this year as a success for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. That we should result in as Hashem. It should be a week of Mel and Karen Ram in honor of the Ilay Nishmas, Mordechai Ben Yisrael. We hope that the merit of our Tam children will have an aliyah and the family in the Chayim. Because we hope that this is the week in Eretz Yisrael in which more of our hostages come home, our holy soldiers are successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedeihem, we should just be Zilchem Yetz Hashem for brachos, Yeshuas, and the Chomas for all of Klal Yisrael. Well, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Ches 68. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem actually at the top of Samech Ches 68. So the Gemara quotes these sections from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah about the collection of shun, collection of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnayim lokin kishun, echad lokin pater. The echad lokin. Sometimes someone can go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes the person can be chayiv, sometimes the person can be pater. So the Gemara in the Mishnah said, what does that mean? So the person actually harvests the cucumbers and he be chayiv for Kol Shabbos. But if he engages in an act of illusion, so then he would be pater. So the Gemara is going to talk about that a little bit. The Gemara says, Vaha, 68a. Vaha, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yoshua, Gamrela. Did Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yoshua? No, but Anya says this is an incredible story. But Rabbi tells the story. Tishichola Rabbi Eliezer, Nichnisu, Rabbi Akiva, Bechaber Lebakra. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other rabbanim, his other companions, not companions, what's the word? Colleagues, thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. I will say now you're going to see the context of this story in just a little bit, and it's quite traumatic. So Rabbi Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, deathly ill, about to die, we'll see in this moment. And he was like under his canopy. So he was in his bed under a canopy, and Rabbi Akiva and the other rabbanim were outside. Literally truckling means like in an antechamber. So they were visiting with him in an antechamber, the hallway. But also Yom Erev Shabbos, and it was Shabbos. It was Friday afternoon. So what happened? The Michnas, Porkinos, Rachlos, Tfilos. So Porkinos. So this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son, Porkinos. Now, interestingly enough, this was Rabbi Eliezer the Porkinos. son he named after his father, Horkinus. Again, if we have time to talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus, who himself was a disciple of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So his son Horkinus went in to remove his tefillin. So again, remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very ill, son comes in Erev Shabbos to remove his father's tefillin. This is about to start. So Ga'ar Bo V'yatza ben Azifah. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son. Started yelling at him. Rabbi again rebuked him and working his stuff to the room. So Rabbanim were there. And Horkinus, the son, said, it appear that my father is not in a proper mental state. Like after chasing me out the room like this, after rebuking me, it appears that my father is not in a proper mental state. So what happens? Eliezer hears this, and he says, Daito v'das imo mitzvah. So Rabbi Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem, but rather again it's my son Horkinus and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not clear, lacking mental clarity. Why? Because literally translated, how could it be that they are not careful with the Isser Skila and they're worried about, again, my Torah. So in other words, what's happening over here? So interestingly enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and rebuking his son and his wife, in other words, Rabbi Eliezer's wife, for not properly preparing for Shabbos. If he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern that Chas v'Shalom they come to Machal Shabbos, so they're not worried about preparing for Shabbos, and instead they're focused on taking my tefillin off. So there's those things like this. You're wearing tefillin on Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you're done with an Isur D'Rabbanan. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious Isur D'Oraisa. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says Isur Skila is the third short line. Hadlakas Haner, V'Hashmonas Chamin, V'Oskin V'Davar She'ino Ela Isur Shmos. The Maniach Tefillin B'Shabbos in Kan. So Maniach Tefillin B'Shabbos in Kan Isur Malacha. So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was, he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt you're focusing on all the wrong things. You're focusing on getting my tefillin on Shabbos. So what's the worst case scenario? If I go ahead and I wear tefillin on Shabbos, so what? Okay, I'm most of this is Rabbanon. So better to go ahead and don't worry about this Rabbanon, worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So I'll say, so again, so what's the pshat? So the Marshal brings down and the Marshal says, you're right, they had delayed the preparing for Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for their father. Not because they were caring for Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer, and again, Rabbi Eliezer, we'll see, is a strong personality, very strong personality. So the mice, again, he's rebuking his son for not probably preparing for Shabbos. Kevan Shal Chachamim Shedai to New Shabbos Allah. So now at this point in time, Rabbanim realized that Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind, right? That he was fine. He was of sound mind. He was totally with it. When the other Rabbanim realized this, so they come into the Mavak Nechol. The Yashur Lefanav, Berichot Dalet Amos, and they sit 4 amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And listen now, what's happening over here? So now with the story begins to really take form. If you look at Rashi says Berichot Arba Amos, Ifnei Hanidu Sheberchu B'Machlokas Tanosh Shalach Noel. I'll say remember again, this is the famous story of Tanosh Shalach Noel. Tanosh Shalach Noel, remember again, this was the famous fallout between Eliezer and the rabbinic. There was a big machlokes about, again, the oven, right? Literally a Tanosh Shalach Noel, an oven made up of multiple parts, and there was a major machlokes about the ritual status. Tumah and Tara. So again, the entire rabbinic community passed in one way. Eliezer passed in a different way. The Eliezer would not back from his opinion. As a result, he was putting chayrim. He was excommunicating. Me too. Putting chayrim. There was an interesting law is that when some of them did not even allowed to be Dalet 6 of them. So coming now to go ahead and do Mivakir Chola. Now the truth is they're not really coming to do Mivakir Chola. What they're really coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still in excommunication. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Balaam. So Rabbi Eliezer, again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halachic position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lam, Rabbi Eliezer says that there's so much just about this entire story and about Rabbi Eliezer himself. Sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground. It's good to keep your shittas and your opinions. But if the whole world is against you, right? Again, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now, that's not always true. For example, the world is against us, probably so, right? The world is against Klal Yisrael, and yet again, we know that we do not back down from doing what we are. But within Klal Yisrael itself, if you're on the island and everyone else says one thing, right, and you're holding something else, chances are you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to be able to understand that maybe it's kedai to revisit my shittas, my ashkafas, my halachas, my life stances. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So Rabbi Eliezer says Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Akiva said, why did you guys come? Amar Lo, Rabbi, we came to learn Torah. But you have to understand something. We've mentioned this many times. Once upon a time, Torah Balpeh was Balpeh. Right? The old tradition was Mamish Balpeh, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happened? Any Torah he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in the Gemara you find when a great sage is on deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last minute Torah they have the ability to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer was in Canaan, but he's about to die. So they're trying to get, so they come to the Kiva and say, Rabbi, we're here to learn Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die. This is incredible. So why haven't you come into life? Right, says, no, so where have you been this entire time? Why are you only coming now? Amrulo, they said to him, wow, we didn't have enough time. We got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. So the says back to them, Tamia ani Yamusu Nisas Atzma. I wonder about you guys if you will die a natural death. Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would meet a very bitter end. Again, Rabbi Akiva and all these other rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see that unfortunately you're going to meet a very difficult end. Rabbi Akiva, Shali Mahot, Rabbi Akiva asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? Your end is more difficult. Is even more difficult than anyone else. Rabbi said, there's a lot of emotion in this Gemara as well. Rabbi Eliezer been working with he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of decisions, unwillingness to back down. Rabbi said that this exchange is so incredibly profound. Rabbi Eliezer asking Rabbanim, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, we didn't have time. And Rabbi Eliezer says, I just want to tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, he says, Tamia ani in Yamusu Nisas Atzma. Then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world, the way you can read that phrase is, Tamia ani, I would be shocked in Yamusu Nisas Atzma. If you only die a regular death, what does that mean? People go through life, and we have plenty of opportunities. But how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking our opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because you quote-unquote have enough time, that quasi-death. Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. When you fail to take advantage of your life opportunities, also, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. Why? Because we convince ourselves that I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity evaporates. Now, there may be other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot regain them. So when Eliezer perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, you tell me you don't have time, but people who live a life life where their common brain is, I don't have time. Just understand, every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the expression, like, I'm killing it. Like the good killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that's ultimately, again, that is a door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot be opened. This is perhaps one of the most important and profound lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities for it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for kavusa, opportunities for chesed, it's opportunities to build our shalom bayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, or I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because I quote unquote don't have time, that opportunity has just died right in front of you. And there's no tchias amesim for life opportunities. There may be other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and gone to you forever. Overwhelming Gemara. So what happens? So they'll say, now Rabbi Eliezer is about to die. Rabbi Eliezer himself is about to die. What does he do? Not all Israel also, so Rabbi said, this is a profound Gemara. Rabbi Eliezer takes his two arms and literally almost like he crosses it against his chest. Amar, said, woe to these arms that are like two Sifrei Torah that are rolled up. So the imagery is very profound. If you look at his like the two columns of a Sifrei Torah, it's crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these Sifrei Torah that are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a Sifrei Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. What Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting, what he's truly lamenting, is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer Torah. I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. You know, both sides. It's such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest amount of freedom, you know what, I want to tell you something. You know this. You know, when a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what about all the places I wanted to get to? I never got to. Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And this, no one ever on their deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. No, at least I don't think so. At least not thinking people don't do that. What do people lament on their deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with me to the grave. And that's what Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting. These arms, this Sefer Torah was rolled up. What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? You could kiss it, you could hold it, but you can't learn from it because you can't see anything. So Rabbi Eliezer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamarati, Harbe Torah, Mimarati. I learned so much and I taught so much. And let's say, right? It's interesting, by the way. So how does that stem? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means he can't see the print. But then he says, I learned so much and I taught so much. Rabbi Eliezer was saying something so profound. Yes, I did a lot of life. I learned a lot of Torah and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more, could have been more. I could have learned more, I could have taught more, I could have accomplished so. He goes on, he says, I learned so much from my Rebbeim, but the thing is, I didn't take more than them. They're like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river. He starts drinking water, he doesn't diminish the water. So to again earn from my Rebbeim, but there was so much more I could have done. I was drinking the water from the river. I drank, but there was still so much more to drink. Harbe, Torah the Marati, below Chesuni Famida Ella Kimakaf Obishval Fares. I taught so much Torah, but my students didn't take anything more from me from like a 2 from like an applicator. In other words, it's the same idea. Much of my Rabbein, it was like a drop in the ocean. So much to my students, but it was just old. Not only that, so again, just so you know, like what's unfolding over here. Rabbi Lesman is lamenting an unfulfilled life, unless you think you didn't accomplish. He's like, I learned a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personalistic Sefer Torah is rolled up. You can't see the print, and I go to the grave with the pain of knowing that I could have been more, that my life could have been more. He goes on, he says, V'lo ela shani shona shalosh shnas halachos bebaheres azah, v'lo haya adam sheshamuni bahen davar me'olam. He says, furthermore, I know 300 halachos with the Baheres Azov. What's Baheres Azov? We'll say, so Baheres is a type of saras. Azov means bright. So what Elizabeth is saying is, I even have very specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. Below, Ella Shani Shurish Loshmos Halachos, or the Shoshas Alafim Halachos, Benetias Kishuin, below Haya Adam Shamani Bahan Davar Me'olam. And I know 300 halachas, 3,000 halachas. When it comes to cucumbers, a lot of halachas comes to cucumbers. We'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. He called him Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. Come to just a second. Why? What's the story of Rabbi Akiva and Eliezer and cucumbers? Listen to this. Pam Achos. I need to know you the data. So Rabbi Yochanan tells this story. He says, one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking up Amrali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdi Benetios Kipshu, to me about the halachos of when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, I'm married to Echad, so Lesbian Yochanan said, I said one word, it was a sorcerer word. I said one word of Kishuf, Nismala Kalasad Kishu. And the entire field filled with cucumbers. So we'll say it's pretty incredible. But we're going to obviously, Gemara's going to talk about how exactly is it permitted that Rosman Hokaras is engaging in Kishuf, is engaging in sorcery. Again, we'll discuss that. I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Only Rabbi Yimaratani Nityasan, Yimaratani Akilasan. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So Amarti Davar Echad Niskatsu Kulu Lamakom Echad. I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area. Incredible. Just in the whole point of this story, right? In the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about the halachos of cucumbers when it comes to sorcery. The Gemara was asking Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yeshua. You see, in the story, Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of this. We'll go back to that in just a moment. So we'll say, so at this point, now the word jumps back. The other Rabbanim who are coming to this Rabbi Eliezer, that he's holding of sound mind. So therefore, this opportunity to ask him of a righteous. Amullah, so Rabbi Eliezer, Hakador, Vaha, almost Vakamia Utsar Hamargalios, Kitana Mahu. So there was this interesting. They asked Rabbi Eliezer working a question regarding Tumhara. So literally again, all Rashi says over here, weight, Kamia is an amulet, Sra Margolios, a pouch for gems, or weight. So I'll say these are all three items that are made from leather and filled with something else. They were asking Rabbi Eliezer a Tumhara question. Again, Rabbi Eliezer gives them the halachos of Tum and Tara. Fine. Minal shal gabia imus mahu. So then they ask, what is the halacha concerning a shoe that is still on its form? In other words, let's say you have a shoe and the shoe is being fashioned, it's still on the form, it's not complete. What's its halacha regarding Tum and Tara? Amar lahen hutar. Ultimately, it's tar. Why? Because it's not a completed kli. That's what Elizabeth Harper said. And the Gemara says, "V'yatsa nishmasal v'tara." The last word that Elizabeth Harper said, the last word said was tar, was pure. Those are the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua Amar Chotra HaNeder. the Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately against Rabbi Eliezer in the excommunication. So also they lifted the Rabbanim Assembly, lifted the excommunication from Rabbi Eliezer and Martinus after he passed away. Incredible. That's what means Hutter HaNeder, Hutter HaNeder. So the Gemara says as follows. The Motzei Shabbos, now again, so the workers died. And you know, say, the last thing when he died was tar. That was the Motzei Shabbos. Talk about Akiva, Milkei, sorry, removed. I'm sorry, but already. So say, now, this story happened. This whole story happened on Friday. Because remember, it started that his son came and removed his throne. It was our Shuvah Lavanya, was a Motzei Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva, so apparently, according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have died, Rabbi Eliezer died, and Rabbi Akiva therefore runs into a procession on Mos. And Rabbi Akiva on Caesarea, Ad Shedamu shows his life. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself. He points out over here, Tosha said that he's really macerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. And what he was doing was, he was mourning the loss of all Torah. Because the law is, you're not allowed to lacerate yourself over mourning for the dead. He wasn't lacerating himself mourning the dead. Rather, again, he could not take the pain of all the Torah that was lost with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. But Omar, Avi Recha B'Shalom Parashav. So ultimately, again, he said the pasuk that actually Elisha said about Eliyahu and Eliyahu Hanavi died. Recha, right? He said to him, he said, Avi, my father. Recha B'Shalom Parashav. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. Harbe Ma'os, again, he referred, it's very beautiful, he referred to Eliezer as his father, and as a chariot, right? Just like the chariot gets the rider from location A to location B, Rabbi Eliezer was someone who was moving himself forward in every junction. But Rabbi Akiva says, Harbe Ma'os Yeshli, Ve'im Yishluchani Lahartsosan. Ultimately, again, I have so much money, I have all these coins, but I had no money change. Like no money changer to show me how to properly utilize it. We'll say this isn't what this is sold. You know, we'll say sometimes, the Mishnah tells us, right, all of us in life, right, we need a rabbi, all of us. And by the way, a rabbi doesn't even have to be like a rabbi. A rabbi just means in life we need someone, we all need someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all the stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to arrange it in a way so as to maximize my personal space. Right? It's interesting that Akiva is not saying, if you notice what he says, I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does a money changer do? What does a money changer do? I guess this Talmud money changer, you bring all of your coins, right? And then what would the money changer say? Here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer would show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Now, if you keep saying like this, I need Rabbi Eliezer, not because I need his knowledge. I have the knowledge, but he helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize it. It's like sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the brachos that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. Right? Isn't it interesting? Especially like I find this a lot that we live in an age where it used to be you needed a Rebbe for information. Right? You need a Rebbe for information. I will say the truth is today, do you need a Rebbe for information? Not really, right? You could get the 8-minute daf, the second daf, the 25-second daf, right? Half a daf, part of a daf, a whole daf, right? You could, right? And you can get in any medium you want. You do a Rebbe for information. You don't. You can get information, however information. What a Rebbe does for us, for all of us, there's not one of us here who doesn't need someone like this. And it doesn't be one person, it's multiple people. Is okay, so I get my information. How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in a right framework so I could be successful? And I feel that sometimes like this is one of the biggest challenges of our dar, right? Because it's interesting, kind of like there's like all the yogis all the yomis, right? It's cute. Like you see people like stacked, right? Kids are Mishnah, the Thursday and and what happens? And they're doing that, and they're doing the Mishnah, and they're doing the kids, and they're doing everything simultaneously. You ask them 5 minutes later, what do you remember? The answer is 0, right? But I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes we make in life is we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, base measures, home, chavrusa, all these things, and it's everything. Tzedakah, shalom bayis. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it? And it's incredible. That's what Rabbi Akiva was lamenting. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and Hokinus for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need for. It's amazing. And when Rabbi Akiva lost that, you lose the Rabbi Hokinus. He's overwhelmed. Who is going to help me make Seder in my life? Who's going to help me creation and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help me with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. I'm sorry, Amar Bezer, Gomra. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Amar Bezer, below Savra. Hadar Gamar Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra Mihile. So this is interesting, I will say. Originally, he learned from Elazar, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. Now, I will say, by the way, the Gemara says, whoa, can we hold up here for just a second? How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collectively? Isn't that kisha? To which the Gemara says, "Ha'osa ma'asechayiv le'islamid." Right? Ha'osa ma'asechayiv. So ultimately, how you have to do this? Isn't that an issue to engage in kisha? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic shiny. I'll say sometimes, again, especially someone like Rabbi Eliezer has to understand how things work in order to be able to paskin it, right? So therefore, he had to learn it. He had to learn it in order to understand it. I should say he had to learn it in order to be able to. He had to understand it in order to be able to paskin. Shailos about it. Amar los silmod lasos. Torah tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or in order to mimic that which the nations of the world do. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. So let's say, so ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other for that matter, or anything else in order to do it themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's where now again, be careful with what you do with this. Like, you know what? Listen, it's important to understand Arias. I don't mean the ground meat and the pita, right? In other words, like, right, important to understand. I need to understand some. None that should drive to become proficient. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this: that somebody who needs to paskin halakas needs to understand the mechanic things, right? You can't paskin if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to paskin on different situations regarding kishuk, needed to understand how it was working. And that's why he taught it to Rabbi Akiva, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing sorcery cast but for the point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, what's that? I'll just point out something amazing. Actually, we'll save it. We'll save it for later. Hadronach Aramisa, so we'll say Mazel Tov. Michael Kaplan's first parak chance. Mazel Tov. Incredible. The first of many. Let's celebrate. So Michael, it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. That's how we do it. You know, right? It's good. Move on. Let's say by the way, that's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the Welt, when you go ahead and you accomplish something, you see this, right? Like you're in a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? And there's understanding. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you can this. In Yiddishkeit, when you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds, the accomplishment, and then move to whatever is next. So here we go. Samach Chesed 68b. Ben Sorer Umora. So now this is our next parak. I've already stopped this. Remember again, just kind of like a quick overview. Ben Sorer Umora is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, remember, the child, he's not a child, he's an adult. We'll see. He steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And the Torah says that Ben Sorer Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that a Ben Sorer Umora is really executed not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah is to be executed before he can become an actual threat. Now again, which is hashkafically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often like happens with halacha, let's begin first with some of the mechanistic details. So Ben Sorer Umora, Me'emos and Asa Ben Sorer Umora. When could a child become Ben Sorer Umora, right? From what age? So literally, again, from the time that he brings 2 hairs, which is a sign of physical maturation, now that literally sounds like until his beard fills out. Now the Mishnah just says, by the way, it's actually a metaphor, right? It doesn't mean his face beard, but rather again it means physical maturation. Right? The Gemara says, Ella, Chazal spoke in a cleaner way, right? So they didn't want to be explicit. That this refers ultimately again to pubic hair. They didn't want to be explicit like that. So therefore, they said it in a little bit of an isolation. Ben below Bas. The pasuk says, "I will have a rebellious son." First of all, it's a son and not a daughter. Interesting. There's no Bas Sorer Umora, right? There's no female equivalent, right? Furthermore, below Ish. Furthermore, again, it's a ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as ben below ish. Katan is potter, right? Because all the katan has not come to the chiyuv of mitzvahs. Okay, so therefore, just 1 second. Katan we know in the potter. So from where do we know that a katan, that a child ultimately again is potter that's honorable? Right? Mishnah said, because a katan hasn't yet a responsibility of mitzvahs. Therefore, again, a katan is going to be potter. To which the Gemara says, "Yisu heicha ashtichon the anash akasov the hachi dacha the boy kralim." One second. It sounds like the Gemara saying over here is the Gemara needs an explicit teaching to teach me that a katan is not subject to halachos of Ben Sorer Umora. But that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a katan is subject to the halachos of Ben Sorer Umora? In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific pasuk to teach me that a katan is exempt? To which the Gemara says, "Anan haki kamina." This is what I need to say. Atu Ben Sorer Umora al chet o neherag, al shem sof o neherag. So it says we're going to discuss a Ben Sorer Umora. Why is he executed? He's not really executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What has Ben Sorer Umora done? What has he done? He stole money. And he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, right? Not good, but certainly not an executable offense, right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned of what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned with. We're concerned that maybe that Lamaisa, if he's exhibiting these type of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets older. So the Gemara says, "Kivan da'al sofo nerag akilu katanani." I'm at a thought that since we kill him for what he's going to become, maybe these halachos should apply even if he's a katan. Right? It really, Ben Sorer Umora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a katan for exhibiting this type of early stage of religious behavior. Kamash Malondo. Kamash Malondo teaches us that a katan is not held accountable for his actions. And a katan is always very important. Then below ish. The old then below ish katan mashma. So furthermore, again, we'll say the halach Gemara says ben below ish. We're going to see the halach what continues is ben below ish means can't mean a katan, but because a katan in general is not held accountable. Amrav Yehuda Amrav Damakra v'chiyah ish ben. Pasuk says if a man will go ahead and have a son, then has who becomes a ben Mora, a ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way. That a ben Mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently ben adult. In other words, he has to be a ben, a ish. He became an ish recently, but he's still a ben. So he is a young ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible. Let's just go over later. The Achi Yakiv Zakan Takton. So Tanya Vikia Achi Yakiv Atara. So I'll say, so again, remember, all of this discussion about zakar, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for his face, but rather again about physical maturity, or I should say pubic maturity. So the Gemara says, "V'achi yakiv zakar ataton tana dichia achakav atara." Okay, until there's hair that little discern. So the Gemara says, "Kashadim amar hakavas gid v'lakavas beitzin." Okay, interesting about this, by the way, is tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair, right? Right, so again, Gemara says it's not tested, but rather again it's pubic hair that surrounds again. No members. So we'll say I wanted to point out what he did. Right, so you will not get tested on this information, right? So I just want to point out something interesting. You want it to yourself, right? Really, like a lot of information over there. So I say, so just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What? In general, right? When it comes to a basis execution, so I'll say, what's the general approach? We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, you make it as difficult as possible for a basin to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? It's mostly for everything, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. Right? So if you're getting into this, that now we're making hakiras and pubic hair. I know we're going to practice this one, so right. We're making hakiras in this, right? You make hakiras. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid, and therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, "Amar Krista, katan sheholid ein beno nasa ben sora mora." By the way, if a katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a ben sora mora. How do you know this? Shnehmar kia leish ben velo leben ben. So it's interesting enough because the pasuk says kia leish. Ish means an adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a ben sora mora. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, again, that child cannot become a ben sora mora. To which the Gemara says, "Hi, we finally retrieved Rabbi Yehuda." One second, we need that phrase. What do you mean there? What Rabbi Yehuda in the name of Rav said to us? Im kein lema kro kiev ben leish. Could have just said if a man will have a child, or if a man. Right, but then what we do is ish ben. Why does this phrase as if a man will have a child? Ish ben as opposed to ben shmami no the Rav Chisda. Ultimately, I teach Rav Chisda that if a minor, if a child, right, quote unquote, the child's child, then offspring can become ben sora mora. I ve'ema kulei lahachi hudasan. I have a maybe the entire class comes to just this up. Im kein makra ben ish. My ish ben ultimately when it comes to just ish ben. Ultimately, like Gemara says, we can learn out both of these halachas. Right? Number one, halacha l'maisa that again, halacha l'maisa that it has to be a child. Right? Halacha l'maisa about halacha concerning the pubic hair. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halachos concerning ben sora and mora. So we'll say, so we're going to stop over for today. I'll just say interesting. So I don't want to launch into the whole Ben Sora more thing because in Eretz Hashem we'll see this on in future happen. But I just want to point out an interesting connection over here, right? If you notice, Rabbi Elazar ben Horkinus, what was he lamenting? He was on his deathbed. What was he lamenting? He was lamenting the rolled Sefer Torah, right? He was lamenting the fact that he has so much potential that unrealized. I mean unrealized. And it's incredible because Ben Sora Umora is almost like the opposite of that. Ben Sora Umora is we're nervous about the potential that will be realized. Like Ben Sora Umora, the Rothschild the Gemara is Nidon al Shem Sofa. He is executed because of what he will become. So Ben Sora Umora, we're concerned about the potential he will realize, and that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So Leslie Horkinus is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Sora Umora is executed because of potentially or realized potential, or potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much this staff is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential. Ben Sora Umora, negative potential. Rabbi Elazar Horkinus lamenting positive, unrealized positive potential. And incredible, you saw this tied into the end of Shabbos. Right? How did we end Shabbos? What did we speak about as we took it? Right? Loyam Shakeva. Right? About the greatest fear in life of miscarrying your potential. The greatest fear in life of leading this world as a rolled up Sefer Torah. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Each of us is that rolled up Sefer Torah. Even Ben Sora Umora. Ben Sora Umora, we're going to see he could change his ways. He could choose to go and realize his potential in dramatically different ways. But the goal ultimately, again, is to make sure you see when you corrupt your potential enough, you put yourself on a certain negative trajectory. We have to be so careful on one not to corrupt our potential and not to live a life of unrealized. So we'll stop a little bit for today. A lot more to say on these topics, but I meant we won't get ahead of ourselves. Shkayach, everyone. All right, we'll say good morning. Today, to begin the week, yeah, is Sanif 68. 68, I should. This morning is dedicated by our annual Talmud Torah response to the Tilsa Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shimon Joshos this year. As he's close, as he's close. For Besoros Tavos for all of our Hashem. Should be a week of Mel and Karen Ram and on Eli Nishmas. Mordechai ben Yitzchak grew up in the merit of our Talmud Torah and the Shalom having Aliyah and a family in Chama. Because we hope that this is week in Eretz Hashem, in which more of our hostages come home, our holy soldiers are successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedehem, we should just be Zolchem Eretz Hashem for brachos, Yeshuas, and the Chamas for all of Klal Yisrael. Well, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sanachas 68. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem actually at the top of Sanachas 68. So the Gemara quotes the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah about the collection of kishun, collection of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnayim lokim kishun, echad loki pater, ve'echad loki chayiv. Sometimes someone could go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes a person could be chayiv, sometimes a person could be pater. So the Gemara in the Mishnah says, what does that mean? So if a person actually harvests the cucumbers, then he'd be chayiv for full Shabbos. But if he engages in an act of pollution, so then he would be pater. So the Gemara is going to talk about that a little bit. So the Gemara says, Vaha, top of Samachah 68a, Vaha, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yeshua Kamerla. Did Rabbi Akiva learn this out from Rabbi Yeshua? No, about Tanya, this is really an incredible story. About Tanya, the Gemara tells the story. Kishachala Rabbi Eliezer, Nichnesu Rabbi Akiva v'chaver levakra. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, not companions, what's the word? Colleagues. Thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. I will say that you're going to see the context of this story in just a little bit, and it's quite traumatic. Hu Yoshe b'kinu shalom v'yoshe mitrakim. So Rabbi Eliezer was like in his bed, very ill, deathly ill, about to die. and he went under his canopy. So he was in his bed under a canopy, and Rabbi Akiva and the other Rabbanim were outside. Literally, trackling means like in an antechamber. So they were visiting with him in an antechamber, the hallway. But also Yom Erev Shabbos, and it was Erev Shabbos. It was Friday afternoon. So what happened? Nichnas Horkinus Lachlotz Tvilov. So Horkinus. So this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son of Horkinus. Now, interestingly enough, this was Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus. He had a son who named after his father, Horkinus. Again, if we have time, we'll talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus, who himself was a disciple of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So his son Horkinus went in to remove his tefillin. So again, remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very ill. Son comes in Erev Shabbos to remove his father's tefillin. Shabbos is about to start. So Ga'ar bo v'yatza ben Azifa. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son. Started yelling at him, and literally again rebuked him, and Horkinus left the room. Amar lahem lechaveirav kimiduma ani shedaito sha'aba nitrifot. So Horkinus sees the other Rabbanim who are there, ostensibly to be mevakar to visit Rabbi Eliezer and Horkinus. And Horkinus, the son, says, it would appear that my father is not in a proper state. Right after chasing me out of the room like this, after abusing me, it would appear that my father is not in a proper mental state. So what happens? Eliezer hears this, and he says, Amar lahem, Daito v'tas imo nitrifah. So Rabbi Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem, but rather, again, it's my son Horkinus and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not clear, lacking mental clarity. Why? Because literally translated, how could it be that they are not careful with Allah and they're worried about the night children? So in other words, what's happening over here? So interestingly enough, Eliezer is going ahead and rebuking his son and his wife, in other words, Eliezer's wife, for not properly preparing for Shabbos. That he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern that they come to Machal Shabbos, worried about preparing for Shabbos, and instead they're focused on taking my Torah. So those were things like this. Wearing tefillin on Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you're dealing with an issue Rabbanon. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious issue d'oraisa. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Isra Skila, this is the third short line. Hadlakas haner, v'hatmanas chamin, v'oskin b'davar she'ino ela Isra shmos. The maniach tefillin b'Shabbos in kan, the maniach tefillin b'Shabbos in kan Isra malacha, v'afilu yisir sh'ravim v'aderach ma'aboshu. So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt he was focusing on all the wrong things. He focusing on getting my tefillin off Shabbos. Okay, so what's the worst case scenario? If I go ahead and I wear tefillin on Shabbos, so what? Okay, at most it's Rabbanon. So better to go ahead and don't worry about this Rabbanon. Worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So again, what's the pshat? So the Maharsha brings down, the Maharsha says, you're right, they had delayed the preparing for Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for their father. Not because they were caring for their father. So the Eliezer, and again, he's a strong personality, very strong personality. So the mice, again, he's rebuking his son for not probably praying for Shabbos. Kevan Shral Chachamim Shekanu Shabbos Allah. So at point in time, Rabbanim realized that Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind. Right? That he was fine. He was of sound mind. He was totally with it. When the other Rabbanim realized this, so 4 months away from Rabbi Eliezer. Now listen, what's happening over here? Now the story begins to really take form. If you look at Rashi says, Berichot Arba Amos, Mehanit Sheberchu B'machokes Talach Ba B'Yitziah. Well, say remember again, this is the famous story of Tanur Shalach Noy. Tanur Shalach Noy, well, say remember again, this fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There was a big machlokes about, again, an oven, right? Literally a Tanur Shalach Noy, an oven made up of multiple parts, and there was a major machlokes about ritual status, Tuma and Tara. So again, the entire rabbinic community passed in one way, Rabbi Eliezer passed in a different way. Rabbi Eliezer would not back down from his opinion. As a result, he was put in chayr. He was putting Chayrim. He was excommunicated. He was putting Chayrim. That was interestingly enough. The halacha is that when someone is in Chayrim, you're not even allowed to come within Dalet Amos, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and be Mivakir Chola. Now, the truth is, they're not really coming to be Mivakir Chola. What they're really coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep it distant because at the end of the day, he's through excommunication. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Dalaram. So Rabbi Eliezer, again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halachic position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lam. So Rabbi Eliezer says to them, it's just about this entire story and about Rabbi Eliezer himself. Sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground, and it's good to keep your shittas and your opinion. But if the whole world is against you, right? Again, if chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now that's true. For example, the world is against us, right? And yet again, we know that we do not contribute in what we are. But within Klal Yisrael itself, if you're on the island and everyone else, right, and you're holding something, chances are you're wrong. Chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to be able to understand that maybe it's today to revisit my shittas, my ashas, my halachas, my life stances. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So the Gemara says, Lama Basam. So Rabbi Eliezer says, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Akiva's Chaveir, and why did you guys come? Amar Lo, Vilmot Torah Banu. Rabbi, we came to learn Torah. But you have to understand something. We've mentioned this many times. Once upon a time, Torah Shabbat was Bapeh. Right? The old tradition was Mamish Bapeh, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happened? Anything he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in Gemara you find that when a great sage is on his deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last-minute Torah they have the ability to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer, but he's about to die. So they're trying to get, so they come, Rabbi, because Rabbi, we're here to learn Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die. This is incredible Gemara. So why haven't you come until now? Eliezer says, no, where have you been this entire time? Why are you only coming now? Amrulo, they said to him, look, Pnai. Wow, we didn't have enough time. We got busy. So Eliezer says back to them, Tamia ani em yamusu misas atzma. I don't know about you guys, it will die a natural death. In other words, Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would meet a very bitter end. Again, Rabbi Akiva, we know again, and all these other Rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer, prophetically, I see, unfortunately, you're going to meet a very difficult end. Amar Rabbi Akiva, Shalimahu. Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? Amar Lo Shalcha Kashim Shalahim. Your end is even more difficult. Than anyone else. So I will say, there's emotion involved in this Gemara as well. Rabbi Eliezer ben working was feeling that he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of his own decisions, and his own unwillingness to back down. But I will say that this exchange is so incredibly profound. Like Rabbi Eliezer asking Rabbanim, Chevra, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, we didn't have time. And Rabbi Eliezer says, I just want to tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, he says, Tamia ani in yamusu misas atzma. Then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world, where you can read that phrase is, Tamia ani, I would be shocked in yamusu misas atzma. If you only die a regular death. What does anyone say? People go through life, and we have plenty of opportunities. But how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking advantage of our opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because you don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death is a certain finality. If a person dies, that's it. when you fail to take advantage of your life opportunities. Also, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. Why? Because we convince ourselves that what? I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity evaporates. Now there may be other opportunities down the road, but the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot regain them. So Elazar perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, you tell me you don't have time. For people who live a life where their common refrain is, I don't have time, just understand, every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the expression like, I'm killing it, like the good killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that's ultimately, again, that is a door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot reopen it. So I'll say, this is perhaps one of the most important and profound lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities for tefillah b'tzibor, it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for chavrusa, it's opportunities for chesed, it's opportunities to build our shalom bayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, or I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because I quote unquote don't have time, that opportunity has just died right in front of you. And there's no tchias amesim for life opportunities. So maybe other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and gone to you forever. Overwhelming Gemara. So what happens? So Rabbi say now Rabbi Elazar is about to die. Rabbi Elazar himself is about to die. What does he do? Not all stays ra'osav v'niach haliba. So Rabbi say this is a profound Gemara. Rabbi Elazar takes his two arms and literally almost like he crosses it against his chest. Amar, oy lachem stays ra'osav shen k'shtei sifrei Torah sheniglalu. Said woe to these arms that are like two Sifrei Torah that are rolled up. So as I said, the imagery is very profound. He looked at his arms, like the two columns of a Sefer Torah. He's crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these Sifrei Torah that are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a Sefer Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. What Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting, what he's truly lamenting, is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer Torah. I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. You know, I was saying, this is such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest amount of, I was saying, you know what, I want to tell you something. We know this. You know, when a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what? What about all the places I wanted to vacation in, and I never got to? Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And no one ever on their deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. No, at least I don't think so. At least not thinking people don't do that. What do people on their deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with me to the grave. And that's what Rabbi is lamenting. These Sefer Torah was rolled up. What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? You can kiss it, you can hold it, but you can't learn from it because you can't see anything. So Rabbi Eliezer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, the Harbe Torah mimaret. I learned so much and I taught so much. I will say, it's interesting, by the way. So how does that stem? He just said that he's an old Sefer Torah, which means he can't see them. But then he says, I learned so much and I taught so much. I was just saying something so profound. Yes, I did a lot in life. I learned a lot of Torah and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain that a person could face when at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have more. I could have done more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on and says, I learned so much from my Rebbeim, but the truth is, I didn't take more than them. They're like the dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water, he doesn't diminish the water. So too, again, I learned from my Rebbeim but there was so much more I could have learned. I'm like a dog drinking the water from the river. I drank, but there was still so much more to drink. Harbe, Torah limarati, v'lo chesuni tamida ela kemekachal b'shval beres. I taught so much Torah, but my students didn't take anything more from me from like a tube from like an apple tree. In other words, it's the same idea that I took so much from my Rebbeim, that was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a ocean. A little old, not only that, Ella, so again, this is what's lamenting an unfulfilled life unless you think you didn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personalistic Sefer Torah is rolled up. You can't see the print, and I go to the pain of knowing that I could have been more, that my life could have been more. He goes on, he says, "Hello, Ella Shani Shona Shonas Halachos for the Harestot. Hello, Hoya Adam Shamuni Bahen Davan Olam." He said, furthermore, I know 300 halachos with Heres Hazo. What's by Heres Hazo? So by Heres is type of Saras. Hazo means right. So our relative saying was, I have very specific knowledge with a specific type of Saras. And no one ever asked me about it. Below, Ella Shani Shosh Loshminos Halachos, or really Shoshas Halachim Halachos, Benetias Kishuim, below Haya Adam Shamani Bahem Davar Me'olam, Chutz Me'akiva Ben Yosef. And I know 300 halachos, 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, halachos comes to cucumbers, we'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. He called him Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Ben Yosef. Come just a second. Why? What's the story of Rabbi Akiva and Eliezer ben Horkinos and cucumbers? Listen to this. Tam Achos Anibahu Mahalchina Yudabadara. So Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinos tells this story. He says, one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdini Tios Kishur, teach me about the halachos of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First one, Amarti Davra Echad. So Eliezer ben Horkinos said, I said a sorcery word. I said one word of Kishuf, Nismala Kalasabri, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. So let's say it's pretty incredible. We're going to obviously going to talk about how exactly is it permitted that Horkinos is engaged in Kisha, is engaged in sorcery. Again, we'll do that. But I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Amali Rabbi Marakani Nityasan, the Marakani Akivasan. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So Amar Davar Echad Niskat to I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area. Incredible. Amrulo. So again, that just to understand, that's the whole point of this story, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about the halachos of cucumbers when it comes to sorcery. The Gemara was asking, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yeshua, it seems from the story that Rabbi Yeshua actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of this story. We'll go back to that in just a moment. So we'll say, so at this point in time, now the Gemara jumps back. The other rabbanim who are coming to this over there, you see that he's holding a sound mind. So therefore, they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amrullah, so Rabbi Eliezer, Hakador, V'ha'amos v'ha'kamia utzrar hamargalios, u'mishkolas kitana mahu. So there goes this interesting enough. They asked Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinos a question regarding Tumah and Tara. So literally, again, a ball, or Rashi says over here, a weight, kamiyah is an amulet, srar margalios, a pouch for gems, u'mishkola, or a weight. So I'll say these are all things Rashi points out over here that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, Shaila is what's the, they were asking Rabbi Eliezer a Tumah and Tara question. Again, Rabbi Eliezer gives them the halachos of Tumah and Tara. Fine. Minal shgabia imus mahu. So they ask, what is the halacha concerning the shoe that is still on its form? Let's you have a shoe and the shoe is being fashioned, it's still on the form, it's not complete. What's halacha regarding Tumah? Amalahan putar, ultimately star. Why? Because it's not a completed clean. That's what Rothschild Horkinos said. And the Gemara says, "V'yatzan nishmasal v'tara." The last word that Rabbi Rothschild said, was tar. was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately again we release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So also they lifted the Rabban and the Senate, lifted the excommunication from Rabbi Eliezer and Horkinos after he passed away. Incredible. That's what it means. Putra HaNeder, Putra HaNeder. So the Gemara says as follows. Lamasi Shabbos, now again, so Eliezer and Horkinos died. And you also, incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died was Tar. That was his last word. So Lamasi Shabbos, talk about Rabbi Akiva, Min Kesari Lamut. I'm sorry, Rabbi Akiva. So I'll say, so now, just remember, when did this story happen? This whole story happened on Friday. On Friday. Remember again, that's how the whole thing started. That his son Horkinos came in to remove his tefillin. It was Erev Shabbos. So the Levaya was on Motzei Shabbos. It was on Motzei Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva, so apparently, it must be according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died, and Rabbi Akiva therefore runs into the funeral procession on Motzei Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva is the procession, excuse me, from Caesarea to Lud. Hayamaka b'Fsaro ad shedamu shos la'aretz. So literally, Rabbi Akiva went himself until he started to bleed. So Tosis points out over here, Tosis says that this Rabbi Akiva wasn't lacerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. Instead, what he was doing was he was mourning the loss of Torah. Because the halacha is you're not allowed to lacerate yourself over mourning for the dead. He wasn't lacerating himself mourning the dead. Rather, again, he could not take the pain of all the Torah that was lost with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So ultimately, again, in the process that actually Elisha said about Nabi died. When he said, Abi, my father. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. Harbe Mo. So again, he referred to Eliezer as his father. And as a chariot, right? Just like the chariot gets the rider from location A to location B. Rabbi Eliezer was someone who was moving himself forward at every junction. What Rabbi Akiva says, ultimately, again, I have so much money, right? I have all these coins, but I have no money changer. I have no money changer to show me how to properly utilize them. We'll say, this is an incredible yesod. We'll say, sometimes, the Mishnah tells us, right, all of us in life, right, we need a Rabbi, all of us. And by the way, a Rabbi doesn't even have to be like a rabbi. A Rabbi just means, in life, we need someone, we all need someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all the stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to arrange it in a way so as to maximize my personalistic success. Right? It's interesting that Akiva is not saying, if you notice, what does he say? He says, I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does a money changer do? What does a money changer do? I guess it's Talmud's money changer. You bring all of your coins, right? And then what would the money changer saying? Here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer will take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate results. Now, if you say like this, I need Rabbi Eliezer, not because I need his knowledge. I have the knowledge, but he helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize it. Once sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the brachos that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it, right? Isn't it interesting? Especially, I find this a lot, that we live in an age where it used to be you needed a Rebbe for information, right? You need a Rebbe for information. I will say the truth is, today, do you need a Rebbe for information? Not really, right? You could get the 88-second daf, the 25-second daf, right? Half a daf, part of it, the whole daf, right? You can get in any medium you want. You do not need a Rebbe for information. You don't. You get information, however you get information. What a Rebbe does for all of us is not one of us who doesn't need someone like this. And every one person, multiple people, is okay. So I get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set it up in a right framework so I could be successful? And I feel that sometimes, like, this is one of the biggest challenges of our God, right? Because, you know, it's interesting, kind of like, there's like all the yonis, right? And I said it's cute, like you see people like this stack, right? Kids are Mishnah playing and what happens? And they're doing that, and they're doing the Mishnah, and they're doing the kids, and they're doing like everything simultaneously. You cast them 5 minutes later, you know, what do you remember? The answer is 0, right? But I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, what we do, the mistakes we make in life is we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything. Right, there's home, chavus, all, and it's everything. I have all the coins, I have everything, but how do I arrange it? And it's incredible. That's what Rabbi Akiva implementing. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and Happiness for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need my Rebbe for. It's amazing. And when Rabbi Akiva lost that, you lose Rabbi Eliezer and Happiness, he's overwhelmed. Who's going to help me make savor in my life? Who's going to help me create a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help me with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like there. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer, Gamra. Which the Gemara says, you're right. Rabbi Eliezer, below Safa. Hadar Gamra Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra Nigila. So this is interesting. Originally, he learned from Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. Hey, the Gemara says, whoa, can we hold up here for just a second? Is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make a collected? Isn't that kishul? To which the Gemara says, "Banan Tinan, ha'osa ma'aseh chayav le'islamid." Right? I'm sorry. Ha'osa ma'aseh chayav. So ultimately, isn't that it is right to engage in kishul? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic shayv. We'll say sometimes again, especially someone like Rabbi Eliezer has to understand how things work in order to be able to pass it. Right? So therefore, you have to learn it. You have to learn it in order to understand it. I should say, he had to learn it in order to be able to. He has to understand it in order to be able to pass it. Shailas about it. Amar los simul lasos tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or in order to mimic that which the nations of the world do. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. So let's say, ultimately, again, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other for that matter, or anything else in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's right now again, be careful with what you do with this. Like, you know what? Listen, it's important to understand that I don't mean the ground meat and the pizza, right? In other words, like, it's important to understand it, right? I need to understand some knowledge. I should have to become proficient. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this: that somebody who needs to pass in halachos needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like you can't pass it if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to pass on different situations regarding Tishuk, needed to understand how it was working. And that's why he taught it to Rabbi Akiva, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing sorcery for the point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, I'll just point out something amazing. Actually, I will say it for later. Hadron Allah, I release what's like Master of the Barak. That's what happens first, Barak and Shas. Incredible. There's Hashem, the first of men. That's nowadays. All right, so Michael, it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. Right, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Right, good. Now move on. Let's say Samach Chesed is that's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. In the belt, when you go ahead and accomplish something, you see this, right? Like in a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? It's almost like, okay, now you have a break for this. And when you go ahead and you have a judgment, what do? Move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds, appreciate accomplishment, and then move on to his next. So once I say, here we go. Samach Chesed 60 AB. Then Sorer Umora. I just want to say, so now this is our next parak. So again, just kind of like a quick overview. Ben Sorer Umora is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, you're going to remember, the child. He's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult, we'll see, who steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And the Torah says that Ben Mora is executed. Now, enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Sora is really executed not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah is executing before he can become an actual threat. Now again, which is hashkafically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often like happens with halacha, let's begin first with some of the mechanistic details. So Ben Sora Mora. When can a child become Ben Sora Mora, right? From what age? So literally again, from the time that he brings 2 hairs, which is the sign of physical maturation, now that literally sounds like when his beard fills out. That would be Mishnah just says, by the way, that's a metaphor. Right? It doesn't mean his face beard, but rather again it means physical maturation. Right? The Gemara says, Ella, Chazal spoke in a cleaner way, right? So they didn't want to be explicit. That this refers ultimately again to pubic hairs. Like they didn't want to be explicit like that. So therefore they said it in a little bit of in a nice way. Ben below bas. The pasuk says, if a man will have a rebellious son, first of all it's a son and not a daughter. Interestingly enough, there's no bas so rare, right? There's no female equivalent, right? Furthermore, ben below ish. Furthermore, again, it's a ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well, ben below ish. Katan, pater, shalabam, and a katan is pater, right? Because ultimately, again, a katan has not yet come to the chiyuv of mitzvahs, okay? So therefore, again, once that's the introduction of so much. Just give us 1 second. Katan, we know in the pater. So from where do we know that a katan, that a child ultimately, again, is pater, that child can't become Ben Sora. Take a tiny time out, because a katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of mitzvahs, and therefore again a katan is going to be pater, for which the Gemara says, one second. It sounds like what the Gemara is saying over here is the Gemara needs an explicit teaching to teach me that a katan is not such a Ben Sora Mora, but that's obvious. Everything that a katan is subject to the halachos of Ben Sora Mora. In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific pasuk that a katan is exempt? Because Anan Haki Kamina to say, Atu Ben Sora Mora at Onehelav, Ash Soponehelav. So it says we're going to discuss a Ben Sora Mora. Why is he executed? He's not really executed for what, right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What has Ben Sora Mora done? What has he done? He stole money. Bought meat and he drank water. Not good. Like not good, but certainly not an executable offense, right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned of what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned. We're concerned that maybe that son, if he's exhibiting behaviors as a child, a menace to society, that he is going to become gets older. So the Gemara says, the Al Savonera, I'm out of thought that since we kill it for what he's going to become, maybe he should apply, even if he's a katan. Really, Ben Sola Mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a katan. And Mishnah teaches us that a katan is not accountable for his actions, and a katan is always going to be katan. Ba'od ben below ish. Ba'od ben below ish katan mash. Furthermore, again, it was like the halach. The Gemara says ben below ish. We're going to see the halach. What this means is ben below ish means can't mean a katan, because a katan in general is not held accountable. Because it says if a man will go ahead and have a son, then comes a Ben Sora Mora, Ben who is just recently entered manhood. So this is interesting, by the way, that a Ben Sora Mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently bar mitzvah adult. Whereas he has to be a Ben Hasamoch Ish. He became an Ish recently, but he's still a Ben. So he is a young Ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible. Let's just go a little bit later. So Tanya so again, remember, all of this discussion about zakar, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for his face, but rather again about physical maturity. Pubic maturity. So the Gemara says, okay, until there's hair that literally surrounds the akara. So the Gemara says, okay, so what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair, right? So again, the Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again it's pubic hair that surrounds again. I wanted to point out, right? This will not get tested on this information, right? So I just want to point out something interesting. You want it to yourself, right? I really want a lot of information. So just understand, this is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right, comes to a basic executing. So I'll say, what's the general approach? General approach, we don't want to do it. Therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Beis to execute someone. When you see specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? It's a message for everything, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. So if you're getting into this, that now we're making accuracy in pubic hair. I know we're going to keep back to phone, right? We're making accuracy in this, right? Make accuracy. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, Katan Shaholit ain't gonna seven sort of mora. If a katan finds a child, that offspring cannot become a ben mora. How do you know? This Shinehemar, Kiel Ish Ben below the Ben. So it's interesting enough because the pasuk says Kiel Ish. Ish means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child can become a Sora Moda. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a Ben Sora Moda. Which the Gemara says, "Hi, we find the one second, we need that phrase. What is the name of Rabbi? The name of Rabbi said to us, in King Lima Crow, Ben Lish. Pasuk could have just said, we'll have a child. Or if the Ben will eat an ish. Maikia Lish Ben. Why does this phrase says, if a man will have a child, Ish Ben is both a Ben Ish. Shmami no, the Chidrat Christoph. Ultimately, I teach Salach about Christoph that if a child, right, call it the child fathers a child, then offspring can become Ben Sora Mora. I, the aim of Kule, I was maybe the entire pasuk comes to this halacha. In came across Ben Ish. They said it in the short form of Ben Ish. My Ish Ben. What does it come to teach us? Ish Ben. Old Megan was the Gemara says, Arti, we can learn our halachas. Right? Number one, Lamaisa, that again, halacha Lamaisa, that it has to be a child. Right? Halacha Lamaisa about Alex is certainly to be care. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halachas concerning that Sorah Umura. So we'll say, so we're going to stop right there for today. I'll just get some portion to the whole Ben Sorah Umura, and Yetz Hashem will see this on in future doctrine. But I just want to point out an interesting connection over here, right? If you notice, Rabbi Elazar ben Horkinus, what was he lamenting? When he was on his deathbed, what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the rolled Sefer Torah. Right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much to give, so much potential that remained unrealized. And it's incredible because Ben Sorah Umura is almost like the opposite of that. Ben Sorah Umura is we're nervous about the potential that will be realized. Right? Ben Sorah Umura, the Rothschild the Gemara is Nidon Hashem Sofo. He is executed because of what he will become. So Ben Sorah Umura, we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So Elazar ben Horkinus is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Sorah Umura is executed because of potentially or realized potential, or potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much this is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, then Sorah Umura, negative potential, Rabbi Elazar ben Horkinus lamenting positive, unrealized positive potential, and incredible you saw because this tied into the way we ended Shabbos. Right? How did we end Shabbos? What did we speak about as we took a look? Right? Loya Mishakeva. Right? About the greatest fear in life of miscarrying the potential. The greatest fear in life of leaving this world as a rolled up Sefer Torah. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. It wasn't been working us. Each of us is that rolled up Sefer Torah. Even the Ben Sorah Umura. Ben Sorah Umura, we're going to see he could change his ways. He could choose to go and realize his potential in dramatically different ways. But the goal ultimately, again, is to make sure you see when you corrupt your potential enough, you put yourself on a certain negative trajectory. And you have to be so careful on wanting not to corrupt our potential and not to live a life of unrealized. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more to say in this document, but I meant we won't get ahead of ourselves. Back, everyone.
That one hurts, dude. That was so cringe, awful. But why would you think that? Why would you say it out loud? Unnecessary. No, yeah. Normal people, I've never thought anything like that. Yeah. Well, that might be my pedestrian brain coming a little bit there. Tell a fucking joke, dude. Yeah, I know. I should have put that waiter in his place. Yeah. You're complimenting. Yeah, no. Name the waters, B. And don't talk shit about comedians. There's only thousands of them on airwaves. But if it's a dude at the gangster tells you how to punch somebody, hell no, dude. Give me my own shit. Yeah, I mean, if he's a big guy saying I'm getting into a car, like, what are you doing, dude? Any side, yeah. Can I just tell you that the worst thing that ever happened to stand-up comedy was that stand-up comedians got podcasts.
I got a lot of things on my head. This is another big reader. I'm a musician. I'm going to sing. You can't do a strike with you're using the whole Thank you. Perfect.
Was he going to go to Germany at all? No, just England, Ireland, Scotland. They said no. Yeah, half of Ireland is homeless apparently, dude. Yeah, a lot of our fans seem to be in Belfast. Yeah. Shout out to y'all, dude. I kind of wish you guys had bought the tickets so you get some yes, you know.
All right, Rabbi, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Baruch Hashem, a great sukkos to be able to learn that together in Yerushalayim Kodesh. Thank our sponsors for this morning's daf. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei. Hey, Hilson Mishpach Habarit Yisrael for dedicating all these Sherman Rothschilds this year. It is close to continuing to sell those Harvos for Am Yisrael. Rabbi Shemir to be able to see it. And I was thinking about this a little bit as preparing the daf. You know, one of the psukim that kept just kind of reverberating through my mind is Lulei Sorascha Shuai Azavadati Ga'ani. Were it not that your Torah gave me delight, I would have perished in myself. You know, we're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfolding right in front of us. It's so overwhelmed by all the circumstances, heartbreaking, difficult circumstances, the loss of the Bibas children, the fact that the body identified wasn't she Bibas, overwhelming circumstances. And it would be easy for a person to just resolve in the abyss of pain. But the incredible thing is that the Rebbe gave us a Torah. And that Torah is what keeps us tethered. That Torah is what keeps us connected. That Torah is what allows us from falling off, prevents us from falling off the side of the sheer validity of nationalistic pain. It's that Torah that keeps us tethered to a sense of optimism, to a sense of hope. It's tethered to the Rebbe Shalom. The Torah, Rubei Sarascha. David HaMelech said, David HaMelech suffered so much in his life. Because the Rebbe Shalom, were it not for your Torah as Habadati Ba'ani, I would have been lost in my pain. And those words resonate with such profundity for us. Were it not for Sanhedrin, were it not for the daf, were it not for Torah, Rebbe Shalom, we too would have been lost in the abyss of grief. Thank you so very much. So I was saying, this story is just not this daf, thank you. It's not. It's like a little bit of like a soothing for the next couple of minutes. And we get to learn Torah together. It's almost as if we can leave everything else on the side. And all we could just do is just immerse ourselves in the Yam Shel, immerse ourselves in the sea of Torah, and the Meir Hashem allow its beautiful and holy waters to soothe our soul. So once I say with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Vav. Meditation, yes. So Shir is dedicated by Nelly and Karen Ram, Ilui Nishmas, Mordechai Ben Yitzhak, and Meir Hashem, and Hashem Shav, and Aliyah, and the family in the All right, so let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is really exciting daf ahead of us. So once I say we left off on some of the days, and I want to apologize to Abi Tobias, who donated these. It might not look like much to you, right? It might not look like much to you, right? I want to show the camera on the camera is able to see it also. It's a sticker. Apparently, Ali got that up with me spending time every single morning trying to figure out where we're up to. So I guess we don't have these in Baltimore. So apparently in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now, as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. When I moved the sticker from yesterday's share to this morning's share. So we are picking up. It's really Ashkayach to the Tobias Mishpach on dedicating Post-its, retail value, and 99 cents. But again, but tremendous Ashkayach going to save us a lot of time. So again, we are picking up in Mir Hashem Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So we'll say, so Gemara says as follows. Amar Rava. We'll say this is an incredible Gemara. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 decent penalties. Amar Rava. Bo Sadiki Boru Alma. We'll say how incredible is it? So Rava says, if Tzadikim wanted to, they could create an entire world. Tzadikim are so powerful that if they wanted to do, they could create Shnei Amar, Kavanosechem Hayu Mavdilin. So let's say, so this statement, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first white line, Ibo Sadiki, Leos Nikia Mikal Abam. It's set now, here's what's interesting, Rabbi is like this. If Tzadikim wanted to create an entire world. Now, how could tzaddikim create the entire world? Because tzaddikim have the ability to cleanse themselves from sin. And when he cleanses himself from sin, there is no telling what he is able to accomplish. And that's it's interesting. So both tzaddikim bari almo. If tzaddikim wanted to create a world, they could do so. Shneimar ki avonosechem hayu makbir. So we'll say, what do you see from here? So there's two things you see from here. Number one, what is the definition of a tzaddik? Like we speak about this a lot. What's the definition of a tzaddik? So we'll say, so we know, by the way, what's not the definition of a tzaddik? What's not the definition? And that's a very open-ended question. Right? What was that? A Russia, excellent, well done, well done. I will say, by the way, after operating on consistent nights of very little sleep, I've set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, fantastic. A Navi, right? A Navi. Beautiful. They will say, okay, also, all correct. What you also begin to see, all excellent, answers, but not the one I was looking for. And so what I was going to say is, someone learns a lot of Torah. What do I mean by that? One of the interesting things that we see is that anyone can learn Torah. Right? Learning Torah doesn't make you a tzaddik. What learning Torah does is opens up your neshama to all kinds of possibilities. You know what the definition of a tzaddik was? Like Menachem said, which shown us before now the Russia. That's kind of like our baseline. Like Menachem said before, tzaddik is someone who helps others, doesn't just think about himself, and we all are tzaddik. And I think what we also begin to see is a tzaddik is someone who realizes that he has the ability to change, but as we spoke about in yesterday's daf, reality or cognition is never enough. Action. A tzaddik is someone who understands that he has the ability to be a Baal Sheva. Let's say that's it. Because being a Baal Sheva means that I recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain the same. So let's say, one of the most incredible things about Yaakov Havas, the most incredible thing about Eretz Yisrael, is you begin to realize you don't have to remain the same. Change. Whatever change you want to affect, whatever change you want to affect in your life, do it. So that's what Rabbi is saying. Rabbi is saying tzaddikim have the ability to become Baalei Tshuva. And because they have the ability to be Baalei Tshuva, therefore what? Ibod tzaddikim b're alma. It will say, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you? That you have the ability to create. Change greatest gift. Because change says I create and recreate as many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to be the same person. My life doesn't just have to continue consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I want, tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create worlds. I will say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? You might be feeling to yourself, I'm too tired to lift my hand, right? Let alone create a world. Understand? Take a deep breath. Drink 17 cups of coffee, whatever you have to do. Tap into this one, because this is gold. Rabbi says tzaddikim. Tzaddikim means, like Rashi says, Baalei Tshuva, have the ability to create and recreate. So that's the core of the year. Consistently create and recreate. Gemara goes like that. Rabbi, this is great. Rabbi Baragavra. Rabbi actually created someone. He created a person. By the way, I want to point out the stories of the Golem that we see. Those stories don't start with the Maharal. You have stories in the Gemara of people. So Rabbi literally Baragavra. He created a person. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Bara Gavra, Ayidei Sefer Yitzira, Shalom Dutsi, Osho Shoshem. So literally again, I said there's a Sefer Yitzira, there's a book that contains the Sefer names all the secrets of creation. And Rabbi literally went ahead and he created a person. What happened? Shajule Kamei, Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy between Rabbi Zera, Havakamish Bade. So Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. But ultimately, again, apparently, the person that Rabbi created wasn't responding. He wasn't engaging in the conversation. Amrlei min chabriye at Amrlei min chabriye at hadal asach. So he apparently wasn't happy with him. He said, you've been, Rashi says, right? You are someone, right? You are someone who's been created by someone else. Right? Get out of here. Right? No, go back to your dust. Go back to your dust. So they'll say, what's the pshat in this? Why did Rabbi Zera go ahead and send this guy back to the dust? Because remember, again, this creation was unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. They'll say, if you can't interact with other people, if you don't know how to say a shalom aleichem, if you don't know how to give avas chinam, if you don't know how to give a word of chizuk, go back to the dust. The world doesn't need you. Klal Yisrael doesn't need you if you don't know how to interact and how to be there with the other. Incredible. Suppose they listen to this. Rabbi Chanina of Ramoshia, Haviyasi Kamali Shabsa, suppose they Erev Shabbos Gemara. Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Granted, it's yesterday's stuff, but don't get caught up in the details. Right? Don't say, listen to this. So these two Rabbi Chanina and Ramoshia were sitting on Erev Shabbos. And they were learning Sefer Yitzhak. This is what we're doing during Shana point out earlier, right? So you get a little later on, right? All of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yitzhak. And what did they do? They created for themselves a beautiful Igla Tilsa. Always my logos, what Igla Tilsa means. Doesn't mean a third born calf. Doesn't mean a calf that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best meat, the best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created an Igla Tilsa from the Sefer Yitzhak, and they ate it. So what's the point of this, Gemara? What's the point of this? The point is, again, is to show the creative power of tzaddik. Tzaddikim have the ability to create. And again, I've also come full circle. What's the definition of a tzaddik? A tzaddik is someone who recognizes that he has the ability to recreate yourself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about tshuva, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you could accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible yesod in life is that you could create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative powers he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself so many times as necessary. Let's go right there. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says Ma'oning. So back to sorcery. So what's a Ma'oning? Rabbi Shimon Omer, Zehamavir Shiva Mine Zachar Ala Ayin. This is someone who takes from 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, right, you thought putting your eyes in the Dead Sea was a problem, right? I'm just saying. Right, so Lamaisa again puts on his eyes, and apparently that allows him to be able to see things. The Chum say, no, this is someone who engages in deception, right? Like what's the word? Like an illusionist, like a magician, right? Someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. Rabbi Kiva says, in the shows. So let's listen to this. Rabbi Kiva says, who is the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone who believes in auspicious times. Now, what does that mean? Va'omer, Hayom Yafa Lattes. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. L'machar Yasar Likach. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arde Shadiyas Chitun Yafos. Or someone who says, Erev Shemitah, that's when the wheat is best. Ikure Kitnios Miyos Raos. So again, what's the pshat? What does that even say? A Ma'onin is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So I don't know, why does that sound so bad? Because what you have all day in life? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. See, the Ma'onin is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? What's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's cloudy, so probably not tomorrow. Right? Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade. And when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to pounce on it. Right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. Rabbi Akiva says, we call that? We call that a Ma'oneh. That's an Isur D'Oraisa. It's an Isur D'Oraisa right to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. You know what they become excellent in? They become proficient in? You know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. Understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend their entire life waiting to make things happen. Rabbi Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called ma'onim. Don't wait the perfect moment. Make present moment perfect. Remember the someone says, so when I think the person who believes like his old days. Like the person says, oh my bread fell out of my mouth. That's a bad omen. Maklo naflamiyado fell out of my hand. Korilo me'achorab. But no problem, my son called me from behind me. These are things that people think like a bad omen. Oriv korilo. The raven calls out to me. Svi hefsiko badera. A deer ran right in front of me. Nachash miyamino b'shuol mismolo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one may be legitimate, right? In other words, if you have that right? But the nice again, these are all things that people omanize. Yes, you've heard. Right? They omanize. Right? An iguana. Yeah, Yosef and I had a chuppah together. My first chuppah, life is told you first. I'm about to start a chuppah, an iguana falls out of a tree. Right by the chuppah. I'm like, this can't be good. Right? Okay, good. Anyway, right, but it was a new thing. The whole time, I never had to watch my back for iguanas, but no, this happens. It happens. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. You can speak to Yosef for the rest of the story. But, all right. So the Gemara says as follows. Right, show me a swallow. Top of some 66a. Al taschil b. Say a person when they're collecting, a person says to the tax collector, don't start from me. Or you know what, again, I don't do certain things first thing in the morning. Like actually points out though here, paying your debts. You know, again, these are all people humanizing things. I thought that's like, oh, it's not a good sin to start with me. Or I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's Rosh Chodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, a person humanizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. So we'll say again, the time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debt is now. The time to take care of your responsibilities is now. The people who engage in all types of sorts and divination, all again, with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they hominize all these different things. Good. And we'll say Mishnah. Hamachalas Shabbos, the government Shechayavin al Zedoko Karis Hashim Yidoso Chavis. So we'll say in general, when a person violates Shabbos, so again, Halacha L'Maisa, if a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos, so if something that they went ahead, so again, if you would be Chayiv Karis, if you were to do so without Hasra, and halacha l'mais would be chayiv skiva if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an avera ultimately will be chayiv achatos. Which the Rashi Mechlal the ikamidi the full Shabbos habi being chayiv in the law should go achatos the law is no karis. So is that to say that there is some type of full Shabbos that if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally that you would not be chayiv for achatos? Or you wouldn't be chayiv kares, what would that be? Might be. The Gemara says, "Tchumin ba'alibut Rabbi Akiva v'ahavara ba'alibut Rabbi Yossi." Okay, so let's say Rabbi Akiva holds that tchumin are drabanon, and Rabbi Yossi holds havara, the act of kindling is motzasa. Ultimately, singled out this means chayiv alav, and that's chayiv kares. Okay, Mishnah. Hamekalo other the imoin of chayiv actually kali nisei. So what's the Rebbe? We've seen this reference earlier on. If a person curses his parents, he's only chayiv if he curses them with the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Still on the kinui, if a person goes ahead and curses his parents with some type of name, right, or descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so what's the name of the chayiv? Chayiv v'chachamim poshim. The chachamim should ultimately again says the Gemara. Let's analyze Man Chachamim. Who are the Chachamim? Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi, the son of Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi, owner, Shem Yubas. It says when you articulate the name of Allah, right, ultimately one of the death. Not Tamalom, right? So what is coming to? So the Gemara says, Not Tamalom, Shem. We made a Makalal other the Imo, She'enu Chayiv, Achik Halalein B'Shem. Coming to teach us that if one curses his parents, one is not chayav for cursing their parents unless one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So turn Rabbanan, Ish, Matamalomer, sorry, Matamalomer, sorry, Matamalomer, Ish, the rabbis pass Tumtum Ba'ajrogenes. So interesting enough, it comes to include that even if one's parent is a Tumtum and an or an androgynous, one might have thought that Allah under those circumstances, you're not chayiv for cursing the parent. Kamash Malan, again, whoever the parent is, one is chayiv for cursing. Ashay halal as avid ve'esimo, who will curse his father or his mother. Ainly Allah avid ve'imo. So I only know from the pasuk, or it wasn't from the pasuk, I might have thought one of them is chayiv for cursing mother and father together. Avid shalom imo. Imo shalo avid minayim. I don't know that I'm chayiv even for cursing one of my parents. Tamalomar avid imo kilo damav bo. Avid kilo imo kilo di Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua says again, even though it's said as mother and father, we understand it as avid kilo imo kilo. One of the parents ultimately makes you chayiv as Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua says. Mashma shnei achad, u'mashma abit me'atzmo, ad sheyifra b'chad chassid yachdav. So the pasuk really gives two inferences. On one hand, the pasuk gives the inference of cursing them both at the same time. The pasuk also goes ahead and seems to introduce a chayiv for cursing them individually. And Allah Almighty in a circumstance like that, you will always see them together. Most you must, Torah says you'll be put to the success of your parents. Stone aton the skila in the Akos can come to some rest of Torah. So you say stone, maybe it's not stone, maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Ne'amar Chana Dama Bo, the Ne'amar Lahalon, and Mayhem Bo. It says over here, Dama Bo, and it says later on, by Ovi Yizoni, the Mayhem, actually what we learned before. The mayhem bump. What do I learn from this? Mala halon, just like I open your doni. Afkan skila, so too by cursing one's parents, ultimately skila as well. Says the Gemara, Onesh, Shamanu Ashara Minayim. So now I know the punishment of skila. Where do I see the warning? Because let's remember again, the way it works biblically is that every death penalty has to have an ashara, a warning, and also the onus. Now I see the onus. Where do I see the warning? Elohim or Elohim Mosekalel. So literally again, I'll say, so we'll see exactly what that pasuk means. In Haya, so watch this. Let's say first wide line. In Haya Aviv Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Harehu Bichlal Elohim Mosekalel. So we'll say, so the way we're understanding right now, Elohim is Elohim refers to a judge. Do not curse a judge. So now, let's say again, right, Reuben has a father, Yaakov, and Yaakov is a Dayan. It's his father, so not only is Reuben chayiv for cursing his father, but he's also chayiv for cursing the judge. And if your father was a right, Reuben's father was a Nasi, or a Hari Hubik Nasi, but I'm the there's a prohibition. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So if Reuben's father Yaakov was a Dayan, he'd be chayiv for Elohim Mosekalo. If he was the Nasi, he'd be chayiv for Nasi Lo Sa'or. What happens? Ain't no Dayan below Nasi. But how do I know that if Reuben cursed his father, and his father is not a Dayan, and his father is not the Nasi, that Reuben is still going to be chayiv? So the Gemara says, I'm supposed to say third wide line, Amrit, so Minai Amrit, Hare Atadan, Binyan Av, Mishnegim. So it's like, it's interesting enough, I can create a paradigm. Binyan Av is like a paradigm. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Lori Nasi Kiri Dayan. So a Nasi is not like a Dayan, but Lori Dayan Kiri Nasi, and a Dayan is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lori Dayan Nasi. Why? Shahari Dayan Atam Mitsuva Al Hara Aso. So So we'll say the halacha is like this: a dayan, if a dayan, right? Let's say a dayan on a judge on a Sanhedrin. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and adhere to it, and failure to adhere to it can actually result in death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halacha doesn't apply to a nasi. It's interesting, right? If you violate the halakhic rulings of a nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. I'm sorry. Right. This is Parsha. Right. Thank you. Lori Nasi, Kirai Dayan. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan household. Shanosi Atamitzur al Hamra also, Kirai Dayan Siatamitzur al What's the real interesting? See, a Nasi and a Dayan are two forms of leadership. A Dayan is halakhic leadership. And therefore, if halakha the Mesa, the Dayan issues in halakhic ruling, and you violate that can result in a death penalty. A nasi is not halakhic leadership, and therefore, if a nasi issues halakhic ruling, you violate it, you're not chayiv death penalty. On the other hand, if a nasi kind of gives like a what's the right word, like a directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, he's the leader, you got to follow it. If you violate it, you can be chayiv nisa. On the other hand, if a giant gives a directive, you're not chayiv nisa. Two different forms of leadership. Yet, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, Hatzara Shava Shabaim. What's the common denominator between them? Shein Ba'cha, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Ba'atam Musa al Kilavasa. What is the common denominator between a Nasi and a Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse either of them. That's the common denominator. Ab ani avi avicha sheba'amcha v'atam Musa al Kilavasa. So let's say you should create a paradigm. What's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father, who even if the father is not a dayan or the father is not a nasi, you still can't curse him. So the Gemara says, and again, we'll say, remember, this is the azhara. This is where we're looking for the warning. So the Gemara says, why don't you say, on the other hand, maybe the common denominator between nasi and dayan is what? They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. Like they both have gedula, they both have greatness. Talmud Lomar lo sekalo chirish. And let's say the Torah also says, don't curse the person who is deaf. So here, the Umolim Shem Amcha Kasim Gadar. Torah talks about even people who are in the elevated position of greatness. Malachiri, the king Charishasa Kamalo, Nasi, so but again, but maybe a chirish. Maybe it goes telling you that there's a specific thing of respecting the Chayrish and not cursing the Chayrish because he's at a disadvantage. So Nasi V'dayin Yochichu. Malu Nasi V'dayin Yochichu. The last thing I'm going to Chayrish Yochichu. The cause right down lower Reizah. Below Reizah Kireizah. Which it turns out that really we have three things over here. A Nasi, a Dayin, and a Chayrish. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Zatzara. Shava Shebahen. Shein Ba'amcha. Va'ata Musa al Kilavasa. What's the common denominator? Common denominator between a Nasi, Dayan, and a Cherish. What's the common denominator? They're all Yidden. They're all Jews. They're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. So to include the father, because the father also is a Yid, also is part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse them. Shekim Mishunin. So we'll say, but maybe there's not a Shava Shabahan. Is that again, Nasi, Dayan, and Cherish all have some unique difference. Imki Nichtov Kra, O Elohim Becherish, O Nasi Becherish, Elohim Lamali. So we'll say, if that's the case, why do we need the Elohim? In Eno Inyan Legufo Tne In La'aviv. Ultimately, I can also say, if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for others. Therefore, we'll say, it turns out that we have a opinion of a paradigm that is really created between Nasi, Dayan, and Cherish. The common denominator between all those three is that what? That Allah remains against someone who is Amcha, someone who is part of your people. Ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. So we'll say, what a beautiful and profound episode. What is the criteria? Or at least, what is the criteria for not mistreating someone? If they're Amcha, if they're a member of Klal Yisrael, you have to love them. You know, so strike it. It's so beautiful. Soldier came on the bus, last night, we were leaving Kiryat Arba. Right? It was beautiful. Let's say, if you know what's interesting, so what is it? What is it that engenders that love? It's simple. See, a Jew who's wearing the holy uniform of the Israeli country, the IDF, and you're like, wow, here's a guy who's most nefesh for clouds, you feel a tremendous sense of honor. Well, it's important to understand that every Jew wears a uniform, right? And it's the uniform of Salam Elohim. It's the uniform of the image of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Every single Jew wears that uniform. And that love that we hope for that precious Hayal yesterday is the love you have to wear, you have to bring to every single Jew. No matter what the actual uniform, the physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single Jew wears the uniform of his own in the image of God. And again, because of that, he's Amcho, because that he's a member of Klal Yisrael, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, Losar, at least, right? The baseline is don't curse. Right? The baseline is don't mistreat the other Jew. The baseline is don't engage in negative behavior towards the other Jew. Of course, that's where it starts. And in American, hopefully we go on from there to be have to really have with every single Jew. Right? The Gemara goes like Elohim Chol. So by the way, this all works well if you understand that the pasuk Elohim Lo Sekalel is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim is referring to a judge. Then I understand that now you can extrapolate and even apply it to a father. But according to the opinion that says no, it's not Elohim judge, rather what is it? It's Elohim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? Yisanya Elohim Chol Divrei Rabbi Yishmael. Yishmael says Elohim in this pasuk is not God. Elohim refers to a judge. Rabbi Akiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. Rabbi Akiva says no, it refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tanya Rabbi Elazar Yaakov Omer Ashar Lavarach Es Hashem Minayin. From where do we see the warning against cursing the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Tamal Lomar Elohim Lo Sikalel. To which the Gemara says Man Damar Elohim Chol Gamar Kodesh Michol. So the one who says that Elohim in this context is Chol. Chol means it's not God. It's to a judge. Then ultimately, again, we can learn out the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the prohibition to curse a judge. Remind the Amar Elohim Kodesh Gaminan Chol Mikodesh. But the one who says Elohim in this context refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse a judge from the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Mishnah Remind Amar Elohim Chol Gamar Kodesh Michol. So according to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge. So I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Allah has kama v'kama kol shekin. You're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elaman da'amar Elohim Kodesh Gamar Chol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so can you derive that you can't curse a judge from the fact that God? To which the Gemara says Dilma HaKodesh Asar HaChol Lo Isar. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu is only warning us against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Is not warning us against cursing the judge. In Cain Lichto Kra Lo Sakel. If that's the case, the Torah could have just written it in the short form of Lo Sakel. Don't curse my Lo Sekalel. Why does it say don't curse Lo Sakel in the elongated form? Shmanino Tarti. It comes to teach us two things. What are the two things? Number one, don't curse a judge, and number two, don't curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Beautiful. Let's go later. Says the Gemara, Haba Nara Murasa. We'll say the person has relations with the Nara. Remember again, who's the Nara Murasa? Remember again, Nara is a very specific age. What age? 12 to 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed, innocent, right, but not Nisuin. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she is singled out for a unique, or she, when I say she is complicit, it's she, and the man who has relations with her are singled out for skila. As opposed to chenek. So Nara Murasa. So I was saying, in order to be chayiv, ultimately again for Nara Murasa skila. Remember, it's a unique punishment. Normally, adultery is punished by chenek, strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skila. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Murasa, the following criteria. Number one, the girl has to be a Nara. Number two, Pesula. Number 3, Nu'urasa, Irisin. And number 4, Vehi Beves Avila. And ultimately, again, she's still living in her father's home. So those are the 4 criteria that you need in order to get the unique punishment of Skila for Nara Murasa. Bo Alash Naim, if 2 men had relations with her, and let's say that's consecutively, right? Then what? Arishon Beskila, Vashay Bechana. Then the first one is with Skila. Because remember again, the first relations with her is relations with the Basula. The second one has relations with her, she's no longer a Basula. And therefore he's punished in a regular case of adultery by Chenek. Okay, the Gemara goes right there. Good. So as I said, it happens to be over here, Rashi points out that the Chiddush over here is the following, that even if the men had relations with her, via Shalot Darka. So if it's via Shalot Darka, technically speaking, physiologically, she's still a Basula. So you might have thought that physiologically, since she's still a Basula, therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Maybe even the second guy should get skiva. Kamash Ramos like Kamash Malan, we know the Torah recognizes 2 forms of bia. There's bia kidarka and bia shalot kidarka, and they're both are legitimate forms of bia. Therefore, again, after the first guy has relations with her, even though physiologically her basulim are intact, she's considered to be a ba'ula, and therefore the second guy gets chenek, and ultimately again not steal. It's very interesting, and not Shabbos table interesting, but interesting nevertheless. All right, so the word goes later. Tanra Nara. Well, right, this is one of these things. Somebody asked us, what you learned today? Let's refer to the Muslim hospital in the beginning of the house. The word says, so Nara below Bulgaris. Most of the says Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Psukim. Nara means the Nara and not a Bulgaris. What's the Bulgaris? Bulgaris? 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bulgaris, Bisula. So that's the Basula. Again, I want to point out, remember, even if a woman doesn't come to these criteria, you're still chayav for adultery. We're talking about the specific prohibition of Nara Murasa, which carries with it a penalty of skila as opposed to chenek. So in order to be chayav for this again, Basula, below Ba'ula, Nu'urasa, that's the Erisin, below Basula, the base Aviha, in her father's home, Prat, L'Shemasar Ha'av L'Shluchi Habal. This comes to exclude the case ultimately again, where the father had already given her over to the shluchim of the husband, or where she was being given over, right, to be taken to her husband's home. The Gemara says, good. So good. These are all the words of Rabbi Meir. The Chum disagree, and the Chacham say that Nara Murasa most likely could be even what? Nara Murasa could even be a Ketana. Amalir of Achim Edith Rabino, Mimai Demastis, Rabbi Meir, he will Ute Ketana Nami. How do you know that our Mishnah is Rabbi Meir and comes to exclude a Ketana? According to our Mishnah, a Nara Murasa is that Nara and not a Ketana. Maybe it's according to the Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude a Bulgaris for Nara Murasa. Amrle, Hai Enochayit Acheke Nara, Besula Ma'orasa. Enochayit Ella Al Nara Besula Ma'orasa Mibayale. So the Gemara says, it should have said that's this should have just said Nara Besula Ma'orasa. Besula maybe, because the Gemara says nothing more to talk about this. We've just solidified the fact that again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Murasa is dafka for a Nara, not a Kitana and not a Bulgaris. Ba ala Kitana Murasa, the Rabbi Meir Mahu. What happens if another man, in other words, not the husband, if another man did have relations with a Kitana who's in Arusa? What's the halacha in that situation? According to Rabbi Meir, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or miskila mamlek? Or maybe you just put it to exclude it to skila. So Amalei, mistabra miskila mamlek. No. It's still prohibited as kosher. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of skila. Rather, what will it get? Gets kind of confessed. The Bahak says it will make gam shneim. Achi shneim shaving. And here's the problem. The pasuk on adultery says the Mesa Damshir, they will both die, which seems to indicate to us that there's got to be equality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both sides, if the Ketana engages in adultery, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? She's not chayaves. Why she's not chayaves? Why? She's Ketana. Ketana's not chayaves for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasik Rav was silent, he's giving the haros. Amr Shmuel, my time is Shasik Rav. I don't say Rav, why didn't sound? The name of Lay, Umei Sa'ish Asher Sarakavi Malavado. Again, about there's another pasuk, and the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. So what do you see from here? There's a case, ultimately again, where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case where the man is singled out for execution even if the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a Ketana Hamil Rasa. So again, she's going to be Keturah. Why? She's Ketana. But he's going to be Chayiv for that. Which the Gemara says, Ketanoi. The reality is, we'll say this point is in fact a Machol against Tanoi. Umesu Gam Shneim, the pasuk because both of them will be written down. Unless you actually Shneim, Shad Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia says in order to execute the couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with the Ketana, since she's not put to death, he's not put to death either. Rabbi Yonasan says, Rabbi Yonasan says, not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? So she's not going to be executed because she's a kid. He will be because he's an adult. What does Rabbi Yoshia do with that? What does he do? Sorry. What does Rabbi Yonasan do with the pasuk that says which seems to indicate that again there's got to be an equality in liability between the parties. That comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, it's nice to keep any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse. That's not about, again, not good, right? But the nice again, you're not liable for death penalty if one does. Nice of course not. Other acts of intimacy that's not intercourse, that's nothing. Halachically, that's not nice as anything. I need a pasuk to exclude that. Gemara says, the Ida. Hi Levado my dash. What does the other thing do with the Levado? So you decide your Voa last Adam Vadan the Surah. So it's an interesting case. So say again, 10 men have relations with an Ara Murasa, but she's still with the Surah. So how does that happen? Again, via Shaloti Darka. So 10 men have relations with her, but Lamai again, she's still with the Surah. So again, physiologically, the Surahs are intact. So now, what is the liability for those men? So the Gemara says, Kulan Skila. So the first opinion says they're all liable to Skila. I will say now, why are they all liable to Skila? Because the halacha treats it as if all of them had relations with a Na'ara Hame'urasa. Because since she is still physiologically with the Surah, there's all Chayyah for Skila. Rabbi says, no. Arisha Skila, not true. The first guy is Chayiv Skila, right? Because he had relations with an Arab Murasa. But again, even though it's Biyah Shalokidarka, so recognizes Biyah Shalokidarka as a valid form of Biyah. Therefore, after that first act, she's no longer Basula. So the rest of the guys are Chayiv. What are they Chayiv for? Adultery. But the Chayiv for regular adultery, it's just regular adultery, right? So it's Chayiv for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by only punishable by incredible Tanrabanon, Ish Koin Kisech. Listen to what the Torah is talking about now. We spent a significant amount of time speaking about again the Bas Koin. So the Torah says, Ubas Ish Koin Kisech is knows as Sadiyah Inechalalas, but remember again, we've seen this, a unique punishment for a Bas Koin, the punishment for a Bas Koin, ultimately again was executed with Sreifa. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Omer says, Tchilasa. So Rabbi Omer Tchilasa. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, right? So Rabbi Omer, Kisecha Lashon Tchila Ulukamim Mefari. So Rabbi says, Tchila, that her liability is with Tchila. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Omer, My comment, what does Rabbi say? Rabbi can be Shmosville. Rabbi also can be Shmo. What does Shmo say? The Amar Arusa Yotza L'Sreifa below the Suah. So we'll say it is only in Arusa Bas Kohen. We had this machlokes before. It is only in Arusa Bas Kohen, ultimately again, who is subject to Sreifa, not on the Suah. Not in the Suah. The Hachikam, this is what it means to say. In Tchilas Bia Biznus B'Sreifa Ve'idach Bechenek. So we'll say, if a Bas Kohen who's in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the Iya Sreifa. Any subsequent acts of relations, ultimately again will be the Chenek. So again, what's that case? That's going to be the case of the Mishra Mokidarko. So the first man who has relations with the Bas Kohen, the Arusa Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's still physiologically a Basula, will be treated like regular pieces of adultery, and therefore again Chenek. So the Gemara says, "My bechain." What's the bechain? So the Gemara says, "Tiyasam ma'hasim b'tchilas bia kamishtaika." Just like hers talking about over there, initial act of bia, ha'chanami b'tchilas bia mishna mishra. So to here, Torah is talking about an initial act of bia. Amalei Rabbi bar Abaye, Mar lo ha'chimar. So Rabbi said to Abaye, but Abaye. My Rabbi did this. Who's Rabbi's referring to? Meir, right? So Rabbi Yosef. Who did he say? Rabbi Yosef. So Rabbi Rabbi holds like Rabbi. Damar Nises le'echam min apsulin Nisasa b'chenek. So ultimately again, because Rabbi holds as follows. So let's say halach l'maisa. How can you ultimately again? How can you have? So Rashi points out. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here. Bas Kohen Yesua L'Kasher B'Sreifa. Ava Misis Le'echam Min HaPsulim. So what's the listen to this? Rabbi holds the following. You see, if I say Rashi's 2 lines up at the bottom of the page. If a Bas Kohen, right? When is there Sreifa by a Bas Kohen Arusa? Only if she is married to a person who is kosher. However, again, but let's say a Kohen is married to a apostle. Cool. She's married to a mamzer. So she's married to someone who's an apostle. Therefore, look at Rashi. Shuv Eina Ela B'Chenek by Tchila Dekama Rabbi Achikamer. So what's the what does the Meir say? The Meir says like this. The Meir says, when is there a unique punishment for Arus Bas Kohen only when she's married or has innocent to someone who is cut. But if she didn't need innocent to someone who's apostle, let's say again she married a mamzer, in which case what? She's already quote unquote what? Did profane. So therefore again the unique punishment of swift to a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says and therefore again it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the chenek. Used to say in Tilas Acharasa Biznus B'Sreifa. If halacha l'maisa the first time she was profane was through the act of it, then there's a chiyuv of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was profane, how? Through the marriage, then a man commits adultery with her. So we'll say the idach and the other right the idach and the chayim. So we'll say ultimately again what's the case of what's the hasim at Tilas Ben Hamikabed. So we'll say again halacha l'maisa what is the b'chein? What is that coming to teach? Ultimately, again, the thing by the other case, only Shum Davar Akasim Daber, the Tchilas Chilul, interesting, you have 22 different cases. In the case of Nara, so let's kind of bring this together. So, Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa Sugya. So, what do we have in Nara Murasa? Torah singles out Nara Murasa for a unique penalty of what? Of Skiva. Right? A man has relations with an Nara Murasa, a girl betrothed to someone else, Skiva. Even though what adultery normally carries with it what? The penalty of Chenek, Nara Murasa is unique. But again, has to satisfy all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Murasa. Number three, Beis Aviyah. Again, if you have those criteria, then Allah it's skila. Anything else is going to be chenek. What else did we learn? We also learned that halacha l'meisa, if there's an act of erka, that makes it into a bu'ula. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, or let's say an albeit shmoti, the first guy will get skila, subsequent people will get chenek. Interesting enough, the Gemara reverts back now also to Bas Kohen. When is a Bas Kohen chayiv sreifa or adultery? Adultery are chayiv sreifa only if, once again, nara, only if it's erusin, and again, only the first person to have a relationship thing. If there's b'yishalo kidarka with a Bas Kohen, so the first guy will be chayiv sreifa, subsequent people will be chayiv what? Subsequent people will be chayiv chenek. But interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Kohen is very important. When is there a din of sreifa? Only when what? When that first act is what profaned her. But if she was already profaned, how is she already profaned? Illegal marriage. She's married to a mamzer. Now, local the din of sreifa doesn't apply. Rather, it will be treated as an act of adultery and be punishable by chenek. Right? So we'll say, Goyach. What is that? So we'll say, let's breakfast, 9:30. Let's do 9:55, 25 minutes of 9:55 back here in the base medrash. All right, this morning, got to thank our annual responsive or tough shin. Hey, the Tulsa Mishnah starts dedicating Rosh this year, and is supposed to continue the sort of Kovos for us. How about to be able to see? I was thinking about this a little bit as I was preparing the daf. One of the things that kind of reverberated through my mind is Lulei Sorascha Shashuai Azavada Tigani. Were it not that gave me delight, I would have perished in my suffering. We're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfold right in front of us, and so overwhelmed by all the circumstances, the loss of the Bibas children, Hashem Yikom Damar, wasn't Shiri Bibas, overwhelming circumstances, and it would be easy for us to just lose themselves in the abyss thing. The incredible thing is that the Rebbe Shem gave us a Torah, and that Torah is what keeps us tethered, that Torah is what keeps us connected, that Torah is what allows us from falling off, it prevents us from falling off the side of the sheer cliff of nationalistic pain. It's that Torah that keeps us tethered to a sense of optimism, to a sense of hope. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to the Ribono Shel Olam. It's the Torah. David HaMelech said, David HaMelech, he suffered so much in his life. He says, Ribono Shel Olam, were it not for your Torah as Abadat Ani, I would have been lost in my pain. This word resonates. Were it not Torah, Ribono Shel Olam, we too would have lost in the abyss of pain. Thank you very much. So both saying, so you should just know this down. Thank you. Say this down. It's like a little bit of like a soothing balm. For the next couple of minutes, when you get to learn Torah together, it's almost as if we could leave everything else on the side, and all we could just do is just immerse ourselves in the Yam Shal Tamar, ourselves in the sea of Torah, and the Mercy Hashem allow it to be in holy waters to soothe ourselves. So we'll say, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Vav. Dedication, yes. So Shir is dedicated by Mel and Karen Ram. Nishmas.